gelap jadi terang cahaya. Pelita mencipta baru bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan. Transformasi berwujud nyata, yang terbaik ada di sini. Menetaskan insan harapan, memberi percaya pada dunia. Kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Pelita mencipta baru bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan. Transformasi berwujud nyata, yang terbaik ada di sini.
Kedudukan beda diri dan ajar, ku tetapkan asa balik akal dan nalar. Di tempat ini ku belajar mengakar, kesempatan untuk kembali berpijar. Membumi kembali itu abdi ibu pertiwi, lampaui lewat jendela dunia pahami. Karya nyata kau sah prima, cipta asa bekerja sama.
Ibu pertiwi,
make them proud to the fullest.
kini, esok dan seterusnya.
Let me sign the continues.
Setiap berkarya dalam segala bentuk langkah di hadapan. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan. Transformasi berwujud nyata, yang terbaik ada di sini. 70 tahun bersama, yang terbaik selalu ada di sini.
Yes, yang terbaik ada di sini.
Tumpuan kaki kekuatan yang memberi langkah tepat arah untuk mendaki hal rintangan dan bertemu dengan angan. Lihatlah semua insannya mengabdi pada Tridharma. Kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Pelita mencipta baru bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan. Transformasi berwujud nyata, yang terbaik ada di sini. Menetaskan insan harapan, memberi percaya kesetiaan, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Pelita mencipta baru bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan, transformasi berwujud nyata. Yang terbaik ada di sini.
Kedudukan beda diri dan ajar, ku tetapkan asa balik akal dan nalar. Di tempat ini ku belajar mengakar, kesempatan untuk kembali berpijar, membumi kembali itu abdi ibu pertiwi, lampaui lewat jendela dunia pahami, karya nyata kausa prima, cipta asa bekerja sama.
Ada ibu pertiwi,
Make them proud to the fullest.
kini, esok dan seterusnya.
Let the cycle continue.
Setiap berkarya
Yo, yo.
dalam
Gotta keep it
segala
rocking.
bentuk
Legacy,
langkah di
loyalty.
hadapan.
Still rocking it. Yo,
Universitas
yo,
Sumatera
yo.
Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun
Make
bersama,
them proud to the
meraih cita dan harapan.
yeah.
70
Legacy,
tahun bersama,
loyalty.
yang terbaik selalu ada di
Still rocking it.
sini.
Yes, yang terbaik ada di sini.
Tumpuan kaki kekuatan yang memberi langkah tepat arah untuk mendaki hal rintangan dan bertemu dengan angan. Lihatlah semua insannya mengabdi pada Tridharma, kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya, melintang mencipta baru bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan, transformasi berwujud nyata. Yang terbaik ada di sini. Menetaskan insan harapan, memberi percaya pada dunia, kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya, pelita mencipta baru bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan, transformasi berwujud nyata.
Yo.
Yang terbaik ada di sini.
Kedudukan beda diri dan ajar, ku tetapkan asa balik akal dan nalar. Di tempat ini ku belajar mengakar, kesempatan untuk kembali berpijar, membumi kembali itu abdi ibu pertiwi, lampaui lewat jendela dunia pahami, karya nyata kausa prima, cipta asa bekerja sama.
Ada ibu pertiwi,
Make them proud to the fullest.
kini, esok dan seterusnya.
Let the cycle continue.
Setiap berkarya
Yo, yo.
dalam
No doubt, keep it
segala
rocking.
bentuk
Legacy,
langkah di
loyalty.
bersama.
Loyalty.
Yang terbaik selalu ada di
Still rocking it.
sini.
Yes, yang terbaik ada di sini.
Tumpuan kaki kekuatan yang memberi langkah tepat arah untuk mendaki hal rintangan dan bertemu dengan angan. Lihatlah semua insannya mengabdi pada Tridharma. Kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Melintang mencipta baru bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan, transformasi berwujud nyata. Yang terbaik ada di sini. Menetaskan insan harapan, memberi percaya pada dunia. Kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Pelita mencipta baru bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan, transformasi berwujud nyata. Yang terbaik ada di sini.
Kedudukan beda diri dan ajar, ku tetapkan asa balik akal dan nalar. Di tempat ini ku belajar mengakar, kesempatan untuk kembali berpijar, membumi kembali tu abdi ibu pertiwi, lampaui lewat jendela dunia pahami. Karya nyata kau sah prima, cipta asa bekerja sama.
Ada ibu pertiwi,
Make them proud to the fullest.
kini, esok dan seterusnya.
Let me start to continue.
Setiap berkarya
Yo yo,
dalam
no doubt, keep it
segala
rocking.
bentuk.
Legacy,
Langkah di
loyalty.
Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama,
Make it proud to the
tempat
fullest.
meraih cita dan harapan, transformasi berwujud
doubt.
nyata.
Let me start to
Yang
continue.
terbaik ada di
Yeah,
sini. 70
Legacy,
tahun bersama,
loyalty.
yang terbaik selalu ada di
Still rocking it.
sini.
Yes, yang terbaik ada di sini.
Medan. Jangan lupa singgah di Parapat.
Selamat datang kami ucapkan pada hadirin dan tamu terhormat.
Some say Medan is awesome, while most say it's the best.
We extend a warm welcome to the audience and invite guests.
Sebelum kita memulai acara kita pada pagi hari ini, marilah kita sambut tari persembahan oleh Klub Tari Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara.
Before we begin our event today, please welcome Dance Faculty of Medicine Universitas Sumatera.
Sirih disusun di dalam lantepan, di dalam lantepan. Bungalah mawar tuan jadi hiasan. Sirih disusun tuan di dalam lantepan, di dalam lantepan. Bungalah mawar tuan jadi walau sirih mengenyang tidak, mengenyanglah tidak. Jadi penawan sepanjang zaman. Walaupun sirih mengenyanglah tidak, hai mengenyanglah tidak. Jadi penawan sepanjang zaman. Makan sirih berpinang tidak tuan, lambanglah adat pusaka Melayu.
udah menangis. Kau udah minum obat belum? Itu mudah. Apa namanya itu kalau sartan udah kau bawa. Diam lah aku dulu. Kau tuh lah kan. Aduh, kan. Tapi, aduh, jadi.
Sirih berlipat, sirih pinang. Sirih dari Pulau Mutiara.
Pemanis kata selamat datang, awal bismillah pembuka bicara.
Medan, a city of diverse delight, where cultures meet and knowledge grows.
We greet all guests on this special light at our biomedical conference where wisdom flows. Horas,
Maju-ajua.
Yahoo, ahoy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning and best wishes for all of us.
First of all, let us offer praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has given us the blessings of health and the opportunity so that we can gather this morning.
The Honorable Vice Rector III of Universitas Sumatera Utara, Profesor Dr. Poppy Angelisa Zaitun Hazibuan, Sarjana Sains, Magister Sains, Apoteker.
The Honorable Consul of the Japanese Embassy in Medan, Mr. Suzuki.
The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Profesor Dr. Aldi Safrudin Nambe, Spesialis Saraf Konsultan. The Honorable Vice Dean III Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Dr. Inke Nadia Dinianti Lubis, PG PID, Magister Kedokteran Pediatri, Spesialis Anak, Doctor of Philosophy.
The Honorable Chairperson of the Indonesia Society of Pharmacology, Profesor Dr. Apoteker Mustafa, Magister Kesehatan.
The Honorable Chairperson of Indonesian Consortium of Biomedical Sciences, Profesor Dr. Rerum Naturalium, Dr. Anda Asmarina, Magister Science.
The Honorable General Chair of Medan International Conference on Biomedical Science, Dr. Rare Medic Dr. Emi Huan, Master of Science, Spesialis Kedokteran Keluarga Layanan Primar, Subspesialis Family Oriented Medical Care.
As well as invited guests and all participants of the first gathered here today.
My name is Muhammad Farhan Arif.
And my name is Aurelia Arlen Adiprastia. We are the masters of ceremony of today's event.
Welcome to Medan International Conference on Biomedical Science.
In conjunction with
Temminas 9 dan Rakernas 14 KIBI and
Temminas and Rakornas Ikavari.
With the theme Bridging Omics to Healthcare, Implementation of Genomics and Metabolomics in Biomedical Research.
Selanjutnya, marilah kita menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Kepada hadirin, kami persilahkan untuk bangkit berdiri.
Next, we will sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. We would like to invite all ladies and gentlemen to stand up.
dipersilakan untuk duduk kembali.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated. Sebelum kita memulai rangkaian acara pada hari ini, marilah kita berdoa terlebih dahulu. Semoga acara ini dapat diberikan keberkahan dan menjadi amal baik bagi kita semua.
Before we start today's event, let us first pray for our activities to run smoothly throughout the event. We would like to invite Dr. Zulham Magister Biomedic, Doctor of Philosophy, to lead the prayer. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Marilah kita berdoa kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Saya akan memimpin doa ini dalam bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Arab kepada yang tidak beragama Islam. Mohon untuk menyesuaikan sesuai dengan kepercayaan dan keyakinan masing-masing. Ladies and gentlemen, prayer will be delivered in English. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Ya Allah, kami persembahkan kepadamu seluruh bentuk pujian yang layak dengan kebesaran dan keagungan-Mu atas seluruh rahmat karunia yang Engkau anugerahkan kepada kami. Allahumma iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Hanya kepadamu kami mengabdi ya Rabb, dan hanya kepadamu kami memohon. Terimalah pengabdian kami dan kabulkanlah permohonan-permohonan kami. Ya Allah, ya Alim, Engkau yang Maha mengetahui. Saat ini kami menyelenggarakan konferensi internasional First Microbios dan Kongres Ilmu Biomedik Indonesia untuk menambah ilmu dan teman-teman. Kuatkanlah ingatan kami, tajamkanlah pemikiran kami agar kami dapat menguasai, mengembangkan dan memperluas ilmu-ilmu yang bermanfaat. Ya Allah, ya Al-Muhaimin, Engkau yang Maha Pemelihara, peliharalah diri kami, keluarga kami dari segala fitnah dunia. Jagalah diri kami agar kami senantiasa berada di jalan yang Engkau ridhoi. Berilah rahmat-Mu kepada kami, agar acara ini berlangsung dengan baik dan seluruh pihak terlibat berada dalam keadaan sehat dan bugar. Allahumma antas salam wa minkas salam tabarakta ya zal jalali wal ikram. Ya Allah, Engkaulah pemberi keselamatan, dan darimu pula keselamatan. Maha suci Engkau, wahai Tuhan, pemilik keagungan dan kemuliaan. Ya Allah, yang Maha memberi kesejahteraan, berikanlah kesejahteraan kepada kami yang tengah berjuang di jalan-Mu. Ya Allah, yang Maha damai, tanamkanlah kedamaian dalam hati-hati kami, agar kami dapat hidup dengan penuh kedamaian, menikmati karunia-Mu yang luas dan bersyukur atas segala nikmat yang Engkau berikan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Dr. Zulham, Magister Biomedik, Doctor of Philosophy atas pembacaan doanya. Semoga doa tersebut dapat memperlancar acara Mikobios 2024. Amin, amin, ya robbal alamin.
Thank you, Dr. Zulham Magister Biomedic, Doctor of Philosophy, for leading the prayer. Let's hope with this prayer our activities can run with ease throughout Mikobios 2024. Amin, amin, ya robbal alamin. Selanjutnya, Kata sambutan dari Ketua Panitia Medan International Conference on Biomedical Science.
Next is the report from the General Chair of Medan International Conference on Biomedical Science. Please welcome Dr. Rare Medic Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan, Master of Science, Spesialis Kedokteran Keluarga Layanan Primer, Subspesialis Family Oriented Medical Care.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Today presented by Vice Rector for Research Collaboration for SIAPT, Honorable Consul Japan Embassy, Prof. Dr. Anda Asmarina, MS, the Chairperson of Indonesian Pharmaceutical with SDGHI USU, Professor Balram Chobai, and also all the speakers that are present today. So Alhamdulillah, praise to Allah, God the Almighty, that today we can gather in this hall. So just to bring back the small memory that 7 years ago, if probably some of you were also attending the same meeting, Temu Ilmiah Nasional, the second of KIBI. It was also held in this building. The chairperson by that time was Almarhumah Dr. Yahwardiah Siregar. So today we gather together in this hall with all the colleagues from all over Indonesia and also neighboring countries, our collaborators, to do this scientific meeting. So we know that the development of omics technology in these days give promises to better approach for disease prevention and also treatment. And our government also support the research and also establishment for genomic database in Indonesia. So that's why we picked this theme when we are doing this national scientific meeting, and also the first Medan International Conference on Biomedical Science, or abbreviated by MyCoBios. So this international meeting is actually supported, that held concurrently with the 9th National Scientific Meeting and the 14th National Work Meeting, or Rakernas, of Indonesian Biomedical Science Consortium, or KIBI, and also together with the Milnas and also Nation Coordination Meeting, or Rakornas, of Indonesian Pharmacology Association. So we are very pleased that all the colleagues can attend this meeting, either offline or also online in the Zoom meeting. So the theme of this event is Bridging Omics to Healthcare, Implementation of Genomics and Metabolomics in Biomedical Research. So I would like to really address my great gratitude to all the person that stand behind these international events, that makes these events can become in existence. So this event is not possible without the support from Universitas Sumatera Utara, especially Faculty of Medicine, and also Lembaga Inovasi Penulisan Ilmiah dan Hak Kekayaan Intelektual, or LIPI HKI USU, And we got also the support from steering committee, from Kibi and also Ikafari. And also my big appreciation and salute to all my colleagues in Medan, the organizing committee, all the students, and also all the friends from sponsors and all the people that are very supporting for this event. So without all of this cooperation and collaboration, I'm not sure this uh, events can happen. So really, all these events will be in a symposium, and also tomorrow we will have scientific competition, poster presentation online and offline, and this will be held in a hybrid. And we hope that this meeting can give or can enlighten the idea to improve the omics research in Medan, especially in Medan and also in general in Indonesia and in the region of Southeast Asia. And we, together with all the colleagues, Universitas Sumatera Utara in North Sumatra, we really support and would like to become one of the center of this omics research in the future. So I hope these events can last and smoothly, and all the participants can enjoy, can have the enlightenment of science in this. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan, Master of Science, Spesialis Kedokteran Keluarga Layanan Primer, Spesialis Family Oriented Medical Care atas kata sambutan.
For distinguished guests, distinguished participants, debates that we hold by Faculty of Medicine, Universitas of North Sumatra, or USU. Today, we gather not only as a representative of our representative institution, but also a global community of scholars, professionals, and visionaries dedicated to advancing scientific knowledge and innovations. Our gathering here is a testament to shared commitment we have in the strengthening academic and research collaboration in our biomedical sciences in Indonesia, exchange knowledge and inspiring new ideas. The combination of our national agenda and the insight from our international speakers today creates a unique platform for dialogue, learning, and development. This event provides an opportunity to reflect on our achievement in KIBI, set strategic goals for the future, and explores ways to make a meaningful impact in our society. Scientific and also society even possible. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Profesor Dr. Rerum Naturalium, Dr. Anda Asmarina, Magister Sains atas kata sambutannya.
Thank you, Prof. Asmarina, for the opening speech.
Selanjutnya, kata sambutan dari Konsulat Kedutaan Besar Jepang di Medan.
Next, the opening speech from the Consulate of the Japanese Embassy in Medan. Please welcome Mr. Suzuki. The stage is yours.
Professor Dr. Murianto Amin, probably today Representative Vice Rector, Ms. Poppy Anzalisa Zaitun Hasibuan, Professor Dr. R.D. Shafudin Rambe, the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, North Sumatra University, and Mr. Ikwan, the General Chair of the first Medan International Conference on Biomedical Science. Sorry, I don't mention by one by because Indonesian name is very difficult to memorize for Japanese. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, selamat pagi, and ohayo gozaimasu. First of all, on behalf of Council General of Japan, I would like to express my sincere congratulations on the first Medan International Conference on Biomedical Science 2024, and to thank the Faculty of Medicine of North Sumatra University for this opportunity to deliver the Consul General of Japan welcome address today. Ladies and gentlemen, Japan and Indonesia have a long history, and we have built a good relationship. The exchange between Japan and Indonesia in education has been going on for a long time, and the number of Indonesian students who have studied in Japan on Japanese government scholarships increased significantly. North Sumatra University, one of the highest ranking academic institutions in Indonesia, represents good relationship. The number of lecturers from USU who used to study in Japan is quite large. And in cooperation with JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, through Sakura program, 8 students from Faculty of Medicine, North Sumatra University, has been visited Kita Kyushu to study environment technology several years ago. It means that so many people can serve as a bridge for developing relations between Japan and Indonesia, particularly between Japan and North Sumatra. Ladies and gentlemen, rapid progress in biomedical science, analytical method, genomics of human, and molecular biology has facilitated cross-border science in various fields. It means that applied science and transnational research are clearly important. North Sumatra University could promote joint research and to widen collaboration with other institutions. It can also be with institutions in Japan. It might not be only Japan, but also all stakeholders in the world. We really encourage it. Last but not least, I would like to express my respect for the effort made by Faculty of Medicine of North Sumatra University in organizing this conference. And I sincerely hope this conference be a fruitful and productive event for all participants. Thank you very much attention. Terima kasih banyak. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Terima kasih kepada Mr. Suzuki atas kata sambutannya.
Thank you, Mr. Suzuki, for the opening speech. Selanjutnya, kata sambutan sekaligus seremoni pembukaan Mikobios 2024 oleh Rektor Universitas Sumatera Utara yang pada hari ini diwakilkan oleh Wakil Rektor 3.
Next, the opening speech, and to officially open our event, we would like to invite the Vice Rector 3 of Universitas Sumatera Utara. Please welcome Profesor Dr. Poppy Angelisa Zaitun Hasibuan, SSI, MSI, Apoteker. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. May we all have abundance in health and prosperity. The Honorable His Excellency Mr. Suzuki from Consul of Japan, Professor Dr. Ernat Dr. Asmarina MS, as Chair of the Indonesian Biomedical Consortium, Professor Dr. Apotheker Mustafa MKes, Chair of the Indonesian Pharmacologists Association, distinguished speakers, Professor Balram Choubai, PhD from National Cancer Center, Singapore, Dr. Norain Abdul Latif from Royal College of Medicine, Perak, UNIKL, Malaysia, Associate Professor Ioannis Papadimitro, PhD from Mahidol University, Professor Dr. Dina Kemalasari, MGG SPGK Konsultan from USU, Indonesia. Ada Ibu Wiwin Mujiati SSI from PT Wiralab Analitika Solusindo, Dr. Phoebe Zo from Research Support Program Fellow and International Engagement Coordinator NECM from Health Research Institute, Western Sydney University, Australia, Professor Dr. Alfi Katib from IIUM, Malaysia, Dr. Andes Apotheker Victor Ringo SAMSC from PT Deltomed Laboratories, Dr. Guntur Berlian MSI from PT Akarimba Nusantara, Ibu Dian Putri Anggraweni SSI Apotheker M.Pharm from Director of Traditional Medicine Standardization, Health Supplement and Cosmetic, Balai POM, Professor Dr. Gerd Kemperman from Genomic Regeneration, German Center for Neurodegenerative Disease, Germany, Deans from Faculty of Medicine at private universities in Medan, Vice Dean, Dr. Delyurja, Dr. Inke, Chief, Dr. Intan, and all the participants in this conference that I'm sorry I cannot mention you one by one. Let us extend our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty, for granting us health and ease in our journey to gather here in this morning at the first Medan International Conference and Biomedical Science in conjunction with Temilnas 9 and Rakernas, Kibi and Temilnas and Rakornas. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, allow me to extend a warm welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all attendees, speakers, and conference participants. I highly appreciate this conference, theme Bridging Omics to Healthcare, Implementation of Genomic and Metabolomic in Biomedical Research, as it represents an important initiative by the Faculty of Medicine at Universitas Sumatera Utara to broaden discourse among domestic and international academics and medical practitioners. It offers a platform for sharing valuable insight, new ideas, perspective, and concepts that will significantly benefit the advancement of science and medicine. The theme of this conference reflects the rapid development in health science and technology, where genomic and metabolomic now play a crucial role in advancing biomedical research focused on human health and well-being. The breakthroughs in omic technology have ushered us into a new era of understanding human biology, opening doors to comprehending disease mechanisms at a molecular level and improving accuracy in diagnosis, therapy, and disease prevention. Genomics and metabolomics have become integral to personal health research and precision medicine, enabling highly tailored medical approaches aligned with individual genetic and metabolic profiles. By integrating omics technologies into healthcare, we stand on the brink of transformative advancements that are more proactive and preventive rather than solely curative. This conference is expected to be a vital venue for knowledge sharing, expanding collaborations, and identifying research opportunities that directly benefit society. I truly hope that this conference yields innovative ideas and effective implementation strategies enabling genomics and metabolomics technologies to enhance healthcare quality both nationally and globally. May today's discussion and collaborations strengthen our shared commitment to advancing human health. Ladies and gentlemen and all participants, finally I offer these remarks as an introduction to this conference. I wish all participants a productive and insightful experience. May this event bring substantial benefit to all of us and pave the way for further in-depth biomedical research in the future. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty, continues to bless all our efforts and endeavors. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih atas kata sambutannya, Profesor Dr. Poppy Angelisa Zaitun Hasibuan, Sarjana Sains, Magister Sains, Apoteker. Selanjutnya, marilah kita saksikan seremoni pemukulan gong untuk membuka acara kita secara resmi.
We would also like to invite Professor Dr. Poppy Angelisa Zaitun Hasibuan for the ceremonial gong beating. To accompany Prof. Poppy, we'd also like to invite Mr. Suzuki, Profesor Dr. Apoteker Mustafa Magister Kesehatan, Profesor Dr. Rerum Naturalium Dr. Anda Asmarina, Magister Sains, Dr. Deluzar, Spesialis Patologi Anatomi, Subspesialis Uropatologi Reproduksi Laki-Laki Konsultan, Dr. Inke Nadia Dinianti Lubis, PGD PID, MKED Pediatrik, Spesialis Anak PhD, Dr. T. Intan Kamila, dan Dr. Rare Medik Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan, Master of Science, Spesialis Kedokteran Keluarga Layanan Primer, Subspesialis Family Oriented Medical Care, and Profesor Baram Cabai. Dengan pembukaan gong tadi, acara Medan International Conference on Biomedical Science 2024 telah resmi dibuka.
Terima kasih kepada Prof. Poppy dan jajaran tamu undangan yang telah resmi membuka acara kita pada pagi hari ini. Kami persilakan untuk duduk kembali.
Thank you, Prof. Poppy, and the invited guests for officially starting our event. You may now be seated. Selanjutnya agenda foto bersama. Kami minta kesediaan panitia untuk memimpin agenda foto bersama. Kami turut mengundang tamu undangan untuk melakukan sesi foto bersama. di bagian bawah panggung.
Terima kasih kepada Profesor Poppy dan jajaran tamu undangan yang telah resmi membuka acara kita pada pagi hari ini. Kami persilakan untuk duduk kembali.
Thank you, Prof. Poppy and the invited guests for officially starting our event. You may now be seated.
Bunga mawar, bunga melati, bunga cantik berwarna-warni.
Acara pembukaan telah kita lewati, masuklah kita ke agenda yang dinanti-nanti.
Dengan terlaksananya seremoni pemukulan gong, maka acara Medan International Conference on Biomedical Science 2024 telah resmi dibuka.
Selanjutnya, masuklah ke agenda pertama kita, yaitu guest lecture dengan tema Precision Medicine in Pancreatic Cancer, a Phase IB Study of Oxyri,
yang akan disampaikan oleh Prof. Balram Chobai, Doctor of Philosophy dari National Cancer Center, Singapura.
Untuk itu, marilah kita sambut moderator yang akan memimpin berlangsungnya guest lecture pada hari ini.
Let us welcome the moderator who will lead today's guest lecture. Please welcome Dr. M. Ikhwan, Magister Sains Spesialis Keluarga KKLP.
Yeah, okay, after opening ceremony, now we proceed to the symposium event with the keynote speaker. Yeah, it is honorable to us to invite here Professor Balram Chobai, BSc, Pharmacology, PhD, from National Cancer Center, Singapore. Yeah. Okay. I would like to introduce the Professor Chobai from Singapore. He is a principal clinical and pharmacologist at National Cancer Center, Singapore. As one of the Singapore leading researcher in pharmacology, and his research focuses on applying pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic principles for dose optimization and using the pharmacogenomics to understand the inter-individual and inter-ethnic variability in clinical outcomes, especially in Asian ethnic groups. Yeah. His PhD degree from the Singapore as well as the Bachelor of Science and Pharmacology in Singapore 1989. Yeah. And there are many professional appointment and committee membership of the Professor Baram in Singapore and also in the world. So, as academic appointment, Professor Baram is adjunct professor Center for Clinical Scientist Development, Duke and U.S. Medical School, and also adjunct principal investigator, Singapore Immunology Network, Singapore and STAR. And he got also award as a Singapore Cancer Society Fellowship 1999 and Health Manpower Development Program in Infectious Diseases 1996. And his research interests are clinical pharmacology, pharmacogenetic, pharmacokinetic, and pharmacodynamic, therapeutic drug monitoring, and phase 1 clinical trial. There are many publications from his academic achievement. So now Professor Baram will present the science about the precision medicine in pancreatic cancer, a phase 1B study of OxyRE. Yeah, please, Professor Baram, time is yours.
Yeah. So this. Yeah. Can I use that? Yeah.
Is ready? The slide from is ready. Okay, thank you.
Good morning to all of you, to all distinguished guests. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning to all of you, distinguished guests, chairman of the conference, consulate from Japan. Yeah, I'm very poor with names, designations. So anyway, today my talk will be focused on precision medicine in pancreatic cancer, a phase 1B study of OxyRE. Next slide, please.
The slide, please.
Yeah. So this would be the outline of my study. I'll basically give a brief introduction.
Not yet.
Is that okay?
Okay. The slide. Okay.
Yeah. Ken?
It doesn't work. Gimana? Belum. Please wait. Or change to the camera maybe, to the camera, to the slide PPT. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. You can
Okay.
begin.
Yeah. So this will be the outline of my talk, a brief introduction to pancreatic adenocarcinoma, PDAC in short, and then the pharmacologic rationale for the design of this regimen auxiliary, which is a simple regimen to be given to patients with pancreatic cancer. And then I'll go through the study design and results and a preliminary exploration of the tumor immune microenvironment. Next slide, please. So, pancreatic ductal adenocarcinoma, PDAC in short, is a highly lethal and debilitating disease with high metastatic potential. And it basically arises in the exocrine gland of the pancreas, although under certain stressful conditions, the acina cells can also undergo acina to ductal metaplasia. And the 5-year survival of this disease, as you all know, is very, very dismal. Less than 5 years, now it has improved to 7 to 10 years. And there are very limited therapeutic options available for the treatment of this very debilitating disease, which is often discovered when patients are in very advanced stage of the disease. So that's the reason why there is a high push recently over the past 5 years or so to accelerate discovery for treatment of pancreatic ductal carcinoma. Next slide, please. So in this slide, it basically shows how a normal pancreatic drug progresses on to form pancreatic ductal adenocarcinoma. As you can see, in the normal pancreatic duct, there are several intrinsic and extrinsic factors. Extrinsic factors comprises of risk factors such as alcohol, high-fat diet, toxins, genetic susceptibility, or genetic factors. All these, hyperglycemia, diabetics, all this, along with intrinsic factors, initially leads to some degree of tissue damage, which can then lead to acina to ductal metaplasia, and there is a strong inflammatory process ongoing within the pancreatic tissues, and there are also some genetic and epigenetic changes accompanying these pro-inflammatory processes. One of the main genetic mutations to appear is mutations in the KRAS gene. Approximately 95% of patients with pancreatic ductal adenocarcinoma presents with mutation in the KRAS gene and P53 gene. Now, this initial pro-inflammatory stages will then, if left untreated, progress on to the penin stage, which is pancreatic intraepithelial neoplasia. And in this stage, there is a lot of release of pro-inflammatory factors, leading, if you notice in the, I don't have a pointer here, if you notice in the second figure, there is a high appearance of active stellate cells, which is the red stars, and the pink stars, which is the secretory cancer fibroblasts, cancer-associated fibroblasts. Now, these cells, the stellate cells and the cancer-associated fibroblasts, are the main cause of the very fibrotic nature of this cancer. And they secrete a lot of pro-inflammatory factors that really makes this disease a very significantly invasive disease. And also in the penin stage, there's a lot of accumulation of additional genetic mutations occurring in the SMAD gene, in the CDKN2A gene, which is involved in the cell cycle regulatory pathway, and of course the SMAD4 gene and the young and all that. Now, this then progresses on in later stages and manifests itself as the pancreatic ductal adenocarcinoma. In this stage, there is a lot of invasively growing tumor, and both the epithelial and the stromal compartment are involved. And if you can see in the epithelial compartment, there is a lot of metabolic alterations occurring, genomic instability has taken place, and the cancer is basically very resistant to treatment. And within the stromal compartments, the stromal compartment is within the tumor microenvironment. Now here, the stromal compartment is very hypoxic in nature. And because of the hypoxic nature, a lot of signaling pathways get activated, and this further accelerates the progression of the tumor and resistance to to treatment. So this is a brief model showing the how PDAC occurs from a normal ductal pancreatic duct. Next slide, please. Now, these are the treatment regimens that are normally employed in the treatment of pancreatic cancer. In the non-metastatic stage, surgery is of course the best option, especially when patients present in the early stage, followed by adjuvant chemotherapy with with modified FOLFIRINOX regimen, or gemcitabine, capecitabine, or gemcitabine alone. Now, if the tumor is resectable and high risk or borderline resectable, then you can also give a neoadjuvant treatment of FOLFIRINOX or gem-nab-paclitaxel, followed by surgery and post-operative treatment of radiation chemotherapy. Now, in the advanced stage, the first-line treatment is always FOLFIRINOX and or gemcitabine and nab-paclitaxel. And as you can see, if the patient has got a somatic mutation in the BRCA gene, which is involved in DNA repair mechanism, you can give olaparib. Now, progress normally occurs in around 5 to 6 months, 7 months. And once progression occurs, less than 50% would be eligible for a second-line treatment, followed by progression, and then third-line treatment. Now, in summary, you can see in the advanced stage and even in the non-metastatic stage, the choice of drugs available for the treatment of pancreatic cancer is very limited. If you notice, most of the drugs are similar, either in the non-metastatic stage or in the metastatic advanced stage. So this is the problem with pancreatic ductal adenocarcinoma. The choice of treatment available is very, very limited. Next slide, please. Now, FOLFIRINOX, this study by the French group was a landmark study, appeared in about 20 years back in New England Journal of Medicine, where they used this regimen of FOLFIRINOX. This is a very highly toxic regimen, a combination of 4 drugs. And if you notice, in the red boxes, the side effect associated with this regimen is very severe. About 35% of patients get grade 3 neutropenia, 17% get grade 4, 4% get severe febrile neutropenia, and diarrhea is another main cause. Next slide, please. And survival was, okay, sorry, just go back one slide. One point about this regimen for FOLFIRINOX, survival was improved, much improved, to about 10 to 11 months, despite this regimen having a high degree of toxicity. Then they did a randomized study of FOLFIRINOX versus standard line of therapy, gemcitabine. Again, you can see in the forest plot on the top right-hand side, the FOLFIRINOX regimen did well. most favored, but again toxicity was high in the FOLFIRINOX regimen versus the gemcitabine regimen. And comparing overall survival and progression-free survival, FOLFIRINOX definitely outperformed gemcitabine. Next slide, please. Now, if you look in the Japanese patient, this was also a study done in the Japanese patient where they studied this regimen of FOLFIRINOX in chemotherapy-naive patients. Again, the toxicity of neutropenia was very high, about more than 75%. 3/4 of the patients got severe grade 4 neutropenia, grade 3 neutropenia. And febrile neutropenia occurs in about 1/4 of the patients, 22-25%. And diarrhea was also high at about 8 to 10%. So you can see in the Caucasian population as well as an Asian cohort of Japanese patients, this drug, although it brought about a favorable outcome in terms of survival when compared to the standard line of treatment like gemcitabine, toxicity was very high. Next slide, please. So I looked at this regimen and I thought of making a more modified regimen called auxiliary. Auxiliary is actually a combination of 3 drugs. Next slide, please. So one is the oxaliplatin, which is a platinum compound. This study was actually based on a mechanistic basis. Oxaliplatin is very less hematogenic, less myelosuppressive and neurotoxic, and most importantly, when you give oxaliplatin as a low dose, it immunomodulates the tumor microenvironment. Now, capecitabine, instead of FOLFIRINOX, where you use intravenous 5-FU, in this study, we employed capecitabine, which is an oral form of 5-fluorouracil, which actually was administered at midnight in a chronomodulated fashion to take advantage of its chronomodulated metabolism. And it also has got an synergistic effect with irinotecan. And irinotecan, as you know, when it goes to the liver, it gets metabolized to its active form, which is SN38. And SN38 is a very toxic metabolite. It causes severe diarrhea and neutropenia, especially in patients who are pharmacogenetically compromised. So in this study, what we did was that we optimized the dose of irinotecan using pharmacogenomic principles. Next slide, please. So the mechanistic basis was that there was minimal interactions between the drugs, and there was a wider therapeutic window which could hopefully reduce the severity of side effects as compared to FOLFIRINOX. Next slide, please. So the study objectives were, next slide. To study the safety and tolerability of this novel regimen. Next slide. And to determine the maximum tolerated dose of capecitabine. Next slide. And to assess the pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics of genotype-guided irinotecan dosing. Next slide. And to preliminarily investigate the immunomodulation due to oxaliplatin in this regimen. Next slide. So this was a study design. It was a 3+3 design, single center, open label, non-randomized. And there were 2 stages. One was the dose escalation phase and the other one was the dose expansion phase. In the dose escalation phase, we only included patients who were wild type for the UGT1A1 gene. Okay, and the normal inclusion-exclusion criteria applied to this trial. Next slide, please. So if you say there were, for oxaliplatin in this study, we use metronomic dosing. Metronomic dosing means you give continuous dosing of a drug at a low dose. And then capecitabine, we gave it in a chronomodulated fashion. That means patients take the drug at midnight once a day, continuously. And irinotecan was a UGT1A1 guided dosing. And we looked at the pharmacokinetics, toxicity, response, survival, and also the immunomodulation in the tumor microenvironment. Now, irinotecan, in the dosing of irinotecan, we employed pharmacogenomics of UGT1A1 based dosing. I think in 2009 or 2010, our local health sciences authority approved UGT1A1 testing in all patients given irinotecan based on our findings that UGT1A1 pharmacogenomics could help to reduce toxicity in such patients. Next slide, please. So this was the way we designed. It is quite complicated. In the escalation phase, the Zeloda was given from day 1 to day 14 once daily at midnight. Oxaliplatin was given at 50 milligram per meter squared on day 1 and day 8 over a 2-hour infusion. And irinotecan was given at 75 milligram per meter squared on day 1 and day 8 as well. And once the maximum tolerated dose has been found, we expanded of course, the UGT1A1, the dosing of irinotecan, we use the permutation of UGT gene mutation in the promoter region as well in exon 1. Now, depending on the type of mutation that the patient, polymorphism that the patient had, we adjusted the dose of irinotecan accordingly. Next slide, please. Next slide. So there were 35 patients who were consented to participate in the study, and 29 patients received greater than 1 dose of drug and were evaluable for safety. Most male and females were equally distributed, and most of the patients were good epoch status 0 to 1.
Nggak bisa ada nama duit di situ.
And about 50% of the patients were wild type. Homozygous variant, that means those carrying the paired genomes, I mean the variant, were absent. And you can see more than 85% of the patients were in the metastatic setting. Next slide, please. So the maximum dose of capecitabine, maximum tolerated dose of capecitabine was found to be 2,650 milligram. And the various doses, we started off with 2,000 milligram and escalated the dose up. And the most tolerable dose was found to be 2,650 milligram. Next slide, please. Next slide. So next slide. Now, this was the interesting part. When pharmacogenomics is used to optimize, there's a lot of talk about precision medicine, employment of pharmacogenomics in the optimization of drug therapy. What is important is that how pharmacogenomics affect the pharmacokinetics of the drug. And we did the pharmacokinetics of irinotecan basically to prove the point that in patients who are adjusted, whose irinotecan dose is adjusted based on the UGT1A1 genotype, the exposure level of the drug would not change. And that's what we saw. In patients who are wild type or who are carrying the polymorphism or STAR28, which is the promoter polymorphism in the Tata box region, or the STAR6, which is the polymorphism in the exon 1 region, you find that the median of irinotecan exposure in terms of the area under the curve is very similar. And most importantly, the clearance of irinotecan is very similar. The median did not change between the wild type, that means patients who can tolerate the normal dose without dose adjustment, and in patients who are carrying the polymorphism. And if you look at the exposure to the active metabolite, which is SN38, again, the exposure in the patients with a variant from star 28 or star 6 was slightly higher than in the wild type, but they were non-significant. And the SN38G refers to the glucuronide metabolite of SN38. UGT1A1 is important because it detoxifies SN38 to form the glucuronide, which can be eliminated via the fecal route. And again, you find that the rate of detoxification in patients carrying the polymorphism is very similar to the one carrying the normal genomic variant. So this proves the point that using pharmacogenomics, if you can adjust the dose accordingly, patients can have similar exposure to patients without the defective mutation in the gene, and they will have similar tolerability to the drug as a normal person. Next slide, please.
Excuse me. Your time left is 5 minutes. 5
Oh,
minutes
really?
left still.
Oh, I thought 45 minutes. Oh, okay. I'll rush through. Okay. So now, in this study, we had some patients whom the clinicians found that some of the peripheral neuropathy could have been due to oxaliplatin or irinotecan, and there were dose reduction. And there were eight such patients. So I also looked at the pharmacokinetics of these 8 patients to see whether the exposure of the drug was similar. Next slide, please. So you find that in the star 1 group, there were no difference, and in the star 28 group, in the 50 milligram also, there were no difference. Essentially, in the dose adjusted cases also, the pharmacokinetics was very similar and toxicity was much less. Next slide, please. And here, none of the patients had severe neutropenia. All had neutrophils level in the normal range, above 1,000. Next slide, please. And here, next slide. So, neutropenia and diarrhea, and next slide. And peripheral neuropathy, if you can see in the auxiliary study, they were much less than in the Italian study of 52% and in the Japanese study of 77%. In our patients, there were only about 34-35% of neutropenia, and most of them were grade 3, some were grade 4. Diarrhea was much less at 13% compared to the Italian study of 17%. And Japanese had only 8%. Peripheral neuropathy was very low at 3%. Next slide, please. And this slide basically shows the overall response rate of 22.2% that was we achieved. Next slide. And overall survival, interestingly, the overall survival of this regimen, about 8 months, and progression-free survival of 5 months were very similar to what has been reported in the study with gemcitabine and nab-paclitaxel. The overall survival is also around 8 months for that regimen, which is a commonly used regimen. But comparing the toxicity profile of gemcitabine, nab-paclitaxel with auxiliary, this is a much less toxic regimen. And we had one patient who survived he had metastatic disease, he survived for 5 years. Okay, next slide, please. Now, this is looking at the tumor immune microenvironment. The one patient that has a complete response, we compared his immune microenvironment, immune system with a patient who had a progressive disease. And what we found was that in the complete responder, there was a high degree of influx of CD3, CD8 cells, which probably, basically that patient with a complete responder had a good immune response to the regimen as compared to the patients who have progressed. Next slide, please. So that study led us to do a plan designed to another study where I reduced the dose of oxaliplatin further with capecitabine, and this study is ongoing. The whole objective of this regimen is to make, hopefully, a safer drug for pancreatic cancer patients that can have less toxicity, better outcome. And this study is ongoing. We have 3 patients recruited to the study. It still takes some time. And here we are collecting tissues before the patients receive the drug. Once the patients are received for 2 cycles, we'll take another biopsy tissue to study the tumor microenvironment in detail. Next slide, please. So these are the acknowledgements of the various people who are involved in the study. And finally, thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much for nice knowledge for us also about the new therapy, the promising new therapy for the patient, pancreatic cancer patient. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. There is no discussion for this session, but I will summarize your presentation. So, Professor Balram has already presented the new knowledge, the new or potential chemotherapy for pancreatic cancer, PDAC, pancreatic ductal adenoma carcinoma, the highly lethal and debilitating disease and high metastatic potential and also lethal disease. So with the limited therapeutic option until now. So with the oxyri, this combination of comprise of the oxaliplatin, subcapecitabine, and UGT 1A1 genotype guide dosing of the irinotecan. So this is the comprise of 3 of the drug. Yeah. So the aim of the study to look the safety and tolerability of oxaliplatin and also maximum tolerate dose of the calcitabine and also to assess the PK and PD for this genotype of UGTA1A genotype. This the precision medicine for pancreatic cancer. Yeah. So this is a promising chemotherapy for cancer of pancreas. So with the pharmacokinetic pharmacodynamic study, the study conclude that the oxyri was well tolerated and exhibit good efficacy with the immunomodulating effect. So it's the oxyri is promising drug or chemotherapy for pancreatic duct adenoma carcinoma for the future, I think. And then your group will continue with phase 2, phase 2 study in clinical trial. Good luck for your study, and we hope that this new drug can solve the problem for the pancreatic cancer. Until now, as I know, the pancreatic cancer is lethal disease. My colleague, my senior in my department, just died with the pancreatic cancer. Oh yeah, it's terrible. Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentation. And I give back to the main seat.
Selanjutnya, penyerahan plakat kepada pemateri dan moderator oleh Mr. Suzuki dan Dr. Ikhwan.
Selanjutnya adalah agenda foto bersama. Kami minta lagi kesediaan dari Mr. Suzuki, Dr. Ikhwan, Prof. Balram, dan Profesor Asmarina untuk melakukan prosesi foto bersama. Kepada panitia kami persilahkan.
Terima kasih kepada Prof. Balram Kobai atas materinya yang sangat luar biasa. Juga kepada Prof. Asmarina yang selaku moderator pada guest lecture pada hari ini.
Thank you Prof. Balram Chobe for the lecture and Prof. Asmarina as the moderator for today's first guest lecture.
Kalau dari Farhan sendiri nih, bagaimana pendapatnya tentang guest lecture pada hari ini?
Karena kebetulan Farhan dan Aurel lagi pakai baju Melayu, gimana kalau saya jawabnya pakai pantun nih?
Boleh banget tuh Bang.
Nanti Aurel bantu bilang cakep ya?
Oke.
Si Udin temannya Samsul.
Cakep.
Mereka belajar dari pagi sampai malam.
Cakep.
Pagi ini sangat insightful karena dapat materi dari Prof. Balram.
Asik. Betul banget nih, tadi materi dari Prof. Balram sangat menambah wawasan mengenai pancreatic cancer. Nah,
benar sekali Rel, tadi kan kita sudah kenyang ilmu nih dari materi Prof. Balram. Kira-kira agenda selanjutnya apa ya Rel?
Tadi kan Farhan udah pantun nih, kalau saya pantun juga gimana?
Boleh.
Oke, jawab cakep ya?
Pasti.
Oke. Insulin hadir setelah kita makan.
Cakep.
Kalau berlebih bisa hipoglikemia.
Cakep.
Kenyang ilmu sudah didapatkan, coffee break adalah agenda selanjutnya.
Selanjutnya adalah agenda coffee break. Kepada para tamu undangan silakan tetap di tempat dan hadirin boleh mengambil santapan di belakang aula. Terima kasih.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kami mohon kepada seluruh keluarga besar Ikafari untuk kita bisa foto bersama di depan. Mari Bapak Ibu sekalian bersama. Ya, sekali lagi kami undang kepada seluruh keluarga besar Ikatan Farmakologi Indonesia untuk sudi kiranya kita berfoto
Tumpuan kaki kekuatan yang memberi langkah tepat arah untuk mendaki hal rintangan dan bertemu dengan angan. Lihatlah semua insannya mengabdi pada Tridharma. Kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Melintang mencipta padu bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan, transformasi terwujud nyata. Ada di sini menetaskan insan harapan. Harapan, transformasi berwujud nyata. Yang terbaik ada di sini.
Kedudukan beda diri dan ajar, ku tetapkan asa balik akal dan nalar. Belajar mengakar, kesempatan untuk kembali berpijar. Membumi kembali itu abdi Ibu Pertiwi. Lampaui lewat jendela dunia pahami. Karya nyata kausa prima, cipta asa bekerja sama.
Buat Ibu Pertiwi,
make them proud to the fullest.
kini, esok dan seterusnya.
Continues.
Setiap berkarya
Yo, yo.
dalam
No doubt,
segala
keep it rocking.
bentuk langkah di hadapan.
Still rocking it. Yo, yo, yo.
Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan, transformasi berwujud nyata. Yang terbaik ada di sini. 70 tahun bersama, yang terbaik selalu ada di
Still rocking it.
sini.
Yes, yang terbaik ada di sini.
Tumpuan kaki kekuatan yang memberi langkah tepat arah untuk mendaki hal rintangan dan bertemu dengan angan. Lihatlah semua insannya mengabdi pada Tridharma. Kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Melintang mencipta padu bersama. insan harapan, memberi percaya pada dunia. Kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Pelita mencipta padu bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan, transformasi berwujud nyata. Yang terbaik ada di sini.
Kedudukan beda dinding dan ajar, ku tetapkan asa balik akal dan nalar. Di tempat ini ku belajar mengakar, kesempatan untuk kembali berpijar. Membumi kembali tu abdi ibu pertiwi, lampaui lewat jendela dunia pahami. Karya nyata kausa prima, cipta asa bekerja sama.
Ibu pertiwi,
make them proud to the fullest.
kini, esok dan seterusnya.
Let me sign the continues.
Setia berkarya dalam segala bentuk langkah di hadapan. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan, transformasi berwujud nyata. Yang terbaik ada di sini. 70 tahun bersama, yang terbaik selalu ada di sini.
Yes, yang terbaik ada di sini.
Tumpuan kaki kekuatan yang memberi langkah tepat arah untuk mendaki hal rintangan dan bertemu dengan angan. Lihatlah semua insannya mengabdi pada Tridharma. Kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Pelita mencipta padu bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan, transformasi berwujud nyata. Yang terbaik ada di sini. Menerima
Bukan beda diri dan ajar, ku tetapkan asa balik akal dan nalar. Di tempat ini ku belajar mengakar, kesempatan untuk kembali berpijar. Membumi kembali tu abdi ibu pertiwi, lampaui lewat jendela dunia pahami. Karya nyata kausa prima, cipta asa bekerja sama.
Buat ibu pertiwi,
Make them proud to the fullest.
kini, esok, dan seterusnya.
Let the saga continue.
Setiap berkarya
Yo, yo,
dalam
no doubt keep it
segala
rocking.
bentuk
Legacy,
langkah di
loyalty.
hadapan.
Still rocking it. Yo, yo, yo.
Sumatera Utara, 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan. Transformasi berwujud nyata, yang terbaik ada di sini. 70
Legacy,
tahun bersama,
loyalty.
yang terbaik selalu ada di
Still rocking it.
sini.
Yes, yang terbaik ada di sini.
Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara merupakan fakultas kedokteran tertua keempat di Indonesia. Fakultas ini berdiri pada tanggal 20 Agustus 1952. Diawali dengan 12 orang dosen dan 26 orang mahasiswa. Pada tanggal 20 November 1957, USU diresmikan oleh Presiden pertama Indonesia, yaitu Insinyur Soekarno, sebagai universitas negeri ke-7 di Indonesia. Letaknya yang berada di sisi utara Pulau Sumatera, membuat FKUSU menjadi pintu gerbang akademik, dengan semangat perubahan untuk meningkatkan sarana pendidikan dan menciptakan lulusan terbaik agar bisa berbakti kepada negeri. Untuk menciptakan lulusan terbaiknya, Fakultas Kedokteran USU mengelola 26 program studi yang didukung oleh 308 dosen tetap yang jumlahnya terus bertambah. Di antaranya merupakan 21 guru besar, 111 bergelar doktor, dan 169 mempunyai pendidikan konsultan. Tidak hanya itu, fasilitas-fasilitas yang memadai pun dibangun untuk mendukung berjalannya proses pembelajaran di Fakultas Kedokteran USU. Beberapa di antaranya adalah saat ini, terhitung jumlah mahasiswa FKUSU berjumlah 3.500 mahasiswa. Setiap tahun FKUSU meluluskan kurang lebih 700 mahasiswa dan lebih dari 16.189 jumlah alumni FK-USU telah tersebar di seluruh dunia. Fakultas Kedokteran USU dipimpin oleh Profesor Dr. Aldi Syafruddin Rambe, spesialis saraf konsultan, sebagai dekan, dan 3 orang wakil dekan. Fakultas Kedokteran USU memiliki visi
menjadi institusi penyelenggara pendidikan kedokteran yang bermutu, serta menuju Center of Excellence di bidang kedokteran tropis dan onkologi pencegahan di Asia Tenggara.
Demi terwujudnya visi kami, berbagai kegiatan dan program pun kami lakukan untuk sebuah pencapaian. Profesi dokter merupakan profesi yang sangat mulia dan penting bagi keberlangsungan hidup manusia. Oleh karena itu, FK-USU menekankan pentingnya nilai-nilai keluhuran individu yang erat dengan integritas dan moral untuk memberikan dampak yang besar bagi kesehatan masyarakat dan perkembangan dunia medis.
Of the day, with the topic Omics Approach and Physical Activity for Better Oncology Management, which will be moderated by Dr. Zulham Yamamoto, Magister Biomedic, Doctor of Philosophy.
Please welcome Dr. Zulham.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Professor and Doctor, and all participants. Welcome to the first Macrobios International Conference held in Medan. Soon, we will continue our journey to the second session. There will be 4 speakers in this session. They are Dr. Nurain binti Abdul Latif, Dr. Yanis Papadimitriou, Professor Dr. Dina Kumalasari, and Ms. Wiwin Mujiati. As the first speaker is Dr. Nurain. Dr. Nurain is born in Johor, Malaysia, 40 years ago. Now she is a Head of Department, University International Office of University Kuala Lumpur, Royal College of University of Kuala Lumpur, sorry. And he graduated from the University Kebangsaan Malaysia, SBSC, in genetics, and graduate in molecular medicine for the Master of Science in University of Sheffield, United Kingdom. And lastly, he graduated PhD in Oncology and Metabolism from Faculty of Health, University of Sheffield, United Kingdom. I would like to invite Dr. Nurain binti Abdul Latif for the first speech. Welcome, Dr. Nurain. The time allocated for you is 20 minutes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to honorary professors, doctors, teman-teman. I can see that I've made so many new and kind friends here since I arrived in Medan, and all members of the floor. Thank you to Dr. Zulham for the kind introduction. And before I start my presentation today, I would like to extend my humble gratitude to USU and specifically to the conference organizer for inviting me to share my presentation in this prestigious conference. I'm very privileged and lucky, in fact, to be on this stage today. Thank you so much. Okay, so my presentation is actually from my PhD project. I just actually finished my PhD last year in October 2023. And this is mainly part of the research project that I made when I was in the University of Sheffield. So the topic is physical exercise influences bone remodeling and potentially prevents and inhibits breast cancer bone metastasis. So we're all aware that physical exercise is very good for our health. Okay, so today's presentation is about the role of physical exercise in preventing and also inhibiting bone metastasis in breast cancer. Oops, sorry. Okay, so this is the content outline for my presentation today. One is on the introduction on breast cancer bone metastasis. Number two is on the vicious cycle of bone metastasis. What causes bone metastasis is so pathologic to breast cancer patients is because of this, the vicious cycle of bone metastasis. And then I will present our data on the mechanical stimulation of bone is osteogenic, okay, via exercise, via mechanical stimulation, localized mechanical stimulation. And then I will also present our data on tibial loading effect on breast cancer bone metastasis prevention and suppression. And also our data on treadmill running effect on breast cancer bone metastasis prevention and suppression. And I will complete my presentation with the conclusion and the way forward. So a little bit on introduction of breast cancer bone metastasis. So bone is the primary site of metastasis in breast cancer because bone is so rich in growth factors, and these growth factors are the things that actually promote or support the growth of tumor cells in the bone. And breast cancer bone metastasis occurs in 70 to 80% of advanced breast cancer patients. It is incurable, and overall, this is the median overall survival of 2 to 3 years. And it's even shorter or lower if the person has bone metastasis with visceral metastasis, such as in the liver, in the lung, or in the brain. So then the survival will be even lower. And bone metastasis in breast cancer increases the morbidity and mortality rates due to complications from skeletal-related events such as bone pain, pathologic fracture, spinal cord compression, hypercalcemia, and so on. So the quality of life and the mortality is very low in breast cancer patients with bone metastasis. And bone metastasis is mainly osteolytic. So we know bone metastasis can be osteolytic, can be osteoblastic, and can be the combination of both. But in breast cancer particularly, it is mainly osteolytic, 85% of cases, and this is contributed by the vicious cycle of bone metastasis. So before we move further, let's look at just a recap. What are the bone cells that play big roles in this presentation? So we have the osteogenic cell. We have the mesenchymal stem cells, for example, that develop into osteoblasts. And then we also have osteocytes. Before we go to osteocytes, we go to osteoblasts first. So osteoblasts is the bone-forming cells. Osteoblasts make new bone, deposit new bone, okay? And then we also have osteoclasts. Osteoclasts, the function is to eat bone, eat the bone away or resorb the bone. So that's caused destruction of bone matrix. And we also have osteocyte. Osteocyte is actually the terminally differentiated osteoblast, and Now the research has shown that osteocytes are actually the main mechanosensor in the bone. So that means when you exercise, osteocytes sense the mechanical stimulation and regulate the other cells, the osteoblasts and osteoclasts. Okay, so now we move on to the vicious cycle of bone metastasis. So basically, when there is presence of tumor growth or tumor cells in the bone microenvironment, what the tumor cells will do is to produce growth factors, produce cytokines that will directly promote the osteoclasts to resorb more bone. Okay, to resorb more bone, and also induces osteoblasts to produce growth factors such as rank ligand, macrophage colony stimulating factor that will promote the formation of osteoclasts. Okay, so the tumor cells directly promote the osteoclasts to resorb bone, and also indirectly promote osteoblasts to produce factors that will induce osteoclast formation. So as a result, there is accelerated bone resorption due to the factors secreted by tumor cells. And because there is excessive bone resorption, this causes the release of bone-stored growth factors. And for example, like TGF-beta, IGF, insulin growth factor 1, vascular endothelial loop between tumor cells and bone cells. So this is the culprit in breast cancer bone metastasis and osteolysis. Inhibit the the events of skeletal related events basically, and they have the limitation of side effects, such as if you look at radioisotope will cause anemia, leukopenia, thrombocytopenia. And if we look at analgesic, for example, high dosage is required every time, okay? And this will cause toxicity and side effects such as sleepiness, constipation, nausea, vomiting, and so on. And for the bone-targeted agent, for bisphosphonate, for example, it is well known that in some small proportion of the patients that take bisphosphonate will develop osteonecrosis of the jaw, renal toxicity, atypical femoral fracture, and gastrointestinal reactions. Okay, although the percentage is small, but it's still significant. And denosumab, for example, that will inhibit the formation of osteoclasts. It is good, but with denosumab, there is an issue that it will cause rebound effect, where when we stop taking denosumab, there is a rapid increase of osteoclasts, and this leads to vertebral fractures upon discontinuation, whereby the teriparatide and romosozumab, for example, these are the anabolic agents, but still under study. Okay, so osteonecrosis of the jaw and bisphosphonate. So, like I said, a small proportion of patients will have this problem with bisphosphonate. Okay, vertebral fractures after discontinuation of denosumab. Denosumab discontinuation and the rebound phenomenon. Okay, so we can see that it says that, more importantly, most patients experience rapid, profound bone loss due to this burst of bone resorption that may lead in a minority of these patients to the occurrence of fractures, especially multiple vertebral fractures. So this is caused by the rebound phenomenon in denosumab discontinuation. So mechanical stimulation of bone, on the other hand, is osteogenic. That means it makes new bone. It promotes bone formation. And force exerted to bone during exercise or physical training causes mechanical stimulation. So when we walk, when we jog, when we run, for example, that will produce mechanical stimulation in the bone, and that will stimulate bone formation. And that's why for the kids, they advise the kids to jump, so that will further promote bone growth in the kids. So for example, this is the arms of a tennis player. We can see that the right arm, the dominant arm used to play tennis, you can see that is more denser and thicker compared to the non-dominant left arm. And the same thing with the baseball players. You can see that the humerus in the throwing hand or throwing arm is thick, the cortical bone is thicker compared to the non-throwing arm. Okay, so mechanical stimulation of bone is osteogenic. So the proposed mechanism is that when there is mechanical loading, the osteocyte mechanosensing will take place, and these osteocytes will produce factors such as prostaglandin, nitric oxide, insulin growth factor 1, and WINS that will promote osteoblast formation and osteoblast function. Therefore, there will be more bone formation, and at the same time, it will inhibit osteoclast. And therefore, the result is the increased bone mass. So this is a video. Actually, this is the tibial loading treatment that we did to the mouse. It's actually very mild force that we exerted to the mouse right tibia. So you can see, that was the force just now. It was a very, very mild force that we gave to the mice while the mice is under anesthesia. So yeah, that was another force just now. Okay, so we did that experiment to the mice to see whether this can promote more bone formation. And what we found is mechanical stimulation of bone via tibial loading is osteogenic. So as you can see here, in the cortical bone, the upper one, it may not be so apparent, but in the trabecular bone, the lower one, you can see that the loaded tibia has more trabecular bone compared to the non-loaded tibia. And if you look at the graphs right up on the left side, the cortical bone volume in 1 week of loading, after 1 week of loading, has already significantly increased. Okay, and even more in 3 weeks of loading. And the same goes to trabecular bone volume, trabecular thickness, trabecular TH is trabecular thickness, and also trabecular number. So with mechanical loading, it promotes bone formation, even in 1 week. You can see the result already, more so in 3 weeks. So let's revisit the vicious cycle of bone metastasis. So what we think was, because the effect of mechanical loading is the reverse of the effect of the vicious cycle of bone metastasis, so we propose that the osteogenic effect of bone loading will potentially break the vicious cycle of bone metastasis and restore the osteoblast function. Because with exercise, osteoblasts will be promoted, so we'll stop the inhibition by the tumor cells, and then stop the, again, the promotion of tumor cells on the osteoblast to produce more rank ligand and MCSF, for example. And then exercise will help to suppress osteoclast and osteoclast function, and therefore will stop or reduce bone resorption and reduce the release of bone stored growth factors, and eventually stop the growth of tumor cells. So the current findings from literature, so in vivo tibial compression decreases osteolysis, that means the bone degradation, and tumor formation in human metastatic breast cancer model. And mechanical loading attenuates breast cancer-associated bone metastasis in obese mice by regulating the bone marrow microenvironment. Mechanical loading-driven tumor suppression is mediated by LRP5 dependent and independent mechanism. That means it helps to suppress tumor growth. And skeletal loading regulates breast cancer-associated osteolysis in a loading intensity-dependent fashion. That means there's an effective window of bone loading, of mechanical stimulation that will help to suppress tumor growth. And moderate tibial loading and treadmill running, but not overloading, protect adult murine bone from destruction by metastasized breast cancer. So those are the current literature findings, but those are still preclinical study. So that's why more study in preclinical, and also inshallah, if we can move this forward to clinical to see this effect. So mechanical stimulation exerted to bone must be within a specific range. There's an effective window where the mechanical stimulation will help to suppress. Okay, it's not like any range of mechanical stimulation will work. There's a specific window. Like for example, this is a mechanostat theory by Harold Frost. Okay, so the MES is the minimum effective strain. So we can see that the y-axis is the bone mass. So within 0 to 50 microstrain, that is in the unloading window, unloading phase. That means instead of bone formation, there is more bone resorption is taking place than bone formation. So your bone will decline. This occurs to the astronauts, okay, in the space. Because in the space there is no gravity, there is no mechanical stimulation. They have a big problem with bone degradation and bone loss, bone fragility. Okay? And then within 50 to 200 microstrain is the physiological window. That means when you walk, when you brisk walk, or when you jog physiological, that means when you do activities. So this is bone remodeling window, whereby at this point only damage repair occurs. That means bone formation and bone resorption is balanced. Okay, the process is balanced. But if you go further to 2,000 to 3,000 microstrain, this is called the overload phase or overload window. And at this time point, bone formation will be more than bone resorption. So that's why you have the increase in bone mass. But if you go to pathological, you can get more bone, but the bone is actually not of good quality, which we call the woven bone. Okay, this woven bone is fragile, it's not mechanically strong. Okay, so I will proceed my presentation with the data now. I mean, we had the data on the osteogenic effect just now. So we now look at the data on the effect of mechanical stimulation on breast cancer bone metastasis, prevention and suppression. I kept mentioning prevention and suppression because the other studies that I showed you just now, they only look at the suppression, they don't look at the prevention. But in my study, we look at the prevention and suppression. So we have the mechanical stimulation, and we look at two types of mechanical stimulation. One is the localized stimulation, the tibial loading, which we already know is osteogenic. And then the second mechanical stimulation is the systemic stimulation. We ask the mice to run on the treadmill. Okay, so the effect is more systemic. That means it influences the body systemically. So then we look at the prevention, we look at the metastasis, bone metastasis incidence, and then we look at the suppression. We look at the tumor burden and also the osteolytic progression. And the same thing for the treadmill running also, we look at the prevention, the incidence, and also suppression at the osteolytic progression and also tumor burden. And we also look at tumor-induced bone loss, okay? Because whenever there is a tumor within the bone, it will induce bone loss. So this is the exercise regimen. This is the model of the study where we have the biopsy mice at 8 weeks subjected to tibial loading, the video that I showed just now. And then we injected the tumor cells, the 41 luciferase expressing cells, intracardially. So basically, when you inject into the lung, into the heart, it will go to the bone. Okay, because the bone is actually a fertile site for the breast cancer cells. So intracardially, and then we proceed with the tibial loading for 2 more weeks at 3 times per week. And then we cull the mice and we perform the analysis. And the magnitude that we used, the regimen was 9 Newton with a 2 Newton preload for 40 cycles, 10-second intervals, 3 times a week. So this 9 Newton actually in human, if we translate, is actually equals to 30 centimeter of jumping. You jump 30 centimeter, 40 times. So that equals to human, in human, translated to human. Okay, so what we found is tibial loading suppressed tumor growth but did not prevent bone metastasis. So you can see that in the non-loaded tibia, the tumor volume or the tumor burden is big, but in the loaded tibia, tumor-bearing tibia, we can see that the tumor volume is much, much smaller. And if we look at the graph, the tumor volume is significantly reduced in the tumor-bearing and loaded tibia, okay? But the incidence of bone metastasis, the incidence of tibia having tumor cells is not different, it's the same. Okay, 8 in the non-loaded and 8 also in the loaded. So that means tibial loading did not prevent bone metastasis, but it did help to suppress tumor growth. So as you can see here, tibial loading also suppressed osteolytic lesion. So you can see in the non-loaded tibia, there's a massive degradation of the cortical bone, whereby in the loaded tibia, it's almost intact. So this is the tumor-bearing tibia. So if you look at the lesion count, in the loaded tumor-bearing tibia, it is significantly reduced compared to the non-loaded tumor-bearing tibia. The lesion area also reduced, although not statistically significant, maybe due to the small sample size. And then if we look at the cortical bone again, and then we measure the cortical bone volume, and then we look at the trabecular bone. Okay, we look at the cortical bone first. We can see that the big chunk of the cortical bone is missing in the non-loaded tibia. But in the loaded tumor-bearing tibia, it is almost like intact. And the cortical bone as well, trabecular bone. So we look that the trabecular bone is almost gone in the non-loaded tumor-bearing tibia, but almost intact in the loaded tumor-bearing tibia. And you can see in the graphs that the cortical bone volume, trabecular bone volume, trabecular thickness, and trabecular number all is higher in the loaded tumor-bearing tibia compared to non-loaded. So that means tumor loading suppresses tumor-induced bone loss. It keeps the bone intact, at least nearly intact. So the conclusion for this study is that tibial loading effect on bone metastasis prevention and suppression is tibial loading suppressed tumor growth, it suppressed osteolytic lesion, and it also suppressed tumor-induced bone loss in young female biopsy syngenic mouse model. And this protective effect could be due to the disruption of the vicious cycle of bone metastasis by loading-induced osteogenic effect. However, tibial loading did not prevent the occurrence of breast cancer bone metastasis. And the same experiment actually repeated in the OVX mice, the overectomized mice, which mimics the postmenopausal woman condition, and we actually obtained the same result. Okay, but because of the time constraint, I'm not going to show the result. And so we were wondering, if it did not prevent bone metastasis, does it affect the tumor cell arrival in the bone? So we look at the multiphoton analysis to confirm tumor cell arrival. Okay, so what we found is tibial loading did not affect the early arrival of breast cancer cells in bone. So we look at the graph, the number of tumor cells in per millimeter cubic area is the same in the non-loaded tibia and as well as the loaded tibia. So this explains why tibial loading did not suppress or did not prevent bone metastasis in our finding. So then we proceed with the treadmill running experiment because this is more systemic. It is of beneficial because we know that exercise promotes your immune system. So treadmill running effect on, we look at the effect on breast cancer bone metastasis prevention and suppression in biopsy mice. So this is the model of the study. We have the naive mice, that means not injected with tumor cells, but they keep running every day for 5 days a week for 3 weeks. And then group 2, we have the tumor-bearing mice, and then subjected to treadmill running for 3 weeks. And we have group 3, injected with tumor cells, but no treadmill running. So if you can look at the video, not sure whether this will work. Yeah, so that's the mice running on the treadmill. So the regimen was 12 meters per minute, 5-degree incline, 30 minutes per day, and 5 days per week. So every day I put them into running except Saturday and Sunday. Cannot. It doesn't move the slide. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so what we found was treadmill running prolonged the survival and lowered the occurrence of bone metastasis in tumor-bearing mice. So if we look at the number of mice at study endpoint, with treadmill running, there is more mice survive at the study endpoint in the treadmill group compared to the control group. So it gives us an idea that at least treadmill running prolonged the survival. And if we look at the metastasis in the femur, we found that treadmill running lowered the incidence of bone metastasis in the femur of the running mice. So you can see that in the control group, all the 18 mice have got tumor in the femur, whereby in the treadmill group, only 13 out of 18 mice had tumor in their femur. And this is statistically significant. And we also found that treadmill running suppressed tumor growth and osteotic lesion in tumor-bearing femur. So we can see that the tumor volume over bone volume is significantly reduced in treadmill running mice compared to the non-sedentary mice. And if we look at the bone, we can see big degradation in the non-running mice compared to the running mice. And you can see the lesion area is significantly reduced in the running mice. But unfortunately, treadmill running did not significantly suppress tumor-induced bone loss. We can see that, in fact, there was a reduction of cortical bone volume. Yeah, that one is the only result significant. The trabecular bone volume, trabecular thickness, and trabecular number, there is a slight increase, but this is not statistically significant. Next slide, please. So we were wondering why the treadmill running regimen did not help to suppress tumor-induced bone loss. So we then checked the mice that were not injected by tumor cells. That means in the naive mice. So what we found was the treadmill running regimen was not osteogenic in the naive mice. That means the treadmill running regimen that we used was not high enough to induce an osteogenic effect, to promote the osteoblast formation and function. So that's why it did not help to suppress tumor-induced bone loss. But what we found is treadmill running lowered the levels of many inflammatory cytokines in the serum samples of naive mice. Why we only show I don't have the data for tumor-bearing mice. I only have the data for naive mice. And the reason is because we couldn't get the blood of the tumor-bearing mice. If I can find somebody that could actually get the blood from the tumor-bearing mice, I would love to ask, because last time we couldn't extract the blood from the tumor-bearing mice. The blood was very viscous and it clumped very easily, very fast. So we did not manage to analyze the blood of the tumor-bearing mice. So what we got is the data for naive mice, and we found that with treadmill running, there is a significant decrease of many inflammatory cytokines, interleukin-1 beta, TNF-alpha, interleukin-13, interleukin-6, interleukin-4, and MCP-1. So all were reduced in the running mice. interleukin-1 beta particularly is an important cytokine in the bone homing of breast cancer cells. There are so many articles on this where interleukin-1 beta promote the arrival of tumor cells or breast cancer cells in bone. And same goes to TNF-alpha, interleukin-6. They are the main inducer of osteoclast. So we were thinking whether the protective effect of tremie in our model is actually because tremie helped to lower the pro-inflammatory cytokines. And then we look at the interleukin-1 beta in the femur of naive mice, and we found highly significant suppression of osteoblasts interleukin-1 beta in the femur of naive mice. Okay, so like I said, interleukin-1 beta is the cytokine that promote bone metastasis in breast cancer. Okay, so tremie effect on bone metastasis prevention and suppression. The tremie was not osteogenic in female naive mouse model, but tremie lowered the serum and tissue levels of pro-inflammatory cytokines in immunocompetent naive mouse model, but not in the immunocompromised mice. So actually we did the same experiment in the immunocompromised mice, but we didn't see suppression. So we deduced that that's because the immunocompromised lack T-cell function. So that's why the tremie did not help to enhance the immune system. And tremie prolonged mouse survival and suppressed bone metastasis, tumor growth and osteotic lesion in the femur bearing breast cancer metastasis in the immunocompetent, but did not significantly suppress tumor-induced bone loss because our tremie regimen was not osteogenic. So tremie could potentially prevent and inhibit breast cancer bone metastasis via modulation of inflammatory cytokine-related systemic effect rather than direct osteogenic response. And the same protective effect were seen in the immunocompetent male mouse model, but again, not in the immunocompromised mice. So we actually look at the prostate tumor model. Okay? And if you look, this is the prostate tumor model. We use the immunocompetent male mice. So what we found is tremie prolonged survival and suppressed whole body metastatic burden and bone metastasis in prostate cancer-bearing immunocompetent male mice. So we can see, for example, at the whole body tumor burden, E significantly reduced. And then the occurrence of metastasis in the hind limb also significantly reduced. Oh, sorry, not significant. That one is not significant. But if you look at the tumor burden whole body, it is significantly reduced. And the survival also is more in the running male mice than the non-running one. But we did not find the same effect in the immunocompromised male mice. So the tremie did not protect tumor-bearing mice from developing bone metastasis in prostate cancer-bearing immunocompromised male mice. So this shows that intact immune system plays a big role in the protective effect of exercise on breast cancer bone metastasis. Can we go next? So what other studies have found? So benefits of exercise training on breast cancer progression and inflammation in these mice. Okay, these mice, it is a breast cancer model as well, but what they found in this study is the reduction of a few of the pro-inflammatory cytokines. I think one of the cytokines is interleukin-6 and a few other pro-inflammatory cytokines as well. I already forgot. Okay, and in this study, they look at, again, the cytokine expression in breast cancer mouse model. They also found reduction of interleukin-6, interleukin-18, TNF-alpha, and C-reactive protein, okay, in the mice subjected to running.
Dr. Norai, yes, time.
Okay, I'm almost finishing, sorry. And this is another study, the effect of exercise training on the level of tissue interleukin-6 and vascular endothelial growth factor in breast cancer-bearing mice is the same story, reduction of interleukin-6 expression and VEGF expression. And exercise reduces immune suppression, because one thing about tumor cells, once they invade our body, they will suppress our immune system, so that our immune system, our T cells, B cells, NK cells cannot kill them. So exercise reduces immune suppression and breast cancer progression in preclinical model. And this as well, voluntary wheel running reduces tumor growth and increases capillarity in the heart during doxorubicin chemotherapy, breast cancer model. And here, just recently published in, I think, April 2023, April 2024, if I'm not mistaken, okay, the effect of acute exercise on circulating immune cells in newly diagnosed breast cancer cells. And it says that with exercise, it reduces all the, the total leukocyte count increased by 29% in the CD8 T cells, in the B cells, in the NK cells. So with exercise, it promotes our immunity, it enhances our immune system. So this is the conclusion. Exercise could not only inhibit tumor growth and osteolytic progression, but potentially also prevent bone metastasis from occurring. These tumor protective effects were probably conferred or potentially conferred by two important factors. One is the modulation of host immune function via exercise-induced cytokine changes, which is effective for bone metastasis prevention. And number two, exercise-induced osteogenic effect, effective for bone metastasis suppression. So that means in order for your body to help combat the tumor cells or help from developing bone metastasis, you must do exercise that has these two effects. That means the exercise must promote your systemic immune function, but the exercise also must be strong enough to stimulate your bone formation. So exercise of optimal regimen could serve as an alternative therapeutic intervention to prevent and suppress breast cancer bone metastasis. However, this requires thorough research. This is only like very superficial, very at the preclinical study. And future clinical trials should now explore the efficacy of exercise as an alternative primary and or combined treatment for breast cancer patients in the light of treating bone metastasis or preventing bone metastasis, rather than merely increasing patient physical functioning and quality of life. That's the conclusion. So this is just to say that tumor protective effect is conferred by exercise-induced cytokine changes and also osteogenic effect. So it will inhibit. Can you move to the next slide, please? Next slide, next slide. Next. So yeah, this is just the acknowledgement. This is my, I have my main supervisor, Professor Adison Galen, Dr. Ning Wang, and I work at the Medical School of University of Sheffield. So thank you so much for listening to my presentation. Thank you so much.
We have Q&A session after the all speakers. Thank you, Dr. Nurain, for the nice presentation, especially with the running nice. You know, now that exercise can inhibit breast cancer. Now we have the second speaker, Dr. Yanis Papadimitriou. He is from Greek. He graduated from Bachelor of Science in Aristotle University, Greece, Master of Science in Sport and Health, Aristotle University, Greece, and Doctor of Philosophy in Victoria University, Australia, 2018. He will deliver omics in genetics. I would remind you that the time allocated is 20 minutes for each speaker. Please come forward to deliver your speech.
Yep. So this I change.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation and the nice introduction. Thank you. So, my presentation is, the title is Muscle, Genes, and Athletic Performance. So, peak athletic performance as symbolized by Olympic victory provokes universal amazement and have stimulated scientists to discover factors that setting up its upper limits. So the influence of environment and genetic factors on athletic performance has been a subject of research, of intense research and long research for many, many years. So the first study model to investigate the influence of the environment and the genetics was like the twin study model. So twin studies, they use the genetic similarity between monozygotic twins, and this study model, for example, we see the black dots are the monozygotic twins that have almost identical DNA, and the white dots on these two graphs are the dizygotic twins, which don't share the same DNA. So as we see here, the intrapair difference in maximal oxygen uptake between monozygotic twins is much smaller than the dizygotic twins. The same applies for maximal blood lactate, which are both performance indexes. So that means that genetics influences specific performance parameters such as maximal oxygen uptake and blood lactate. So in general, studies confirmed and found that heredity influenced about 50% of human performance variation based on this study model. So another model that have been used in 80s in initial research use families. So as we see here, the columns are families and the dots on this graph are family members. And we see the adjusted VO2 max response. So all these participants, they follow the same exercise program. And the mean response improvement, which means improvement in VO2 max, is about 400 ml. But as we see, some participants, they responded very well on the top of the graph, and some of them, they are low responders or no responders. But the interesting thing is that the good responders ones, they were all members of the same families. And those that they didn't respond, they were also members from different families, which means there is a genetic exercise-induced response to exercise performance is also heritable. So these two models mainly used in 90s, okay? So next slide, please. So in that time, we didn't have PCR, we didn't have all these novel molecular techniques that we have today. And after the discovery of PCR, which is in about 90s, they start using mainly the case control study model. There were certain sport-related markers that discovered. So in 98 was only one, the first one. In 2005, there were 8. So up to 2012, the study model we used was the case control. So we have a group of elite athletes and compared with the general population, and we wanted to find genetic differences between those two groups. So few years ago, the GWAS approach was introduced. So as we see, this facilitated the discovery of more genetic markers related to athletic performance. And today, October 2024, a total of 251 DNA polymorphisms have been associated with elite athletic status. Here a study in Nature Communication that I co-authored was the major GWAS study, and from this study were identified about 100 genetic markers related to hand grip strength and also elite athletic status. So I will summarize on this slide some of the genes that were identified. So on the right-hand side are genes that mainly we use the case control study model. On the right side are genes identified by GWAS approach. So one of these genes, two of these, three maybe now, of these genes are the TRHR gene that is expressed in the brain, more specifically in hypophysis, and regulates the TH hormone response. Another is like the IGF-2 gene that identified using the GWAS approach, and this gene expressed in the muscle and promotes cell proliferation and metabolic regulation. The ACE and the PPARA gene expressed in the heart and has been linked with growth of left ventricle in the heart. The GALAN6 genes is a very new gene identified that influences anaerobic performance and expressed in the gut. NFAI, AS2, and HFE genes identified and influence red blood cell production and iron metabolism. And ACTN3 gene influences speed and power. Myostatin gene, muscle hypertrophy, and ACE gene, jumping performance, actually. Next slide, please. So the first gene identified was the ACE gene. So first identified in climbers versus control. So this involved in the angiotensin converting system, the RAS system. So next slide, please. So when I started about 20 years ago, working in the field of genomics, the D allele of this polymorphism was linked with sprinting performance. Next slide, please. Another gene that got a lot of attention is after the ACE gene in 2002 by Ferrell Group. It is the myostatin gene that provides instruction for making a protein called myostatin that stops muscle from growing. So if you have less myostatin, it means you can have more muscle growth. So Santiago in 2011 identified various genotypes in this gene. One of these is the K153R that was linked with muscle hypertrophy and muscle power. A rare mutation was identified in Europe in 2004 that, as we see in the picture, is the first documented human case of myostatin gene mutation. Another gene that got a lot of attention is the EPO receptor gene. So as we see here, based on because of a single nucleotide polymorphism that changes the frame shift, we have different amounts of EPO produced in the blood. So from little amounts to more or to very high amounts. So this influences hemoglobin levels in the blood a little bit, okay? Not in the amounts that can cause a pathology, but in amounts that can influence performance. For example, this cross-country skier won 7 medals. He was a legendary athlete in Winter Olympics. So there are reports that say that he had hemoglobin levels of 200 grams per liter. ACTN3 gene is another genetic polymorphism that got lots of attention. So the first study was in Australia. As they see, Olympic athletes were really high. They had the RRLL, when the endurance athletes more likely to have the XX allele. In Greek athletes also, 20 years ago when I started working with this, I found that the R allele is overexpressed on elite sprinters. After these initial studies, next slide please, there were many studies around the world, okay, in many different populations that confirm that alpha-actinin 3, which is expressed only in fast-twitch muscle fibers by ACTN3 gene, influences sprinting performance. Next slide, please. So a study with speed climbers also found that the speed climbers compared to endurance-oriented climbers were more likely to have the R allele of the gene. Next slide, please. So in Australia in 2019, one of the first study identified that alpha-actinin 3 protein actually is not present in human muscle. So we conducted muscle biopsies from humans. And as we see here on Western blot, we see that the alpha-actinin 3 wasn't expressed. Instead, the alpha-actinin 2 protein was expressed in order to compensate for the absence of alpha-actinin 3. Next slide, please. So all these approaches was based on case control studies. And other different approaches, quantitative approaches. As we see in this approach, we don't use elite athletes and control, but what we utilized is we collect the best sprinters from 10 different countries in the world, and here is their actual performance. And as we see the RR genotype, they perform better compared to the XX, which are the alpha-actinin 3 deficient. Okay, also, the alpha-actinin deficient didn't qualify in Olympics, so that's with red dots. Next slide, please. So the same we didn't observe with endurance athletes, which means probably the absence of alpha-actinin 3 protein doesn't doesn't promote endurance performance. Next slide, please. So what we propose now is interdisciplinary approaches. So employing emerging technologies such as motion capture to study the complex interplay between genotype and power-related performance traits. So moving on from case control approach that had many limitations, and some studies were also biased using that approach, this approach is more strict. So what we do here, we actually using new technologies such as motion capture, we measure the torque production in different joints. For example, at knee joint or at the hip joint, the peak power and the rate of force development and various performance-related power indexes. And we try to link genetic polymorphisms with these more specific measures of performance. Next slide, please. So the study we produced, the study we initiated is called the Speed Gene Study, and has a unique methodological design. Some preliminary results of this study. Next slide, please. So the methodology is we use high accuracy cameras and dynamometers that can capture movement during explosive body movements. And then we convert this using algorithms and software, calculating the torque production in the joints. Next slide, please. So the study design is a warm-up and then testing phase. We have biomechanical analysis and then genetic testing. So here is the model we take from high accuracy cameras, and then we compare the torque on certain joints with genotypes. Next slide, please. The preliminary results of this study that already published, as we see here, the ACTN3 gene and the ACE gene, there were only two genes that we we did the analysis, but we plan to extend this on more than 50 genes in the near future. So we see that the ACTN3, they produce more torque on counter movement jump, and also the ACE-DD carriers, they produce also more torque. So we plan to investigate more genetic polymorphism using this model, which is less biased and is very accurate way to link genetic markers with actual performance, but performance in a way that is very quantitative. So we don't measure anymore success. We don't link genes with success in sport, but we link genetic polymorphisms with very specific and quantifying performance characteristics. Okay, next slide. As a conclusion of all these 20 or 25 years of research, we can say that genetics influence elite athletic performance, and this presentation points out some of those genes. However, a recipe for Olympic success is far more complicated than simply owning few athletic genes. The future perspectives, we have to move from the case control study approach that was primarily used between 2000 and 2015. We already moved to more quantitative approaches, and the future from now onwards is to work interdisciplinary. So medical field, sports science field, biomechanics, physiology, all these scientists need to collaborate and to produce more meaningful results in the future. Next slide, please. So genetic testing alone is still not a reliable predictor of athletic performance. Future research might be more effective by focusing on innovative cross-field approaches such as the SpeedGene study in combination with cutting-edge next-generation sequencing techniques and equipment, as we see in the picture that released just a few weeks ago. Next slide, please. So the implications, the acquired knowledge will likely have an important implications in the biotech industry, with focus on gene therapy to combat age-related muscle power decline, personalized medicine, and drive advancements in exercise program design. So that was my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Yanis, for the nice presentation, and it's inspirational presentation. And then we'll come to the next speaker, Professor Dr. Dina Kumalasari. Dr. Dina Kumalasari graduated from the University of Sumatera Utara, Universitas Sumatera Utara, in doctoral program, and he is a nutritionist. She will deliver a speech about the nutrigenomics and its relationship to the omics today. To Professor Dina Kumalasari, please come forward and deliver your speech in 20 minutes.
Okay, everyone. Good day, everyone. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now, thank you very much for this opportunity for me to talk about nutrigenomic in cancer management. But we have a very limited time, so we will try to sharing our knowledge here. Okay, slide please. Okay, our topic will be nutrigenomic, cancer and reactive oxygen species, and also nutrigenomic and cancer management. My specialty is in clinical nutrition, and I also work in a wellness center in Prodia Laboratory here in Medan. So we have many cases about nutrigenomic related to cancer. Slide. We know that the previous speaker, very interesting topic, have many research. So my topic is about research in nutrition. We know that before the previous research, we only have epidemiology and also physiology, but now we move to molecular biology and genetics. Nutrigenomic effects have an important role also in manipulation of dietary components of human benefit and also particularly in cancer prevention or treatment. So we have here as a prevention and also as a treatment. Of course, the impact of dietary component, which is vitamin or mineral or also in phytochemical, very large studied here. Slide. How to understanding genetic before that already known that here we are talking about DNA and also about gene variation. The society try to understand and very try to know that now nutrigenomic is very important thing for them to know about how they can accept how they can affect what they eat and what can the nutrient affect to their body. Slide. And the variation of the single nucleotide polymorphism tersebut, SNPs, we call it SNPs. It also, we know the effect to individual genetic variation that affects the function. This, we know that so many like vitamin, mineral, phytochemical, all of them have a very comprehension and have some related to chemo prevention and chemotherapy. Now we know that the profits from the nutrigenomic progress with a particular focus on the coding and non-coding genes related to the exposure of natural compounds need to be validated by a precise attention. Slide. Okay, we can skip this slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, how the food can affect the nutrigenomic and also nutrigenetic. We know that nutrigenomic is the application of the genomic in nutritional research, like the way which food ingredients influence the gene. How nutrigenetic, the study of individual difference at the genetic level influencing genetic response. So different SNPs level. Slide. Okay, this is another review article in 2021 about reactive oxygen species in cancer. So, so many information about the reactive oxygen species that really related to the cancer. There is, we know that ROS as a highly bioactive molecules have been widely studied and considered to be normal byproduct of normal cellular process, but if there is some cancer cases, it exhibit higher basal level of ROS, but compared with normal cells. So it becomes an imbalance between oxidant and antioxidant. Slide. Okay, now this is some mechanism or figure that how we can see the generation of ROS can affect by the exogenous factor and also endogenous factor. Slide. This is also the schematic representation how the cell can be affected by much more oxidative stress. Now, so this is the mechanism. Slide. And this is how the ion overload leads to reactive oxygen species, and also many ROS can be induced by ion, also the formation of mutagenic that leads to hepatocarcinogenesis. Especially in patients with hepatitis C. Slide. Okay. Now we come to how the nutraceuticals become prevention and also treatment of acute or chronic inflammation. We focus on the antioxidant, especially antioxidant-rich dietary regimens. We hope that is the best practice to maintain health. To control the inflammation and prevent the inflammation diseases. Yet, nutraceutical as a food supplement are self-prescribed and prosperable over the country, so it needs to the society to understand how to use and how to make the nutraceuticals as a prevention, also the treatment. Because we cannot only rely on the nutraceuticals, the main for the treatment or the treatment, because there is its role is as a support for the cancer patient. Slide. Okay, this is the technique. We do it especially in Prodia laboratory. Also, we can do the microarray in here, how to make some checking for nutrigenomic. Slide. This is the list of experimentally already nutrient with potential impact of cancer therapy. There are vitamin like vitamin A, C, D. There is some this cancer that really cancer type that related to the specific vitamin. Vitamin A, C, D, E, and also some of them, and then include here dietary fibers and also probiotics. Slide. Okay, this is also the how we can see how the vitamin and also the mineral can affect the reactive oxygen species, how to reduce tumor promoting inflammation, how they work inside of the cellular. Slide. Okay, we started at vitamin C. We know that many like me when I do some consultation about nutrigenomic in the wellness center, like in Prodia, they check for their genomic, and some of them have some SNPs, whether it's heterozygote or mutant in the vitamin C gene. But we can see that that is not easy for them to accept or metabolize the vitamin C. We know that vitamin C is very important, especially to the antioxidant. Slide. Now, this is the result. This is some SLC23A1 gene that encodes the protein that transport the accumulation of vitamin C. So we can explain to the patients that This is normal vitamin C. They usually don't have to, to take some much more vitamin C unless they have some higher pollutant or something like more exogenous oxidant. Because based on their genetic profile, they don't have a higher risk to have a less vitamin C. So they can consume around 90 milligram of vitamin C. It will protect them as well. Slide. And for example, also vitamin A, by some of them, we know that vitamin A also from the carotenoid from plants and also from the some of, it's very important for DNA damage. Slide. This is the result also they can accept the vitamin A. But if they have some problem, they have some SNPs in that to accept the vitamin A, so they have to understand they have to increase the vitamin A intake. Slide. Now we are talking to vitamin D. There is very many research about the last few years, COVID, cancer, about vitamin D. And the slide? Okay, now this is some 3 genes that will be the targeting, and most of the, almost women in Medan, based on their nutrigenomic, also tend to have a lower vitamin D. So this is the time we have to give some counseling to the patients that they have to increase the vitamin D intake or get some sun exposure. Slide. Okay, we come to the, for example, for the last is prebiotic, probiotic, and also dietary fibers. Cancer is really, really related to this. The human body includes anti-inflammation. So we should have some counseling to the patient. How can they increase the omega-3 and omega-6? If they cannot provide it, we can give some supplement to increase it. Slide. Okay, the conclusion. The conclusion, it is important to understand about nutrigenomic
Thank you, Prof. Dina. The next speaker is Ms. Wiwin Mujiati, a graduate Bachelor of Science in Chemistry.
Biomarkers are important things, especially in medical research, related to early detection of disease, and especially for cancer, breast cancer, colorectal cancer, and others. So how can HRMS be used to find potential biomarkers? So we will discuss about it today. Next. Before going into the discussion about HRMS for biomarker discovery, here I would like to introduce our company, PT Wiralab Analytical Solusindo. PT Wiralab is exclusive distributor of chromatography, mass spectrometry, and trace elemental analyzer of Thermoscientific in Indonesia. We have head office in Jakarta, but we have branch office and representative office in Surabaya, Medan, Bandung, and Semarang. We also have demo laboratory in Jakarta and research laboratory, namely Corpora Science in Yogyakarta. Corpora Science focus in omics analysis, proteomics, metabolomics, and lipidomics. Next. Corpora Science has four service in omics research, start from proteomics, metabolomics, lipidomics, and statistical analysis, chemometrics. This is the contact of Corpora Science. You can contact us to know about the research, and if you have some research in omics, you can discuss with us. And Corpora Science using the highest HRMS technology in Indonesia, namely Orbitrap Exploris 240. Next. Biomarkers are very important in the world of health for screening, prognosis, and diagnosis. After we know the valid biomarkers, so it can be used as diagnosis parameter from disease until for therapy or therapy planning. So SLC HRMS can be used for biomarker discovery. Next. Why we need HRMS for biomarker discovery? Why not enough using single quadruple or triple quadruple? Because biomarker discovery will be done with untargeted analysis. And for untargeted analysis, only can be do with HRMS, not single quad and triple quad. And the second reason is accuracy. HRMS more accurate than triple quad and single quad because HRMS will give the result until 5 digits behind the decimal point. So the compound identification will be more accurate and confident than using the LCMS or triple quad MS. Next. The third reason is high resolution. Why high resolution need for biomarker discovery? As we know that biomarker discovery, metabolomics, proteomics has very complex matrix and very complex component. So we need high resolution to separate the isobaric compound. Isobaric compound is different compound but have a similar mass. So this is can be separate using high resolution, not using the low resolution. Next. And LC-HRMS consists of two main units. The first is HPLC for spread by polarity, and the second is HRMS to spread by mass to charge and detect the compound. And thermoscientific has three types of HPLC: Funquist core, Funquist flex, and Funquist horizon. And for LC-HRMS, usually using Funquist flex and Funquist horizon because the pressure more than 1,000 bar. Next. And for the HRMS from the detector, thermoscientific has three types of HRMS. The first is Orbitrap Exploris 120. The second is Orbitrap Exploris 240, and the third is Orbitrap Exploris 4I0. And for metabolomics, you can do with three of types, but for proteomics and lipidomics, you can only doing with 240 and 4I0. Next. This is the library of HRMS. Library is the important things to identification the compound. The library is MZ-Cloud. MZ-Cloud is the online library and automatically will update every 2 weeks without adding the license. And there are more than 30,000 compounds in this library. And Orbitrap not only use one library, but I think 5 library, then MZ-Cloud library. Next. This is the software, Compound Discoverer. With the software, you can see the composition of the compound in the sample. This is the Compound Discoverer for metabolomics. So you will get the list of component, formula, and then the areas. And you can do statistical analysis, chemometrics in one software in Compound Discoverer. Next. According to the central dogma of biology, we can search the biomarker from genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, and small molecule, lipidomics, and metabolomics. HRMS can be used for proteomics, metabolomics, and lipidomics analysis. Next. The application of HRMS is very big in various fields, one of which is human health and disease research. This Orbitrap can be used for research such as for biomarker discovery, aging, inflammation, and medicine, cancer, cardiovascular, and some disease. And this opportunity, we will discuss more about the biomarker discovery. Next. The first is metabolomics. Metabolomics we can do with HRMS, but there are some challenge if we do untargeted analysis. The first is diversity in structure and physical properties, chemical properties. As we know that the matrix of the sample very complex, and in our body there are so many structure and physical chemical properties. So we need the high-res instrument to analyze the component in one running. And the second is isomeric and isobaric species. As you know that there are so many compounds with the different formula but same mass, so it can be spread using HRMS. And the third is low to very high concentration. And the last is no single database. Of course, HRMS offer you with 5 database if you doing the untargeted metabolomics. Next. This is the untargeted metabolomic workflow. The first sample, you can collect the sample from urine, plasma cell, tissue, and other sample. The sample must be prepared using liquid extraction or solid phase extraction until you get the clear liquid. And then you can analyze using HRMS. Now, from HRMS, you will get the list data of compound composition. And from the list data, you will do chemometrics, PDA or other chemometrics. So you will get the trend of the differences of the compound in the sample, and you will get the candidate of biomarker in the sample. Next. This is for the example, some result from HeLa cell using the HRMS. Now, from HRMS, we will get the list of the metabolite in the sample in HeLa cell. Ini in alga, and then chemical formula and area. This is the result of our result. And from the data, next. We will doing the chemometrics. Chemometrics used for to know the differences of the treatment and to know the biomarker of the research. Yeah. From this result, we know that every solvent used from alga extract will give the difference chemical in sample. Next. The next is protein biomarker. Protein can be used for biomarker discovery because protein can show change in metabolic condition from normal to abnormal cell. So biomarker can be option in proteomics. Next. This is the approach of proteomics. We using the top-down proteomics. Next. And the second is bottom-up proteomics. Bottom-up proteomics is the most approach we doing for biomarker discovery because of very sensitive, but we must using the enzyme for digest the protein into the peptide, and the peptide we will analyze using HRMS, and we know the sequence of amino acid of the peptide. Next. This is the result of Orbitrap. Orbitrap will help us to know the amino acid sequence from the mass spec. Next. This is the result of proteome discoverer from HeLa cell. This is the list of the protein and function. Using the proteome discoverer, we can know the protein list and the function of protein. Next. And next is lipidomics. Lipidomics is important to know the biomarker for lipidomics. Next. The lipidomics, we will use lipid search software to know the lipid list of the sample using the library in lipid search. Next. And for example, this is, I will discuss about the breast cancer analysis from lipidomics, lipidomics biomarker breast cancer analysis. Next. The breast cancer analysis, we can do the biomarker from lipidomics. From this journal, 32 sample of patient cancer found sphingolipid as biomarker for cancer patient. Next. This is the biomarker of sphingolipid in cancer patient, and with the HRMS, we can know the class of lipid and subclass of the lipid and the function of the lipid, and we can know the biomarker of this cancer. Next, and this is the another biomarker candidate from sphingolipid from organic extract. Next. And found the know the differences about the sphingolipid in normal and cancer patient. We doing the chemometrics, and you can see that this is the difference result about the normal cancer in the red and in the normal patient in the blue. Next. For all the lipid, we can know that the most abundant is sphingolin. Sphingolin is the more abundance of biomarker lipid in the breast cancer. Next, This is the other publication of the breast cancer. You can know that Orbitrap has many application, yeah, especially for breast cancer. Next. Next. And then stem cell, as you know that stem cell has many application, and Orbitrap can help us to find information about metabolite proteins in the stem cell to develop the therapy until the beauty. Next. Next. Now this is the result of proteomics in stem cell. We can know the protein in the exosome of the stem cell and the function of the protein. Next. This is the also from adiposa tissue of stem cell. We can know the list of protein and function of protein. Next. This is from umbilical cord. Next. This is the other publication of stem cell using the HRMS Orbitrap. Next. This is publication for antibody and immune receptor analysis using HRMS. Next. And then in addition, HRMS also can be used for targeted analysis. The first, we will doing the untargeted to find the potential biomarkers of the sample. After we know the biomarkers, so we can go to the next step to targeted analysis. Now, target analysis, we can doing with the some instrument, LC HRMS, or if you have the triple quad, you can do with the triple quad. For example, this is the polyethylene terephthalate, are specific biomarker for alcohol consumption. After we know the polyethylene terephthalate is the biomarker, so to the next analysis, we just target the polyethylene terephthalate. Next. And for the newborn screening is the important things in Indonesia today, and there are three parameters for newborn screening: deficiency G6PD, hyperplasia adrenal congenital, and hypothyroid congenital. Next, for the three parameters of newborn screening, we can done with LC HRMS or LC MSMS because we know the marker, the target for newborn screening. Next. This is the application of the Orbitrap. Orbitrap not only for research in medical, but in many fields for food safety, for pesticide in grape, muscat. Yeah. We can find the pesticida using HRMS for environmental, forensic toxicology, and clinical research. We can also use the HRMS. Next. This is the user of LC HRMS in Indonesia, supported by PT Wira Lab Analytica Solusindo from UGM, Universitas Brawijaya, Institut Pertanian Bogor, Badan Intelijen Negara, BNN, BRIN Serpong dan BRIN Jogja, Pertamina, Badan POM, BBCPH, Labkes Provinsi Kalimantan Timur, Universitas Mula Warman, Universitas Jambi, dan Universitas Jember, serta yang terakhir adalah Corpora Science. Next. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiwin Mujiati. Now we are in the Q&A session for the first symposium in this conference. I would like to invite all the speakers, Dr. Nurain, Dr. Yanis Papadimitriou, Prof. Dina Kamalasari, to come forward and sit in the very nice crafted chairs. I would like to welcome all the questions from the audience. First, in this room, please mention your name and your affiliation, and the speaker wanted to ask about the presentation. Is there any question for the audience? in this room? Please, any question? Yes. Mohon bantuan dari panitia untuk memberikan mikrofon untuk speakers dan audiens yang akan pertanyaan.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation of all the presenters. I would like to ask question to Prof. Yonis. You mentioned about the myostatin. I remember that one of the famous cases of the myostatin mutation is with the Belgian blue cow. Is it the same mutation with the one happen in human as you in your models or in your example? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, is a different mutation. It's not the same, but I know which mutation you're talking about. This has been quite like discovered, like maybe long time ago.
Yeah, it's
So-
one of the famous so-called cow strain that they use because it produces a lot of milk with the cow.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. This one was in 2005, I think, was more recent.
Okay, yeah, it's interesting. Thank you very much. And by the way, my name is Sugianto from Atmajaya.
Thank you, Dr. Beato. We have another. Yeah, please mention
Thank you.
your name and your institution. And
My name is Cimi from Andalas University, Padang. I would like to address a question to Dr. Norain. Thank you for presenting a very interesting data. I would like to know how we can translate your findings into breast cancer patient, or how we take the message. Like, do you think that women, like for prevention strategy, should like incorporate exercise with bone loading, induced activity to prevent breast cancer, or those who already diagnosed with breast cancer? Do you think we can like help formulate exercise regimen for these patients? Thank you.
Thank you, Doc, for the question. Well, as I mentioned earlier, this is still in the preclinical stage. So, of course, there's a lot of more thorough research have to be done. But as the prevention is concerned, I think because in some cancer patients, once they have got breast cancer, once they are diagnosed with breast cancer, they have the dilemma whether they should exercise or whether they should stop exercise altogether, because they are worried whether the exercise can exaggerate the disease. And the same goes to those with bone metastasis already. That means de novo bone metastasis already, diagnosed with bone metastasis already, whether they should stop doing exercise altogether or they should proceed with some kind of regimen that would help the bone metastasis from progress further. So in the prevention setting, what I could see is for patients diagnosed with breast cancer, then we can start to advise them to do moderate intensity exercise. Like there are so many research looking at the intensity, exercise intensity and the suppression of tumor growth, and what they found is it must be always at the moderate intensity. And when talking about
aerobic exercise must be within 65 to 80% VO2, for example, and 70% will be the optimal aerobic exercise that would probably, give an effect. And at that 70% as well, it will help to stimulate the immune system, and at the same time, it also have the osteogenic effect. So these two effects, hopefully, but still under study, that will help to prevent the breast cancer from spreading to bones. But the one thing, the limitation of our study was we didn't look at the other sites of metastasis. So we only look at the bone because to be sure, in order for this to be practiced, to be translational applicable, we must look whether when we stop the spreading to bone, does it go to the other sites of metastasis, for example, probably to the lung, to the liver. So this is the limitation of our study. We haven't looked at this yet. So yeah, in the prevention setting, maybe once you are diagnosed, you exercise, make sure it is a moderate intensity exercise because it will enhance your immune system, and also osteogenic response is there. And then in the those diagnosed with bone metastasis already, so we talk about this as well. There's some kind of regimen instead of doing aerobic exercise, which is weight bearing. So we look into some sort of resistant exercise that does not really put the weight bearing on your whole body, but only certain part of the body. So yeah, that's how I see this could be translated into clinical application.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ryan. Maybe another? Yes. Please push a lot of questions. Oh. Be patient, we have a lot of time.
My name is Theodorus from Sriwijaya University, Palembang. I just continue the chimney question to you, Nurain. I just quite not follow about the control group in your study. It means aerobic to anaerobic, or also all the groups is aerobic?
Yeah, aerobic, Prof.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
all on treadmill running.
Okay. And the other question is, because you do only post-test analysis, I'm quite afraid, how do you know about all pro-inflammatory parameters are reduced or decline? How do you know?
Sorry, Prof, can you repeat the question? I didn't get you just now.
You said all pro-inflammatory parameters is reduced.
Yes.
But you don't have any standard value for the value standard for interleukin before for inflammation parameters. How we do know it is decreased or it is increased?
Well, for that, we look at the blood samples.
Okay.
But only in the naive model, in the naive mice, not in the tumor-bearing mice, because like I said just now, we couldn't get the blood from the tumor-bearing mice. So we look at those sedentary mice, and also we look at the running mice, so we compare the two. I hope that answers your question, Prof. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe next question will be to Prof. Sadikin, my teacher.
Ya, terima kasih. My question may be addressed to Professor Nurain. You have mentioned about the influence of the physical activity on the development of the bone. Is it correct?
Yes, Prof.
Yeah. My first question is this very general one. What about the type of the physical activity which not involve the mechanical effect of the bone? For instance, like the swimming.
Yes.
Yeah. Can the swimming also firstly increase or stimulate the bone formation? And the second, can swimming also can prevent maybe the metastasis? The other question, you have concluded that the the immune response is very important to influence the development of the bone. Yeah. Can you specify which type of the immune response it is? Is it a specific one or non-specific, like the chronic inflammation? Thank you very much.
For the first question, Prof, regarding swimming, we had a discussion on this as well last time. As far as we know that with swimming, because it is non-weight bearing, we didn't see the effect of, we didn't do the analysis, we didn't do the study, but when we got the information from the literature, there is no direct effect of swimming on the bone, because the weight-bearing effect is not there, but swimming is an aerobic kind of exercise. So when you do swimming, it may not be so beneficial to your bone, but systemically, it will help to promote your immune system as well. So that was for the, for the first question, but for the second question, Prof, could you please repeat it again?
Yeah, the second question, you have concluded that the immune response or the immune system is very important for determine the development of the bone. Am I correct about that?
We didn't look at the effect of the immune system on the development of the bone, but we look at the effect of exercise that promotes the immune system and the suppression of tumor growth and also prevention of bone metastasis.
Yeah, but I have a question because we have observed also, that in the stunting child, there is the retardation of the development of the bone.
Yes.
Yes. But in general, this condition is associated with the chronic inflammation. Yeah, especially in the form of the non-specific immune response, especially in chronic inflammation. Yeah, maybe you have any opinion about that?
Yeah, stunting, yeah. I have very little knowledge about stunting, and I have very little knowledge about the relationship of inflammation and also stunting. But given my limited knowledge, probably with exercise, as we know that exercise helps to promote the immune system, like for example, the B cells, the T cells, the NK cells, they all have the beta adrenergic receptors, whereby during exercise, we will produce epinephrine, and this epinephrine will bind to the receptors, the beta adrenergic receptors on these cells, and then promote the activity of these immune cells. So probably, I don't know whether exercise could actually help to overcome stunting problem in those kids. That's my very limited knowledge.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Sadikin. Maybe we can continue to the next table. Yes, please. Prof. Agung.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first is about liquid chromatography. As we know together, that this is a powerful technique to analyze, to separate, right? To separate soluble molecule, the small molecule. That's why a lot of researchers or clinical using the technique to analyze it, right? Is it correct? Okay. My question is it okay, is it clear when I want to isolate? You know, because of this technique, separates soluble molecule and then capture by something to analyze it, blah, 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 okay, such as IL-10 based on the weight molecule, 15 kilodaltons, etc., yeah, so on and so on. And my question is it okay when I want to isolate this soluble molecule, VGF, TGF, and etc.? This is the question. And then My question is, when we got this molecule, such as maybe you know a secretome or exosome, the next question is it molecule have active or not damaged? You know, is molecule under folding position, tertiary position, that is active molecule. I mean, is it your technique can make sure that the molecule that we got it under active molecule? That's for you. And then the next question is about reactive oxygen species for Professor Dina, right? As we know, reactive oxygen species under low position is usable for signaling communication, right? The problem is when this oxygen species is more dense normal, yeah. So this associated that you said with the cancer. Yeah. My question is, how do you explain us about this reactive oxygen species with the cancer stem cells? Cancer stem cell normally is under quiescent position. That means under dormant position. They are asleep. They not go to the cycle cell. That's mean in the dormant position. So how this reactive oxygen species correlated or injects this cancer stem cell? Only two questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Two questions for the Ms. Wiwin Mujiati and one question to Prof. Dina. Ya, oke.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih dokter atas pertanyaannya. Saya izin menjawab menggunakan bahasa Indonesia ya dok. Jadi liquid chromatografi ini merupakan salah satu teknik yang bisa dokter gunakan untuk mengisolasi suatu molekul, baik small molecule ataupun yang large molecule seperti protein ini. Tetapi ada banyak tipe mode yang bisa dokter gunakan di HPLC tentunya. Untuk mengisolasi berdasarkan ukuran molekulnya itu menggunakan size exclusion chromatografi. Jadi kolom yang digunakan itu adalah kolom pori yang berpori, di mana nanti senyawanya itu akan dipisahkan berdasarkan berat molekulnya seperti itu.
I know that.
Ya. Nah, kemudian untuk
my question is, when I got it, you know, based on kepada berat molekul. The next question, when I got it, is it molecule under folding position? Karena begini ya, protein, we say this molecule active based on the folding position. Kalau protein itu under monomer, this is not functional. Ya, jadi dia harus folding dalam posisi tersier position, folding. Nah, pertanyaannya, is it your device itu bisa mengcapture this molecule under folding position? Kenapa? Karena ini alat didesain just for analysis, not for the isolate, not for the sorting, right? Nah, pertanyaan saya itu, kalau saya dapat, is it your device itu tetap make sure that soluble molecule under active position? Because of ketika kita bermain di soluble molecule such as secretome, exosome, the most important is to make sure that the soluble molecule active because of their function untuk signaling communication. Itu how do you dapat recommended atau kepastian soluble molecule? Thank you.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Pak atas pertanyaannya. Tentunya untuk memastikan bahwa protein itu masih dalam bentuk aktifnya, itu tergantung dengan detektornya juga Pak. Jadi kalau nanti Bapak menggunakan HPLC tentunya detektornya yang bersifat destruktif, nah nanti di akhir tentunya tidak akan bisa dapatkan mengisolasi protein masih dalam bentuk aktifnya. Nah Bapak pilihannya yang pertama bisa menggunakan RI detektor, refractive index detektor, atau UV detektor selama protein itu memang memiliki gugus kromofor seperti itu Pak. Nah memang kalau untuk mengisolasi itu tidak bisa kita lakukan menggunakan HRMS. yang sebelumnya. Karena HRMS ini nanti ada proses ionisasi yang memang akan mengubah struktur aktif dari protein itu Pak, seperti itu. Jadi untuk tahap isolasi memang disarankan itu menggunakan kalau di HPLC size exclusive chromatografi ditambahkan dengan fraction collector dan detektor yang tidak bersifat destruktif. Dan pemilihan kolom juga, karena kolom itu kan jenisnya banyak ya Pak. Jadi jangan sampai kolom yang kita pilih itu justru bisa berikatan dengan senyawa yang mau kita analisa. Terus yang kedua Pak, itu dari segi preparasinya tentunya. Jadi protein ini ada yang top down, ada yang bottom up ya. Kalau bottom up pasti ada proses digest menggunakan protein. Nah kalau untuk ingin mengisolasi protein ini tentunya kita pilih menggunakan yang top down. Top down itu tanpa proses lisis di dalamnya Pak, seperti itu.
Ya, oke, thank you. Nanti kita discuss later. Thank you.
Ya, makasih.
Okay, Prof. Dina, next your question.
Thank you
Your
very
turn.
much. 5 minutes, okay, 5 minutes. Thank
Yeah.
you.
You may speak in Indonesia language.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I think this is the most difficult question that I've ever had today. Okay, but I will try to answer that. I will sharing about the principle of the reactive oxygen species. Okay, when some other cell, especially you mentioned about stem cell, for each phase, it has to be normal for reactive oxygen species. So in some cases, there are a lot of maybe like cancer or any higher pollutant, it makes the metabolism or something more oxygen species, reactive oxygen species came out. That makes maybe it becomes some other damage for the cells. That's if so many reactive oxygen species that produced by the metabolism. But I will give you some example like for each antioxidant also can become an oxidant because of itself like scavenging mechanism. Okay, for example like beta carotene, actually this antioxidant, this is very good. But when the beta carotene works alone in the higher pressure, it will become an oxidant. So it's transformed antioxidant to become oxidant because of so many reactive or something like over metabolism. Especially we give beta carotene in higher dose in only single beta carotene in the smokers. And it will be cancer, lung cancer. That's probably at the 1970 or 18, the research that conclude that if we give beta carotene only as antioxidant, it will become oxidant and become increase of the risk of the lung cancer. And also, if we are talking about the antioxidant like vitamin E, or vitamin E will as like lipophilic. We know that our cells become is a very semi-permeable, so it's easy to come into the cell, and inside the cell, she will give the single oxygen like scavenging to handling the reactive oxygen species, and then he will come out, and then vitamin C cannot come into the cell because hydrophilic. It works as hydrophilic, and vitamin C will handle the inside of the vitamin E inside of the cell come out, and then vitamin C also scavenging cell and become the oxidant. When she become the oxidant again, pro-oxidant, and lipoic acid will help to manage the effect of the oxidant of the vitamin C. So each of the vitamin will help mechanism of help all of them in the cell, how to reduce the reactive oxygen species. Maybe that is from some other all the answer the
Yeah,
question.
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Thank you for all participants. I believe that the questions will come and come again, but the session should be ended as we face the Zuhr praying time. I thank for all the speakers for the nice presentations and nice answers in the Q&A sessions, and to the all participants who has asked some question in this session. I am really sorry to end this session, and thank you for all the speakers. Thank you and good afternoon.
Terima kasih kepada Dr. Zuham Yamamoto, Magister Biomedik, Doctor of Philosophy, selaku moderator kita pada hari ini. Terima kasih juga kami ucapkan untuk para speaker kita pada hari ini.
Thank you to Dr. Zulham Yamamoto, Magister Biomedic, Doctor of Philosophy, for moderating the symposium. We also like to thank the speaker in today's first symposium.
Selanjutnya, penyerahan plakat kepada pemateri dan moderator oleh Profesor Dr. Rerum Naturalium Dr. Anden Asmarina, Magister SI, dan Profesor Mustafa.
Dimohonkan kehadiran Ibu Wiwin, narasumber kita dari PT Wiralab, untuk menerima plakat dari panitia. Kami undang. Ya, mohon izin mungkin perwakilan dari PT Wiralab ya. Ya, terima kasih. Ibu Wiwinnya tadi kemana ya Pak? Izin. Oh, Ibu Wiwin, ya izin. Mungkin Prof. Agung, Ibu Wiwinnya kami pinjam dulu untuk penerimaan plakat. Ya, silakan. Terima kasih Prof. Agung.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada para tamu undangan dan pemateri. Kami persilakan untuk kembali ke tempat. Terima kasih.
MC Putri berbusana putih.
Busana hitam milik MC Putra.
Simposium telah dilewati.
Isoma jadi agenda selanjutnya.
Selanjutnya, agenda lunch and zuhur prayer. Para hadirin dan tamu undangan kami ajak untuk menyantap makanan yang telah disediakan oleh panitia di aula bagian belakang.
Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara merupakan fakultas kedokteran tertua keempat di Indonesia. Fakultas ini berdiri pada tanggal 20 Agustus 1952. Diawali dengan 12 orang dosen dan 26 orang mahasiswa. Pada tanggal 20 November 1957, USU diresmikan oleh Presiden pertama Indonesia, yaitu Insinyur Soekarno, sebagai universitas negeri ke-7 di Indonesia. Letaknya yang berada di sisi utara Pulau Sumatera, membuat FKUSU menjadi pintu gerbang akademik, dengan semangat perubahan untuk meningkatkan sarana pendidikan dan menciptakan lulusan terbaik agar bisa berbakti kepada negeri. Menciptakan lulusan terbaiknya, Fakultas Kedokteran USU mengelola 26 program studi yang didukung oleh 308 dosen tetap yang jumlahnya terus bertambah. Di antaranya merupakan 21 guru besar, 111 bergelar doktor, dan 169 mempunyai pendidikan konsultan. Tidak hanya itu, fasilitas-fasilitas yang memadai pun dibangun untuk mendukung berjalannya proses pembelajaran di Fakultas Kedokteran USU. Beberapa di antaranya adalah saat ini, terhitung jumlah mahasiswa FKUSU berjumlah 3.500 mahasiswa. Setiap tahun FKUSU meluluskan kurang lebih 700 mahasiswa dan lebih dari 16.189 jumlah alumni FKUSU telah tersebar di seluruh dunia. Fakultas Kedokteran USU dipimpin oleh Profesor Dr. Aldi Syafruddin Rambe, spesialis saraf konsultan, sebagai dekan dan 3 orang wakil dekan. Fakultas Kedokteran USU memiliki visi
menjadi institusi penyelenggara pendidikan kedokteran yang bermutu, serta menuju Center of Excellence di bidang kedokteran tropis dan onkologi pencegahan di Asia Tenggara.
Demi terwujudnya visi kami, berbagai kegiatan dan program pun kami lakukan untuk sebuah pencapaian. Profesi dokter merupakan profesi yang sangat mulia dan penting bagi keberlangsungan hidup manusia. Oleh karena itu, FKUSU menekankan pentingnya nilai-nilai keluhuran individu yang erat dengan integritas dan moral untuk memberikan dampak yang besar bagi kesehatan masyarakat dan perkembangan dunia medis. Melalui komitmen, inovasi, dan kerja keras, FKUSU mendapat akreditasi unggul berskala nasional. Sejumlah penghargaan pun diraih oleh para dosen dan juga mahasiswa Fakultas Kedokteran USU. Karena kami yakin, untuk mencapai kesuksesan membutuhkan kerja keras dan juga kerja cerdas. Dalam usaha untuk menjadikan Fakultas Kedokteran USU sebagai institusi pendidikan kedokteran terdepan, menuju Center of Excellence dibutuhkan inovasi dan kerjasama dengan seluruh elemen masyarakat dan pihak terkait. Melalui rencana tersebut, FKUSU merancang berbagai pengembangan, diantaranya laboratorium terpadu. Dengan harapannya FKUSU bisa menjadi institusi penyelenggara pendidikan kedokteran terbaik dalam sejarah pendidikan Indonesia, menuju Center of Excellence di Asia Tenggara. Fakultas Kedokteran USU bertekad untuk terus berinovasi dan berkomitmen dalam menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas dan membangun sarana pendidikan yang terbaik, agar mampu memberikan kontribusi besar sebagai institusi penyelenggara pendidikan kedokteran terbaik dalam sejarah Indonesia.
Program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara memiliki keunikan tersendiri karena staf pengajar dan mahasiswanya memiliki latar belakang keilmuan yang multidisiplin. Tidak hanya dengan latar belakang atau profesi kedokteran, namun juga berasal dari Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Farmasi, dan Fakultas Pertanian. Hal ini tentunya sejalan dan mendukung visi, misi, tujuan, dan sasaran Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara.
Program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara berdiri sejak tahun 1996 di bawah Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Universitas Sumatera Utara. Sejak tahun 2009 hingga saat ini berada di bawah naungan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara. Visi program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik FKUSU adalah mewujudkan program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik Fakultas Kedokteran USU menjadi program studi yang berstandar internasional di Asia Tenggara pada tahun 2024 dengan keunggulan di bidang kedokteran tropis dan onkologi pencegahan yang berorientasi pada interaksi manusia dan lingkungan serta industri. Program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik FKUSU memiliki tata nilai yang harus diamalkan oleh seluruh sivitas akademika, yaitu bintang, bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa dalam bingkai kebinekaan, inovatif yang berintegritas, serta tangguh dan arif. Bidang unggulan yang dikembangkan di program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik FKUSU disesuaikan dengan bidang unggulan Fakultas Kedokteran dan Universitas Sumatera Utara, yaitu talenta, tropical science and medicine, agroindustry, local wisdom, energy, natural resource, technology, and art. Kurikulum program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik disusun sesuai dengan Kerangka Kualifikasi Nasional Indonesia atau KKNI dan kurikulum inti sesuai dengan rekomendasi dari Konsorsium Ilmu Biomedik Indonesia atau KIBI. Pada semester 1, mahasiswa akan mendapatkan materi dasar ilmu biomedik antara lain biologi sel dan molekuler, imunologi, metodologi penelitian, biostatistik, dan biomedik dalam industri dan lingkungan. Kemudian mulai semester 2, mahasiswa dapat memilih bidang peminatannya, yaitu bidang peminatan anatomi, biokimia, fisiologi, atau farmakologi. Dengan dukungan sarana dan prasarana dan juga dosen yang handal dan ahli di bidangnya, mahasiswa akan dibimbing untuk dapat menyelesaikan studi tepat waktu, yaitu 4 semester.
Kegiatan mahasiswa dalam pelaksanaan belajar mengajar didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana berupa ruang kuliah yang memadai, suasana kampus yang asri dan nyaman seperti kita bisa lihat di belakang, kemudian akses internet yang cepat, fasilitas perpustakaan yang dilengkapi dengan koleksi textbook maupun jurnal baik nasional atau internasional dapat diakses secara gratis di lingkungan kampus ataupun bahkan dari rumah, serta laboratorium dengan peralatan yang terus-menerus dilengkapi dan dikembangkan sehingga dapat mendukung kegiatan pembelajaran para mahasiswa. Para mahasiswa mempunyai organisasi yang disebut dengan Eko Biomedik atau disingkat Eko Kampus yang melaksanakan kegiatan-kegiatan, kemudian juga webinar yang bekerja sama dengan institusi lain atau industri, kemudian juga pelatihan-pelatihan dan workshop di bidang biomolekuler dan biomedik lainnya. Pengabdian kepada masyarakat dilaksanakan oleh para mahasiswa bersama dengan dosen-dosen di program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik dengan dukungan dari lembaga penelitian dan lembaga pengabdian pada masyarakat Universitas Sumatera Utara.
Dalam kegiatan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara bekerja sama dengan berbagai universitas dalam dan luar negeri, Dinas Lingkungan Hidup, komunitas, serta industri. Kegiatan yang dilakukan meliputi kuliah tamu, visiting profesor, joint research, seminar dan workshop, pengabdian masyarakat, serta pelatihan mahasiswa di luar negeri. Lulusan program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik Fakultas Kedokteran USU memiliki profil expert, yaitu experimenter, practitioner, educator, researcher, dan trainer. Hal ini terlihat dari alumni program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik yang bekerja sebagai dosen, peneliti, pendidik, tenaga ahli laboratorium, dan praktisi kesehatan di berbagai institusi pemerintah dan swasta di Indonesia.
Ayo bergabung di Prodi Magister Ilmu Biomedik FK USU.
Kembangkan talentamu, wujudkan cita-citamu, menuju Indonesia maju.
Tumpuan kaki kekuatan yang memberi langkah tepat arah untuk mendaki hal rintangan dan bertemu dengan angan. Lihatlah semua insannya mengabdi pada Tridharma, kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Pelita mencipta padu bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama tempat cita dan harapan, transformasi berwujud nyata, yang terbaik ada di sini. Menetaskan insan harapan, memberi percaya pada dunia, kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Pelita mencipta padu bersama. Universitas
Mendidik dan ajar, ku tetapkan asa balik akal dan nalar. Di tempat ini ku belajar mengakar, kesempatan untuk kembali berpijar. Membumi kembali itu abdi ibu pertiwi, lampaui lewat jendela dunia pahami. Karya nyata kausa prima, cipta asa bekerja sama. Yeah, yeah.
Ibu pertiwi,
make them proud to the fullest.
kini, esok dan seterusnya.
Let the saga continue.
Setiap berkarya
Yo, yo.
dalam segala
keep it rocking.
bentuk langkah di hadapan
Still rocking it. Yo, yo, yo.
Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama tempat meraih cita dan harapan transformasi berwujud nyata yang terbaik ada di sini. 70 tahun bersama yang terbaik selalu ada di
Still rocking it.
Yes, yang terbaik ada di sini.
Program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara memiliki keunikan tersendiri karena staf pengajar dan mahasiswanya memiliki latar belakang keilmuan yang multidisiplin. Tidak hanya dengan latar belakang atau profesi kedokteran, namun juga berasal dari Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Farmasi, dan Fakultas Pertanian. Hal ini tentunya sejalan dan mendukung visi, misi, tujuan, dan sasaran Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara.
Program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara berdiri sejak tahun 1996 di bawah Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Universitas Sumatera Utara. Sejak tahun 2009 hingga saat ini, berada di bawah naungan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Sumatera Utara. Visi program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik FKUSU adalah mewujudkan program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik Fakultas Kedokteran USU menjadi program studi yang berstandar internasional di Asia Tenggara pada tahun 2024 dengan keunggulan di bidang kedokteran tropis dan onkologi pencegahan yang berorientasi pada interaksi manusia dan lingkungan serta industri. Program studi Magister Ilmu Biomedik FKUSU memiliki tata nilai yang harus diamalkan oleh seluruh sivitas akademika, yaitu bintang, bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa dalam bingkai mahasiswa akan mendapatkan materi dasar ilmu biomedik antara lain biologi sel dan molekuler, imunologi, metodologi penelitian, biostatistik, dan biomedik dalam industri dan lingkungan. Kemudian mulai semester 2, mahasiswa dapat memilih bidang peminatannya, yaitu bidang peminatan anatomi, biokimia, fisiologi,
Selamat siang para hadirin dan tamu undangan sekalian. Setelah menyantap makan siang kita pada hari ini, mari kita memasuki Grand Lecture kedua dengan tema Digital Synergy Exploring the Power of Herbal Medicine Through In Silico Analysis.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue with our schedule of the second guest lecture with the theme Digital Synergy, Exploring the Power of Herbal Medicine Through the Silico Analysis.
We would like to invite Dr. Mas Rizky Anggun Adipurna Syamsunarno, Magister Kesehatan, Doctor of Philosophy.
The time is yours.
Ikan seluang, ikan belut. Sudah makan siang, ayo kita lanjut. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, everybody. So, thank you for the introductions. It is my pleasure to be a chairperson in the first KBS conference. And it is quite challenging for me to facilitate lecture in this session because after lunch we can lose consciousness due to sleepy. But anyway, fortunately, I can see all of the audience still awake and have spirit to focus until the end. Distinguished lectures, ladies and gentlemen, for this session, I would like to introduce Dr. Sian Phoebe Zhou from NICM Health Research Institute, Western Sydney University. Dr. Phoebe completed her PhD in Western Sydney University in 2017 and currently working as Research Support Program Fellow at NICM Health Research Institute with a focus on natural products, research, cardiovascular disease, and mental health. She joined NICM HRI in 2011 and plays an important role in strengthening the preclinical research program, focusing on synergistic mechanistic actions among constituents in complex herbal formulations. As an early career researcher, her research outcomes have led to 37 peer-reviewed articles, 1 Australian patent, 4 book chapters, and 26 published conference abstracts, averaging in 10 publications per year. Most of her peer-reviewed journal articles were published in Q1 journals. In addition, she also has attracted the research funding from government, competitive research grant, and industry as the chief investigator. So the point is, if I had to explain all about Dr. Phoebe achievement, the committee had to open special sessions because it's very long. Her achievement is very outstanding, very long. So, and now please welcome and give a warm applause to Dr. Phoebe, who give a talk entitled Digital Synergy, Exploring the Power of Herbal Medicine Through In Silico Analysis. Hello, Dr. Phoebe.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello,
I couldn't see you because I'm on the stage.
Okay.
Hello, yes, I can see you now. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I don't have food coma. It's 5 p.m. in Sydney. Oh, I can see everyone.
Sorry. The connection is clear, Dr. Phoebe.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear my voice?
I can.
Can you hear my voice?
I can.
Okay, very good. So the time is yours, Dr. Phoebe. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Risky. So everybody can hear me, right? Okay. I'll start to share the screen for my slides.
Okay, we can see your slide now. So please start, Dr. Phoebe.
Thank you so much. Thank you. First of all, I want to send my apologies that I can't be there physically today. So we have many other events going on, so my apologies that I can't be there. But I feel so honored and so appreciate that I got this invitation from Kibi. It's a great opportunity to be connected with all of you. Thank you so much. And also, I want to say that we are from Western Sydney University. So NICM Health Research Institute is one of the 5 research institutes under Western Sydney University. And then for the full name of NICM Health Research Institute, we actually stands for National Institute of Complementary Medicine Health Research Institute. So we do the research around complementary medicines. So from functional foods to herbal medicine, and then to yoga, Tai Chi, mind-body therapy, acupuncture, integrative medicine. So everything that's incorporated in complementary medicines. And then I am part of the preclinical research team in NICM. So my title is Research Support Program Fellow. I also am in charge of international engagement coordination. So I'm very glad actually to be here today because we actually started to collaborate with many Indonesian institutes and hospitals. So my research is around digital synergy, exploring the power of herbal medicine through in silico analysis. A brief agenda for my talk today. It will cover several points as listed here. First, I will explain what's the concept of synergy, especially the concept of synergy in herbal medicine. Then I will explain the challenges around how to find synergy in herbal medicine. And then I'll introduce several methods that I have developed to determine and predict synergy in complex formulation. And then how I apply those methods to the application on developing synergistic herbal formula. And then last, I will introduce the research pathway, the research platform that we have established in NICM that we use to study synergy in herbal medicine. Okay, so first, concept of synergy. So when we talk about synergy, what kind of scenario or anything that pop into your mind that you think, okay, we might need synergy? So in my opinion, the first thing popping into my mind is the most popular drink in the world, which is Coke. So the success of this drink, I believe, is the recipe they use in Coke, the mixture of ingredients. And also a music band. Why a music band is so popular? Maybe it's also the synergy of the band. So synergy is often used in business. So when we have like a teamwork in business, and then synergy could be the key leading to the success of a project. Cocktail drink, that also embedded with synergy, and football team. So we need a good teamwork that work together and with the coach to win the competition. So that's a lot of different examples that do exist in our life that we talk about synergy, we talk about teamwork, we talk about how we can work together. In mathematics, when we talk about synergy, if we simplify that, it can refers to that when there is a situation that 1 + 1 is more than 2 and maybe even 11. So that's where synergy occurs. If we talk about 1 + 1 = 2, then that's just additive. That's normal. That means no interaction. So we do hope that when there is a mixture or teamwork, or even for herbal medicine, there is a much bigger, like much better outcome that represents synergy that happens at the end. So this is what we achieved for, or we trying to achieve for. So I want to extend the concept of synergy a little bit further, actually, through my own experience in this research field. So when I started my research work, I was fascinated about combination therapy. So the combination therapy isn't new, actually. It has been developed in the recent decades, especially in pharmaceutical drugs. So you probably have heard or very familiar with the combination therapy developed in cancer. So chemotherapy is used together, or surgery plus chemotherapy or radiotherapy. So combination therapy for cancer. So that is trying to achieve an increased efficacy. So trying to remove the tumor completely. So that's a typical example of combination therapy used in cancer. We also see combination therapy used in cardiovascular problem that we want to have like a cocktail or combination that target hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and high blood glucose level. So all together, and also cocktail therapy for HIV. So that has been talked along the line for many years about combination therapy. All the ultimate goal is to increase efficacy or improve the clinical outcome. And the other thing we could think of is that sometimes we need to think about combination therapy to overcome the side effects or reduce the toxicity. So for example, when sometimes we give the chemotherapy to patients, we add on mushroom. So the mushroom can be used to boost the immune system and then reduce the adverse reaction coming from the chemotherapy. So that's also in the package of improved clinical outcome. The other thing that comes with combination therapy is quite obvious, which is broadened spectrum of activity. So if we have like a mixture of different ingredients or different therapeutic agents, and then that can have like a broader bioactivities. Say, then this is different from pharmaceutical drug, that if we just use one compound and that one compound has a very specific target, which is just mono target. But then if we have a well-designed combination therapy, then that can have like multi-targets. And then that probably can cover different aspects of the disease. So for example, for cardiovascular problem, that usually a patient would need a well packaged therapy to target many things going on at the same time. So that's like two obvious things that we could think of when we design a combination therapy that achieve synergistic outcome. But then when I was working with industry, so we have very strong complementary medicine industry in Australia. And then when we work with them, they will come with like research questions. For example, can you design a good herbal formula that can have synergistic interaction, that can also bring some other benefits? For example, the product is more cost effective and it's more sustainable. Also, can we have our unique formula? So that's the formula that no any other herbal suppliers have, and or we can make a new claim of this particular product. So for example, I'll just give example here that when I work with a herbal supplier about fish oil, so then they sell this fish oil as the hero product because of the high quality of omega-3 fatty acids. However, they worry about the sustainability of fish oil product they have, because every time they produce this omega-3 of the fish oil, they source from a fish in the ocean, and then obviously in the long term, in the long run, it's not sustainable. So they look into a formula that can add a herbal ingredient into fish oil that can reduce the usage of fish oil while maintain or even enhance the therapeutic outcome. So that's one aspect they think of like developing a new formula to make it more sustainable. They also think about reduce the cost of using fish oil, so that may be replaced with maybe a more widely used or cheaper herbal ingredient. A new claim that I encountered was when I was studying resveratrol. So you probably heard of resveratrol. So that's a very popular nutraceutical that is claimed with antioxidant, anti-aging effects. So when I actually put curcumin together with resveratrol, and then we did animal test, and then we found out that actually curcumin adding to resveratrol in a specific ratio, and this combination can have good effects in reducing fatty liver. So attenuate the symptoms related to fatty liver and also protect liver. So it's a new claim or potential claim that we can put when we add curcumin to resveratrol, which resveratrol by itself may not be able to achieve. So that's a new claim and unique formula that we can think of when we're trying to develop a combination therapy and incorporating the concept of synergy. So I do want to extend a little bit to have like open-minded strategy when we think of herbal medicine, the herbal formulation, and incorporate this synergy concept inside. All right, so next I want to talk about the challenges of capturing synergy in conventional drugs. So I just previously mentioned that it has been many years that the combination therapy is developing in conventional drug area. However, we don't really see many successful cases of combination therapy using pharmaceutical drugs. How hard it is to find a very good combination. Actually, it's not that easy. So I just want to cite one paper that was published in 2015. So this paper talks about high throughput screening of identified synergistic and antagonistic anti-malarial drug combinations. So this is one of the papers that talk about high throughput screening for combination therapy with synergy. And then this paper reported that they screened over 13,000 drug pairs with anti-malarial drug candidates. And then at the end, they only yielded 13 combinations with synergy. So the probability is only 0.09%. So I would say that it's very, very rare. It's almost by luck to find synergy in Western medicine, in pharmaceutical drugs. And then you can imagine like why it's so low. Probably because that those compounds, they have their own specific mechanism. And if we're trying to combine them, we're basically combining all these random drug candidates and hoping that there is a good interaction. So that's the challenges. One of the challenges I believe that happens to find synergy in conventional drugs. So what happened to herbal medicine then? So synergy is embedded in herbal medicine as raised by this author, Williamson, that was published in 2001. So this paper has been cited now over like 1,000 times. So this paper is actually the very, very early paper that started to mention the synergistic interaction that do exist in phytomedicines. And this paper gives like a good examples of many commonly used herbs, including ginkgo, pepper, licorice, St. John's wort, valeria, cannabis, even many herbal medicines, that the bioactive compounds that naturally exist in the herbs, they do interact either in synergistic way or in antagonistic way. They do exist, but we just lack of evidence to find out, to determine, and to show. So that's like the beginning of the paper. And with that paper, actually, I started to have my own research to look into this area. I think it's quite important because that's the nature of phytomedicine, that's the nature of herbal medicine. And also it's quite important for us to provide evidence on how those phytomedicine work. So the first thing I look into is actually Chinese herbal medicines. Chinese herbal medicines, usually they are prescribed in a formulation. So that's already in their traditional practice. And now you also can see that in the clinical practice. That often comes as a formulation. So when they design a formulation, they will put herbs into different roles. So it's like, okay, I have like 1 or 2 herbs as the master herbs, and then that will target the main symptom of the disease. And there are many other like assisting herbs like advisor, soldier, or guide. And each of the herb has its own functional roles. They guide the main herb to the target organ or help to reduce the potential toxicity of the master herb if it's too aggressive. So in the traditional knowledge, it has all these theory there that that's how herbal formula is practiced. However, when I wrote this review paper in 2016, I realized that a lot of this kind of knowledge still is in theory or in the clinical practice. And then if it's in the clinical practice, it's usually based on the experience of the clinical practitioners. So then there was not many studies out there or lack of evidence to show that how they actually interact. So without showing that, it's harder for it to get accepted in Western countries, such as in Australia. So in that paper, I actually listed the methodology back then that researchers used to find synergy and to show that, and some of the research that was available. So here I want to just repeat that the definition of synergy, which is different from additive. So that actually talk about the combined components is more than what would be expected from simple addition of their separate effects. So the interaction of herbal ingredients can be synergic, can be antagonistic, which is opposite to synergy. However, synergy is the fundamental mechanism in a well-designed herbal formulation. And this interaction can be determined and quantified. So next and then synergy, if you utilize that properly, that can lead to novel product development. So several misconceptions of synergy that I've noticed along my research journey. First is that a lot of papers, they produce synergy, however, they don't do any proper method design or determination. They just claim that synergy is equivalent to additive effect. Or if they find the group is better than individual, they say this is synergy, which is not very accurate. And then so I actually encourage, we need to have mathematical calculation for any of the paper that needs to substantiate synergy. Another opinion says that synergy does not exist or could be neglected. Why is that? Because some researchers, they believe that even though you find synergy, you don't really find clinical relevance. So which I believe is just lack of evidence. So then I want to give some examples. We just want to give some examples of the methods that I have utilized or developed to determine and detect this synergy. So for example, everyone is familiar with this dose response curve. So we have compound A, compound B, and then we have several ratios to combine compound A and B. And here's the dose response curve. With different concentration, we can see that, for example, the combination at certain ratios are more potent than the single one. However, just by this figure, we can't really determine that if there is any synergistic interaction or not. We can only say that this one is more potent. And then how do we do that? So the most simplest method that I found is this one called Compute Science Software. So which is free to download and is developed by this Professor Ting Chao Cho. So with this Compute Science, it's able to determine whether there is any synergy, which is represented by CI value here, with different concentrations or effect level. Initially, he just designed for different chemotherapies to be used together. And then this one is the isoblogram figure, which is also generated by computer science. So this one is more visualized. So with the visualization, we can see that A or B, if it has synergy or antagonistic. So these both could be generated by computer science, and it gives you like direct answer. So I just want to give you some screenshot of how computer science works. So basically, this is one example how I use computer science. I open this window and then enter all this single drug and then drug combo. And with each of the single drug combo, I can type in the concentration and average the response with that corresponding concentration. So you can see how I just typed in, and at the end, I can choose to show the CI table, which represent interaction, and also can choose to show isoblogram. And then that will just generate the outcome or report for me. So the CI curve will generally look like this. So this is an example, and all these are the combination data points. And then with the, so this is the CI equals to one line. And with this line, and then we will say that if any of the points that are above one, they're antagonism. If any of the points are below one, they are synergism. And then if the point that sits on CI equals to one, that means there's no interaction. So this one gives you dynamic interaction according to different concentrations. And then this is the isoblogram. So with the isoblogram, we can also see that if any of the combination that gives you synergistic interaction, for example, here that the D, combination D and C, they are both synergistic. And then the other two are antagonistic. So this is another way to show the interaction, which is equivalent actually to this one. All right, so a real life example. So how do I utilize the methods and then actually determine if there are any synergistic interaction of any of the herbal in any of the herbal formula? So I have encountered this question in the real life that sometimes consumers ask me, sometimes industry also asks the same question, that here are that what I've got from Google. So I just type in Google, and this is the question from consumer as well. If I want to buy turmeric and ginger product, which one I should buy? And here are all these available products that I search in Google that comes up with ginger and turmeric in the tablet, and they come with different prices. And when I look at the formula, they're all different, slightly different as well. Sometimes use more turmeric and some product use more ginger. And then I'm like, which one I should buy? Maybe I should go buy the one that with discount or with lower price. However, that might come with like lower quality. And then the industry has the same question that, okay, I produce a very good product, but how do I make my own product more competitive? And shows that this particular formula of ginger and turmeric actually works better than the others. So we got this project coming, sponsored by Integra Healthcare, which is a herbal supplier in Australia, and also supported by Australian government of Australian Research Council. So they want us to find out that if we combine ginger and turmeric, and what kind of formulation that is synergistic in reducing inflammation, say those are the biomarkers. So we design experiments in raw cells. It's an in vitro cell line because it's actually quite hard to do animal work in Australia. So we just tested on cells, these macrophage cells, and tested all these inflammatory biomarkers. And briefly, here is the results that we have generated. So we have G for ginger and T for turmeric. Those are the individual extracts, and then we have the extracts combined in various ratios. So back then I didn't know how to find the best ratio, so we just tested about 10 ratios. And then we determine which one give us the lowest IC50 and which one give us like the less than 1 CI value, which represents synergy. So we found out that, for example, in the ratio 5:2, we constantly find it works in terms of like lower IC50 value. In nitric oxide IL-6 and TNF-alpha, we also find synergistic across these three biomarkers. And then we also noticed that actually quite a few ratios all work anyway to show synergy, which is quite interesting. So here is the isoblogram that we plotted, and in the isoblogram we can see that there are like these ratios 4:6 all the way to 8:2. They constantly give us synergistic interaction in terms of reducing nitric oxide IL-6 and TNF-alpha. So we published this paper and then also launched the patent, so that it just gives the guidance for the industry supplier about how to produce a more effective products with ginger and turmeric. And also published the other two papers talk about the mechanism behind it. Due to the time limit, I'm not gonna touch that for today. So just a brief recap that a synergy interaction might produce greater biological effect at lower dosage. And then this is the CI and isoblogram models can be used to assess synergistic and antagonist effects in paired combinations. And also we've shown that synergy does exist between herbal ingredients, but vary when combined at different ratios. And then very quickly, I might just touch a bit of the AI tool that I've been using to analyze synergy and even predict synergy. So previously, if you look at my data, you will notice that I just used two ingredients like ginger and turmeric, just two. But what happened if I need to cover like this interaction, very complex interaction in a big formulation, or in just like in the or amount of bioactive compounds in the herbal formulation. So that could be like 6 or 5 herbal ingredients or more, and then that has like thousands of compounds. And how do I analyze that? That would be like very, very complex network. So then I actually turned into AI. I said, okay, AI, if I feed you some data, say the data from single and from pairwise combination, can you actually interpret and then predict what happened when I have like a larger formulation? I have to say that I'm still progressing along the way, and then I still find out the solution. I've been using deep learning and machine learning with MATLAB. So again, I started from here. So I started with compound A and compound B, and I have several compound A and plus B. So I want to ask AI, if say I have like 6 compounds in that case, can AI tell me that based on a single dose response curve of these 6 compounds and also the pairwise compounds, can AI predict what's going to happen or what is the best combination among the 6? So should I combine all 6 together, or just 5 together, or just 4? And then what are the ratios? So that's the question I ask to AI. So I feed the AI with the single dose response curve of each of the compound I want to try, and also building the data when I do the pairwise combination from compound A all the way to compound F. So those are the data I feed into AI. Then I work with MathWorks to write the code in MATLAB program to ask AI to analyze it for me, especially to predict what happened to 3-way combination, 4-way combination, all the way to 6-way combinations. So here is what AI generated for me to 2-way synergy determination. So first, AI just determined whether I have any synergy in this pairwise combination. So basically, those pink ones are the synergistic combination that AI informs me. And then also the AI can give me the accuracy and the error bar. So you can see the accuracy represented by R-square value is quite high. So most of the combination give me accuracy more than 90%, which I'm quite happy with it. And then the effective dose model that AI use actually give me relatively low error bar. So which is good as well. So we want to minimize the error here and increase the accuracy so that when we go into high order combination prediction, there is lower error. So then we also noticed that for certain combination, for example, D and F, that has relatively low accuracy, is probably because that the dose response curve that when we feed to AI for D or F isn't complete, or the trend isn't perfect. So then that may affect the prediction. Okay, so I want to show you what happened to the prediction by AI for the 3-way combination. So the black bar represent predicted interaction, and then the red bar represent measured prediction. The measured data I generate from the lab. So that you can see that basically my measured data pointed to the same trend as the predicted one. And then even the degree is similar to certain combinations. So I say that I can relatively trust what AI predicted for me. And here is what happened to high order combinations to 4, 5, and 6 combinations. And then the predicted interaction give me relatively the same trend as the measured one. So, and then even the degree are similar. So then I'm still optimizing this AI tool. And I also believe that one way to improve it is to give like more data to it. So the more data I feed and also maybe more accuracy that AI tool can give back to me. However, it does show the promise that I can sort of develop this AI tool to save all the labor intensive work and then the time to actually find synergy in the laboratory using like in vitro work or even in vivo. So that's one of my aims to develop this AI tool. All right, so AI machine is promising for synergy determination and prediction, and it's simple and practical and only requires minimum data set, and it could potentially save labor costs and reduce time-intensive experiments. All right, so the last but not the least, I want to show the research pathway now that we have established in NICM Research Lab for screening of synergy and then the optimal ratio. So say, for example, we have certain ingredients that come into us. We have these herbal extracts up to like 4 or 5 herbal extracts. If that has a determined ratio, say, I know that the dosage that we need to use for each of the herbal ingredient. And also we want to develop that according to a certain therapeutic claim. For example, protecting cognition or against diabetes. And then we can set up the relevant cellular models. If it's for cognition, we can set up cellular model against neuroinflammation, for example, and then we can determine the biomarkers we're going to use, and then we can test it on cells for each individual ingredient. We can also test it for pairwise ingredients, and then we can do the synergy determination using combination therapy, using combination index or isoblogram. We can also put that in MATLAB AI tool, and then we can determine if there is any synergy. If there is any, and then for this formulation, we can utilize to strengthen the claim. If we don't know the ratio, we can also use MATLAB. So we just do the pairwise combination, test it, get the data, and feed that into our MATLAB AI tool, and then that can predict synergy. And then we can then validate in the cellular model or animal model later on, and then we can also generate new ideas or new products along the line. So that's the pathway that we have established at the moment. Here I just want to show you several papers that we published on synergistic work that we combine various bioactive compounds or herbal extracts, and then we determine synergy and also backed up with mathematical models. Last but not the least, I also want to show you a very long journey that starts from scratch and all the way to phase 3 clinical trial for a synergistic formulation that we have developed, which is called xylotone. So this xylotone is a standardized herbal extracts that incorporate ginkgo, ginseng, and saffron. And then we started, so this is actually led by it's actually led by our institute director, Professor Dennis Chen. I couldn't find his name here. So Professor Dennis Chen, so he actually developed it together with our Chinese research partner in Beijing, Xiuan Hospital. So they started from scratch in this laboratory work to find out the best combination of ginkgo, ginseng, and saffron. And that gives the maximized effect in cells and then animals. And then they went through phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trials. So now they just they've registered the study protocol for phase 3 randomized controlled trial for vascular dementia and Alzheimer's disease. And then I think the phase 3 trial is actually finalized at the moment, and they're going to disclose the information very soon. So if that's successful, that will be the first registered drug actually from herbal extracts used for significant disease. In the meantime, we also, in NICM, has also conducted this phase 2 clinical trial for mild cognitive impairment. So the work has been published, which shows positive results of these herbal extracts. So this is just the example of showing how we actually start from laboratory work all the way to phase 3 clinical trial for a well-designed herbal formulation. All right, thank you so much. I hope I still have time. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions, and I'm happy to communicate and collaborate. Thank you. Oh, hello, I think you're on mute.
So speaking of synergy, so it is our pleasure to announce that there will be a memorandum of understanding between Western and ICM with Western City University and Indonesia Consortium for Biomedical Science on collaboration. So I would like to ask Prof. Marina as the chair of KIBI to give a talk to say one or two words about this collaboration, please.
Dr. Mas Rizky. Thank you, Dr. Bibi, for your nice presentation. I'm Mas Marina. I'm the chair for International Indonesian Consortium in Biomedical Sciences. Yeah, I will announce here to our member also from the KIBI that KIBI are pleased to announce that there will be signed the Memorandum of Understanding between KIBI, with the Western Sydney University. Focused in NCM Research Health Institute, in the Western Sydney University. So the scope of the agreement between us, including research collaboration, training program, and exchange of scholars in the course of academic development. We are very happy to invite all the institutions here, our member KIBI, and also maybe the institution that member of the ICAFARI, to particular audience in this conference to sit together and implement this collaboration with our expertise. The collaboration it's actually with the NICM in Western Sydney University in the scope of herbal medicine, natural product, but beside this topic, we will also collaborate another topic, another theme, and then we hope this mutual benefit agreement will strengthen the research and academic environment both parties, between KIBI members and also between staff or between institution and ICM in Western Sydney University. So please, we invite all of the members here in KIBI to make a collaboration with Western Sydney University. Actually, our member, Dr. Ikhwan itself, and also our treasurer, the treasurer of KIBI, Dr. Anissa, has been in Western Sydney University to make research collaboration. So for the next year maybe, we invite also another institution here to make collaboration with the NCM and ICM in Western Sydney University. Thank you for the Dr. PB that has facilitated us to make this memorandum of understanding. And also, greeting also from us to the Professor Dennis Chang, Dr. PB. He doesn't come here in the conference, but we KIBI also thanks for Professor Dennis Chang to encourage us to make the collaboration between University of Western Sydney and member of KIBI. Thanks again, Dr. PB, and thanks you also for the nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Asmarina. Please give a warm applause for Prof. Asmarina. And Dr. Phoebe, could you give any comment regarding these collaborations?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. Sorry, Professor Dennis Chen can't make it today, but then he asked me to send his apology, but he's very supportive about this collaboration between Western Sydney University and KIBI. He can't wait to see how we can collaborate. So starting from 2022, we got approached with Universitas Erlangga. So we started our collaboration with Erlangga, and then we have actually hosted 2 visits from Dr. Anissa to NICOM, and then we also visited Erlangga earlier this year in September. We really enjoyed the trip, and then we talked a lot about the collaboration. We also do a lot of research for herbal medicine, and then we want to develop this jamu research together with Indonesian institutes. And then we also know that there are quite a lot of Indonesian communities here in Sydney and in Australia. So we made a visit to the Consul General of Indonesia in Sydney earlier this year too, to talk about how we can broaden and deepen the collaboration to promote or to provide R&D for Indonesian native herbal medicine and herbal drink. So NICOM is happy to host the visiting scholars, and then also happy to discuss about the research projects for Indonesian native plants. We're also open to co-supervised master's students and PhD students, and we're also happy to host undergraduate students. So really, really happy about the collaboration, and thank you so much for considering us to sign the MOU. Thank you.
And I hope you can come with Professor Dennis and other colleagues from the WSU to visit Indonesia. I think that's all. Jalan kaki ke sana kemari, saya Mas Rizky undur diri. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Now I return the mic to the MC.
Selanjutnya adalah agenda penyerahan plakat kepada moderator.
We would like to invite Profesor Dr. Apoteker Mustafa, Magister Kesehatan, to give the plaque to Dr. Mas Rizky Anggun Adipurna Syamsurano, Magister Kesehatan, Doctor of Philosophy. As the moderator of today's second guest lecture.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Dr. Rizky dan Profesor Mustafa. Kami persilakan untuk kembali ke tempat. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Dr. Rizky sebagai moderator dan Dr. Phoebe atas penjelasannya yang sangat luar biasa.
Wah, keren banget ya. Walaupun Dr. Phoebe jauh banget di Australia, namun ilmunya masih sampai nih ke Medan. Nah, gimana nih menurut Farhan?
Karena tadi Dr. Rizky sudah memberikan pantun, jadinya saya juga memberikan sebuah pantun. Boleh nggak?
Boleh.
Oke, bantu cakepin lagi ya.
Oke.
Bunga mawar, bunga melati.
Cakep.
Bunga cantik berwarna-warni.
Cakep.
Dipandu oleh Dr. Rizky, ditambahkan ilmu oleh Dr. Phoebe.
Nah, sebelum melanjut ke agenda berikutnya, we have something interesting for 3 lucky people in this room.
Sebelum kita melanjutkan ke agenda selanjutnya, akan ada pemilihan 3 hadirin yang beruntung untuk mendapatkan door prize dari mana? Dari lucky draw kita. Seperti yang ada di layar, sudah ada nama-nama yang akan kita spin. Baiklah, dengan hitungan 3, 2, 1. Selamat kami ucapkan kepada
Dr. Himi Marsiati, MS Universitas Yarsi.
Kami minta kehadiran Dr. Himi untuk naik ke atas panggung.
Kami panggilkan sekali lagi untuk Dr. Himi Marsiati, MS Universitas Yarsi.
Kami persilakan untuk naik ke atas panggung. Selanjutnya, pemenang kedua lucky draw kali ini
adalah selamat kepada
Najihah Hanisah binti Marmaya, Universitas Malaysia Sabah, Malaysia. Kami minta kesediaan dari Najihah Hanisah binti Marmaya dari Universitas Malaysia Sabah, Malaysia untuk naik ke atas panggung. Dan untuk pemenang terakhir, jatuh kepada
Apoteker Vita Rahmawati, spesialis FRS, Doctor of Philosophy, Fakultas Farmasi UGM. Kepada Apoteker Vita Rahmawati, kami persilakan untuk naik ke atas panggung.
Dan kepada 3 pemenang, kami minta kesediaannya untuk naik ke atas panggung untuk penyerahan hadiah.
Baik, kami panggilkan kembali kepada Apoteker Vita Rahmawati, SPFRS, PhD, Fakultas Farmasi UGM untuk naik ke atas panggung.
Sekali lagi kami panggil kepada Ibu Apoteker Vita Rahmawati, SPFRS, PhD dari Fakultas Farmasi UGM untuk naik ke atas panggung. Kita hitung ulang dari 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mohon maaf, akan kami spin kembali.
Pemenang terakhir dari door prize jatuh kepada
Rahmi Wita dari FK UISU. Kepada Rahmi Wita, kami persilakan untuk naik ke atas panggung.
Kita panggil sekali lagi kepada Ibu Rahmi Wita dari UISU.
Karena tidak ada, akan kami panggilkan yang lainnya. Akan kami spin kembali. Orang beruntung yang ketiga adalah
Profesor Muhammad Sadikin, PMIB PDIB dari FKUI. Kami minta kehadiran dari Profesor Muhammad Sadikin dari FKUI untuk menerima hadiah.
Izin karena berhubung Prof. Sadikin ini guru kami, jadi mohon izin kita wakilkan ya. Gak ada yang protes kan? Hadiahnya masih banyak. Oke, silakan mari. Untuk menyerahkannya kami mohon kesediaan guru kami, ibunda kami, Profesor Dr. Rozaima Zen Hamid, MSc ya, dan beliau guru besar di Departemen Farmakologi FKUSU. Hadiah ini berasal dari sponsor kita, yaitu mungkin boleh disampaikan Dr. Ikhwan.
Apanya? Oh iya. Hadiahnya ini dari PT DKP ya, yang kalau kita di luar sana yang mikroskop, display mikroskop ya. Kemudian yang ini dari Prodia. Nah, tapi karena dari Prodia ini sepertinya mesti puasa nanti malam ini. Karena cuman bisa periksanya cuman yang di Prodia Medan. Jadi untuk ada paket medical check up dari Prodia. Terima kasih. Iya. Oh iya. Iya.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan.
Nanti setelah sesi yang berikutnya ada 3 lucky draw lagi dari sponsor kita. Jadi mudah-mudahan bisa di agak-agak biar semangat dikit gitu ya. Jadi jangan ngantuk karena ada penyemangat kita untuk sampai akhir nanti kegiatan kita pada hari ini. Silakan dilanjutkan. Ya.
Acara selanjutnya, agenda simposium kedua dengan topik Update on Pharmacology.
The next agenda is the second symposium with the topic Update on Pharmacology, which will be moderated by Dr. Sake Julie Martina, Specialist Pharmacology Clinic.
Please welcome Dr. Sake Julie Martina. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Do you still enthusiastic? Yes, of course, yes. So before we start our symposium, let's give me a pantun from me. Okay, maybe you can say cakep. Sungguh indah bunga melati, tumbuh di taman berwarna-warni. Sedari tadi sudah dinanti, kini saatnya simposium update on pharmacology kita mulai. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So in this symposium, we know that we have 4 speakers The first is Professor Dr. Alfi Khatib, Professor Dr. Alfi Khatib from International Islamic University Malaysia. I think Prof. Alfif has already in the Zoom meeting. Yes, Prof. Alfif. Okay, thank you. And the second is Dr. Andes Apoteker Victor Ringo SAMSC from PT Deltomed Laboratories. And the third is Dr. Guntur Berlian MSI from PT Akarimba Nusantara. And the fourth, Dian Putri Anggraweni SSI APT M Farm. So I think this topic is very interesting for us because this is about how we can develop our natural resources, not only natural from the plant but in the animal also. And we know that the four speaker is the people who is very expertise in this division. So the first time we would like to invite our speaker, Professor Dr. Alfi Khotib from International Islamic University Malaysia. He will bring the topic is redefining herbal remedies from reductionist to holistic approach. So kepada Profesor Dr. Alfi, we give you 20 minutes to present your paper.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can I share my slide? Okay. Okay, I think I can start, right? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor to be invited in this seminar. Dr. Ikhwan invite me, already inform me and invite me to give a short talk on my experience on herbal research. So the topics for today is the redefining the herbal remedies from the reductionist to the holistic approach. Okay, why I go to this topic? Yeah, because we know that in herbal research, we try to see the non-biased, non-biased view on how we evaluate our herbs, especially the bioactivities and also the bioactive compounds. So natural has already offered us enormous abundance of natural products. So it means that in herb itself, there are so many metabolites that require a holistic method. This is actually coming from our experience a long time ago. Yeah. What happened? It's disconnected, right? Okay, I can share again. Okay, can I continue? Yeah. So actually, this one is started from a long time ago. Yeah, from our experience on how we isolate the compounds using the bioassay fractionation. Last time we many times, yeah, we checked the crude extract and we found this is very active in vitro, yeah. But also not only in vitro but also in vivo. But then we tried to find out the bacterial compounds. Of course, we try to isolate the compounds. The problem is that outside the fractionation, the bioactivity sometimes disappear. Yeah, so of course, we already know that this is due to the synergism effect among the compounds in herbs. So then, how can we solve this problem? Because why? This question is very important. Otherwise, we could not prove, yeah, the scientific evidence, yeah, for the use of the herbal to be used for the medicine. So then we try to use, yeah, the holistic approach, which is metabolomics. So what is metabolomics? Actually, is the comprehensive analysis of whole metabolite. Yeah. In this case, is the herbs. Yeah. So normally we identify the metabolites below a certain molecular weight, which is lower than 1,500 Dalton. So the complexity, yeah, in herbs and also the complexity in our body require the holistic method. Yeah, before we just playing with the reductionist, meaning that isolate the compounds in herbs and also isolated mechanism in 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 animal model or from human, yeah, system. So then what happened is that we will get the biased result. Yeah. So that's why it's coming to the picture, the metabolomics, that we can analyze both. Yeah, first is the herbs, and also to the our animal models, and also when we go to technical trial, we also can apply the metabolomics. Okay, because this is very the time is very limited, so I just make a lot of shortcut. Yeah. So what is the application? Yeah, there are three main application for metabolomics. Firstly is to analyze, yeah, the bioactive compounds in herbs. Yeah, so what we do is just make a map. Yeah, make a map of compounds present in herbs, including the known compounds and also the unknown compounds. So for the people who are always working in isolations, it will help them. Yeah, help them in isolate. So there are this is like a guideline for them which compounds should be isolated. Secondly, yeah, this is of course for standardization, for example, right, standardization of the herbs, and also for the production of herbs. This metabolomics approach can be used for the analytical tool in the quality control of the herbal production. Third is the comprehensive bioactivity and toxicity evaluation of the herbal product. So for pharmacology, this is very potential tools, yeah, to have more accurate result. Yeah. Okay, so we come to the study case number one. Yeah, this is what we have done with one of our herbs. This herb is very famous for the diabetic. Yeah, we call it the down salo. So then we apply the metabolomics to find what is the bioactive compounds present in this. Yeah, without isolation. Yeah, first without isolation. Later on, then we isolate the compounds. So this is actually the flowchart how we did our research. Yeah, so we did we extract the samples from different quality and after that we have the multi-platform of the analytical instrument using NMR, SMS, and etc. And then also we did the in vitro test, activity test, and both this data, and we combine it, and then we calculate it through multivariate data analysis. And after that, we can identify the active compounds, and of course, at the same time, we can have now is the valid calibration model, yeah, to predict the quality of the plant samples. Yeah. So after the analysis, we get this picture, yeah, score plot and loading plot, yeah. So now the active compounds really discriminated from the non-active compounds. Then you see in the bottom plots, yeah, we have this loading plot. So any plot, any dots, yeah, which is close to the activity, in this case is AGI activity, one of the enzyme for the for the diabetes, which is alpha glucosidase enzyme, yeah. The inhibition of this enzyme will help, yeah, to treat the diabetes. So from here, we found the three compounds, yeah, noun compounds actually, but for the first time is reported in this plant. Yeah. Yeah. So we have some of the terpenoid and also the phenolic compounds. Yeah. So then how we identify this? Actually we identify this not only through the database, but we also need to elucidate, yeah, the fragmentation pathway. Yeah. Yeah, for example, here we need to know one by one what is the product of the fragmentation. Okay. So it means that this map, yeah, the loading plot is really help us, yeah, to find the novel compounds. Yeah, any dots, any compounds which is announced, it is potential to be further isolated. Yeah, be further isolated. Okay. Next is the what about the activity? Of course, some of them we try to isolate, and then we found what predicted by the metabolomics is also confirmed, yeah, when we test to the in lab, yeah. And then also we try to explain how this compound interact, yeah, with the alpha glucosidase using the in silico docking. Yeah. So okay, that the first example, yeah, for the application number 1. For the application number 2, yeah, actually this is also a very nice method, yeah, to monitor the quality of the herbs, yeah. If we want having the standardization of the herbs, yeah, in Indonesia, we have so many herbs and jamu. So why don't we try to make so many different analysis, yeah. One example is this one is the, for example, FTIR, yeah. As long as we can get the regression, the good regression, yeah, calibration to monitor the quality, then it will be fine. Yeah, you can also use another analytical platform. Yeah, even we can use also the TLC. Yeah, for the simple analytical method. Yeah, of course we can use NMR or other method, but for the fingerprinting, it is recommended to use especially the spectroscopy. All right, and then the final, the last approach, the last application is the use of this metabolomics for the comprehensive analysis, yeah, of the bioactivity. In this case, we try to see red, yeah. So if we use the reductionist, what happened is that our compounds, our struct, yeah, can normalize the glucose level. Yeah. So also metformin can also normalize the glucose level in the of the diabetic induced rat. It's very good finding actually. Yeah. But however, yeah, when we use the metabolomics, then the result is different. Why? Because metabolomics based on the identification of as much as possible the compounds. Yeah. So actually, from metabolomics, we found that metformin and peria, yeah, only in here can normalize the glucose, but not others, the other metabolite. It's still far from the healthy. You see from this right figures in serum and also in urine. So actually, there are still many things to do, yeah, in order for us to get the right drugs for diabetes. Yeah, that's why we are challenge, yeah, the participant here. Yeah, maybe they can find the future drugs that can really normalize all metabolite in the blood of the patients. Okay, we can use also multi-platform analytical method. Here we use NMR, and also we also use LSMS. So then they work. They can work. Um, assist, yeah, the analysis, our analysis to be more accurate. Okay, for example, here is in diabetic. Actually, not only glucose is altered, yeah, but also other metabolite. So this is what we found from metabolomics. Okay, and this is part of them. Actually, there are other metabolites which are also altered, and then from pari, there are some compounds that can be normalized, and then also another compounds that can be normalized. So because we use the untargeted approach, then it is easier for us to evaluate, yeah, which compound is normalized, which compound that cannot be normalized. It's also happen in urine, yeah. So then, of course, yeah, the next question is, in order for us to optimize, yeah, our herbs, yeah. So how can we find the best formula? Yeah. In order to find the best formula, means that we need a lot of tests, activity tests. Now, what we use is the in vitro, right? But what many times happen that in vitro result is not in line with in vivo. Yeah. Why we use in vitro? Because of difficult for us to use rat, yeah, for screening. It's too much rat. We cannot use. So then we go to in vitro. But also another thing is that the amount of the compounds that we isolate is too small. So that's why now we try to develop, yeah, a method, yeah, for using in vivo, yeah, to screen, yeah, to screen. But the in vivo animal model should be simple but accurate. Yeah, in this case we use the zebrafish. Yeah, we use the zebrafish. So because limitation of time, I will not talk more about the zebrafish, but the result, yeah, when we use the zebrafish and we use the rat for our pari is almost similar. Yeah, from glucose, this is really clear that the pari and metformin can normalize the glucose. But when we use when we apply the metabolomics, it's sure is very clear that the blood profile, yeah, of the healthy and the treated animal is not the same. Yeah, so we need to work hard in order to find our future drug for diabetes. Okay, yeah. So in here, I would like to propose, yeah, the new approach for our future. Now, what we did is that we screen with in vitro tests, yeah, and after that, we go to the testing on rat or mice, and only after that we go to the clinical trial. But now, yeah, when we see this complexity of herbs and also complexity in our body, and then also there are not sometimes not really in line result, yeah, between the in vitro and vivo. So why don't we just screen, yeah, using zebrafish? So in this case, now many scientists have developed yeah, the animal model is the zebrafish for larvae or adults. Yeah, so whatever compounds or an extract which is active, then we can go to further step, which is the confirmation. So in vitro is important for confirmation, not for screening. And then after that, then we can go to rat to confirm, yeah, because of course in zebrafish we cannot see the urine, right? So then in rat, if for example if we have get the optimized method, formula for example, or any drugs, yeah, then we can really confirm on rats before we go to the clinical trial. And also then another one is the metabolomics guided fractionation, yeah. So instead of we use the bioassay guided fractionation, so next time we just use the metabolomics guided fractionation to get the more accurate result. Okay, for conclusion, this metabolomics open the possibility to fasten the identification of novel bio and chemical markers. And then we also use this one as to predict the quality of the new set of samples. And this is very potential to be used for the comprehensive study on the mode of action and also the toxicity of our sample using the animal model. Okay, I think that's all, yeah, from me. Thank you very much, and let's collaborate. Okay, moderator, I can give back to you.
Professor Dr. Alfi Khatib is a person who have a lot of researches about the metabolomic and pharmacognosis. Yes. So he is a doctor of philosophy from Leiden University, Netherlands, and he always has a guest lecture in University Sumatera Utara, yeah. So sometimes we invite him to be a guest lecturer here. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Alfi. Next, we invite the second presentation. He is a Doctorandus Apotheker Victor Ringo SAMSC from PT Deltomed Laboratories. We know that he's a famous person, yeah. So I think who didn't know about him, yeah. So Dr. Andes Apotheker Victor Ringo, he is now Chief Business Development, R&D, Business Development, Regulatory Affairs, International Business Marketing, and before he is Director R&D Marketing Regulatory Affairs Business Development. Yeah, so they have a lot of experience in many places. Yes, from PT Tempo Sun Pacific, CEO in PT Air Mancur, and now from PT Deltomed Laboratories. So we would like invite Dr. Andes Apoteker Victor Ringo. He will bring the topic is development of plant-based standardized herbal medicine. Oke, kepada Dr. Andes Apoteker Victor Ringo. Time is 20 minutes for you. Okay, please.
Ya. Oke. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear Chairman, Moderator, distinguished guests, and also all participants who are attending to this session today. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks for your presence today and also for those who are participating by Zoom. As I see that more participants are here coming from Indonesia, so to make this presentation more understandable, so I prefer to deliver my presentation in Bahasa Indonesia. But for those who are not speaking or understanding Bahasa Indonesia, since the presentation, the slide presentation, would be in English so that you can understand what will be discussed during my presentation. Oke, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, terima kasih atas undangan dari panitia kepada saya. Saya seperti yang sudah diperkenalkan tadi dari PT Deltomed Laboratories. Topik yang diberikan kepada saya adalah Development of Plant-Based Standardized Herbal Medicine. Kalau dari tadi pagi kita bicara dan juga berdiskusi, mendengarkan banyak presentasi yang sangat-sangat ilmiah. Presentasi saya pada siang hari ini tidak begitu ilmiah, tapi lebih banyak dari aspek bisnis dan juga prospek dari pengembangan natural medicines, especially obat herbal terstandar, standardized herbal medicines, dan phytomedicines atau phytofarmaka. Saya mulai dengan biodiversities and marine biota in Indonesia. Berbicara mengenai natural medicines in Indonesia, kita sangat mengenal akan potensi dari genetic resources yang ada di Indonesia. Kita memiliki mega biodiversities, lebih dari 30.000 spesies tanaman yang ada di Indonesia, menempatkan Indonesia sebagai negara dengan biodiversities nomor 2 terbesar di dunia setelah Brazil. Dari genetic resources ini sudah diidentifikasikan hampir 9.600 tanaman yang mempunyai potensi sebagai tanaman obat dan sudah diformulasikan sebagai herbal formulation hampir 26.000 herbal formulation dan sudah didaftarkan di Badan POM dan mendapatkan nomor izin edar ataupun marketing license approval. Kalau jamu hampir 16.000, obat herbal terstandar sekitar 77 atau 81, dan fitofarmaka sekitar 21 atau 22. Tetapi kita menyadari bahwa Indonesia adalah negara kepulauan, dikelilingi oleh lautan. Jadi 2/3 dari bagian Indonesia adalah lautan. Nah, kalau kita identifikasi marine biota yang ada di Indonesia, dan spesies tanaman yang ada di hutan yang ada di Indonesia, kalau di-combine together, boleh jadi kita memiliki biodiversity yang lebih besar dari Brazil. Dan ini merupakan
potensi yang sangat besar untuk mengembangkan obat-obat yang berasal dari bahan alam. What is the current situation of the healthcare industries in Indonesia? Jadi perlu juga kita mengetahui bagaimana industri kesehatan yang ada di Indonesia secara selintas saja untuk mengetahui berapa besar potensi industri obat bahan alam yang ada di Indonesia. Kalau kita melihat industri farmasi, ada 217 industri farmasi yang memproduksi produk jadi. Yang memproduksi bahan baku ada 18. Dengan total pasar industri farmasi itu kira-kira 8 billion US dollar atau 126 triliun. Kemudian industri alat kesehatan sekitar 3.000 billion US dollar. Dan berapa besar industri obat bahan alam atau natural medicine? Kira-kira 1 billion US dollar. Pada waktu former Presiden Joko Widodo mengencourage industri farmasi untuk memproduksi bahan baku obat di Indonesia, karena hampir 95% bahan baku obat di Indonesia itu diimport. Tetapi industri bahan baku obat di Indonesia belum memiliki industri dasar yang bisa diandalkan. Itulah sebabnya pemerintah switching dari API industry untuk mengandalkan obat bahan alam yang bahan bakunya tersedia cukup banyak di negara kita. What is the structure of the natural medicine industry in Indonesia today? Berikut ini adalah memberikan gambaran bagaimana struktur industri farmasi, industri obat tradisional alam yang ada di Indonesia. Lupa tadi saya sampaikan, karena sehabis presentation ini ada quiz ya dari PT Deltomed Laboratories. Ada 20 goodie bag yang sudah disediakan oleh Deltomed bagi mereka yang bisa menjawab pertanyaan dengan baik. Jadi mohon diperhatikan supaya kita bisa menyimak presentasinya dengan baik. Structure industri obat bahan alam di Indonesia, IEBA, is natural extract material, ada 17 industri ekstrak bahan alam. Industri obat tradisional atau natural medicine industry 129. UKOT usaha kecil obat tradisional atau small enterprise natural medicine industry ada 757 dan UMOT usaha mikro obat tradisional ini ada 256. Dan Deltomed Laboratories kategorinya adalah di mana? Di industri obat tradisional ataupun IOT. Bagaimana natural medicine ini dikategorikan di Indonesia sesuai dengan Undang-Undang Kesehatan Nomor 17 Tahun 2023. Obat bahan alam itu dibagi dalam 4 kelompok, tapi saya akan bahas di 3 kategori saja. Yang pertama adalah jamu. Jamu is a traditional medicine made from ingredients from plants, animals or minerals and preparation of extract or mixture which has been used for generation for treatment based on the norms prevailing in society. So based on empirical use. Jadi kalau Bapak dan Ibu lihat di skema ini, jamu ini tidak memiliki backup scientific base sama sekali. Jadi hanya berdasarkan penggunaan turun-temurun ataupun herediter berdasarkan empirik. Logonya adalah seperti itu. Bagaimana dengan kategori yang kedua atau standardized herbal medicine, obat herbal terstandar? By definition, standardized herbal medicine ini adalah medicinal preparations of natural ingredients that have been scientifically proven to be safe and effective by preclinical testing on experimental animals. Jadi sudah dilakukan uji preklinik pada hewan. Dan bahan bakunya harus distandardisasi. Dan manufacturernya harus sudah memiliki GMP practices untuk obat bahan alam atau cara pembuatan obat tradisional yang baik. Logonya seperti demikian. Bagaimana yang ketiga, yaitu phytopharmaca atau phytomedicines. By definition, phytomedicines are natural medicines that have been scientifically proven to be safe and effective by means of preclinical studies on animal as well as clinical studies in human. Kalau kita lihat skema ini, bahan bakunya, the raw materials sudah distandarisasi. Dan juga produk jadinya sudah distandarisasi. Dan hanya boleh diproduksi oleh manufacturer, industri farmasi atau industri obat tradisional yang sudah memenuhi full aspek dari sertifikat cara pembuatan obat tradisional yang baik atau good manufacturing practices. Jadi sudah ada scientific proof. Dan tentunya diharapkan health professionals bisa mendapatkan update information mengenai beberapa fitofarmaka yang sudah scientifically proven. How many natural medicines marketed in Indonesia? Ini informasi terbaru dari Badan POM, mungkin akan banyak dijelaskan oleh pembicara berikutnya. Jamu berdasarkan empirical use itu lebih dari 16.000. Standardized Herbal Medicine atau OHT itu sekitar 77, ada angka yang menunjukkan 81, dan Phytomedicine atau fitofarmaka sejumlah 21. Dan kalau kita melihat formularium fitofarmaka dari Kemenkes, ada 5 fitofarmaka yang sudah listed. How is natural medicine used in Indonesia? Jadi pemerintah sudah mengarahkan bahwa penggunaan jamu, OHT ataupun fitofarmaka ini untuk health maintenance, untuk health promotion, prevention, treatment, dan health restoration. Kalau kita bicara mengenai treatment, tentunya ini based on clinically proven yaitu fitofarmaka. Jadi dari jamu yang lebih banyak pada health maintenance, kalau sudah mengarah ke obat herbal standard dan fitofarmaka ini based on treatment. Jadi bagi rekan-rekan health professional tentunya diharapkan dengan rekomendasi yang diberikan oleh pemerintah bersama-sama DPR dalam bentuk undang-undang, maka diharapkan fitomedicine ini bisa digunakan sebagai alternatif terapi yang ada di Indonesia. What is the role of the government in encouraging the development of natural medicine? Jadi dengan adanya Undang-Undang Nomor 17 dan juga ada instruksi Presiden untuk penggunaan dan pengembangan obat bahan alam, maka sebetulnya kita di industri obat bahan alam dan juga health professional ini sudah mendapatkan banyak dukungan dari pemerintah untuk pengembangan fitofarmaka. Masalahnya adalah key issues collaboration yang dihadapi saat ini berkaitan dengan innovation, karena di industri resourcesnya terbatas, limited resources. Jadi untuk mengembangkan fitofarmaka ataupun OHT tidak memiliki resources yang memadai, sehingga dengan demikian perlu adanya kolaborasi. Untuk apa? Untuk minimize risk dari segi finansial dan kegagalan dalam pengembangan, dan untuk juga memaksimasi benefit kalau obat bahan alam itu sudah dikembangkan secara bersama. Dengan collaboration strategic ini, maka diharapkan mutual technology transfer itu will be obtained. Ada mutual transfer of technology between industry dan juga between the government. Dengan demikian akan terrealisasilah komersialisasi dan itu bisa diakselerasi dan meminimalisir development failure risk, sehingga dengan demikian biaya yang mahal ditanamkan dalam pengembangan obat bahan ini bisa berhasil untuk dikomersialisasikan. Ya, kalau kita bicara mengenai kolaborasi, ada monohelix, ada triple helix, dan ada pentahelix, mungkin nanti ada sextahelix. Tapi kalau kita bicara mengenai pentahelix collaboration, ada government di situ berkaitan dengan policy dan kebijakan, ada university yang sangat kuat dari segi research and development, ada industri yang nanti berperan di dalam hilirisasi dan juga komersialisasi, community sebagai akselerator dan juga media sebagai expander. Jadi pentahelix collaboration ini menjadi model yang ideal untuk pengembangan obat bahan alam di Indonesia, khususnya OHT dan fitofarmaka. Sorry agak lambat ini. Or next. Ya, perlu diciptakan adanya collaboration ecosystem antara research institution, university, hospital, kemudian financing institution, dan industri. Nah, financing institution inilah yang sekarang ini sangat didambakan oleh industri untuk mendapatkan bantuan finansial dalam pengembangan fitofarmaka maupun OHT di Indonesia. Ya, kalau kita melihat cascade ini, potential development of natural medicine. So research and development of natural medicine in Indonesia is very potential. In the framework of independence of raw materials for medicine sourced from nature, and in the framework of national drug resilience. Jadi ini menjadi salah satu alternatif untuk kita bisa mandiri dalam bahan baku obat berdasarkan alam. The medicinal plants that are widely available in Indonesia can be developed into natural medicine, jamu, OHT, fitofarmaka, and in further development. Jadi ultimate goalnya, active isolates atau active compounds that can be developed as new chemical entity. Banyak seperti derivat anti-cancer, taxol, tanamannya ada di Sumatera Barat. Kalau kita bicara mengenai vincristin, vinblastin, itu ada di sekitar pekarangan rumah kita. Dari tanaman yang ada di Indonesia itu sudah bisa dikembangkan sebagai new chemical entity. Ini adalah roadmap untuk pengembangan obat bahan alam. Bagaimana peran dari pemerintah khususnya Badan POM dan Kementerian Kesehatan? BPOM sudah mengeluarkan pharmacodynamic studies of natural medicine based on therapeutical class. Jadi kita sudah diberikan semacam template supaya dalam melakukan penelitian dan pengembangan fitofarmaka ataupun OHT itu bisa lebih sukses, mengurangi risiko kegagalan. Sudah ada 14. Ada anti-hypertension, anti-dyslipidemia, anti-obesity, anti-hyperuricemia, imunostimulan yang sangat mahal biayanya, anti-gastric ulcers, lactagoga, liver disorders, nutritional improvement, nanti ada bicara mengenai albumin, dan juga beberapa pharmacodynamics guidance lain yang sudah disiapkan oleh Badan POM. Nah, bagaimana development dari standardized herbal medicine ini? OHT dan fitofarmaka yang dilakukan oleh Deltomed. Tentunya tanpa mengurangi upaya yang sudah dikerjakan juga dari teman-teman industri farmasi dan IOT yang ada saat ini. Oke, next. Di dalam mengembangkan OHT ataupun fitofarmaka, considering the high cost of research and development, and also in order for the standardized herbal medicine developed to be accountable. Jadi proyeknya itu accountability-nya jelas. Assessment should be carried out from the medical, marketing, R&D, regulatory, as well as financial aspect. So that products developed meet the pharmacoeconomic criteria and are financially feasible. Jadi bukan hanya dari sisi farmakologinya saja, juga perlu dari sisi farmakoekonomik. Tadi malam kami di Ikafari, Dr. Sike juga menekankan penggunaan fitofarmaka ataupun OHT di rumah sakit itu harus ada apa? Ada kendali kualitas dan juga ada kendali apa? Harga. Jadi dalam pengembangan fitofarmaka ataupun OHT ini perlu dari awal adanya assessment yang proper dari segi medis dan juga dari segi marketing sehingga pricing-nya nanti bisa kompetitif. Ya, ini mundur lagi. Oke, ini adalah contoh dari produk Deltomed yang sudah dikembangkan sebagai OHT, obat herbal standar. Antangin JRG, logonya di situ ada logo OHT, obat herbal untuk masuk angin. Nah, ini dengan sudah dikembangkan menjadi OHT, more well accepted di konsumen ataupun di profesional kesehatan, walaupun ini produk sudah sangat populer ya. Jadi ini merupakan produk andalan dari Deltomed dengan sudah ada status OHT, maka lebih potensial pemasarannya di masyarakat. Ya. Next. Digunakan sebagai herbal medicine for cold symptoms. Jadi memang tidak ada definisi medis yang tepat untuk obat masuk angin dengan gejala menggigil atau nausea, mual, kembung, sakit kepala, nyeri tenggorokan. Ya. Nah ini bisa digunakan dan ini sudah diuji dari segi farmakodinaminya untuk indikasi yang sudah disetujui oleh Badan POM ini. Yang kedua adalah OB Herbal Syrup untuk, itu ada logo OHT di situ, untuk membantu meredakan batuk dan membantu melegakan tenggorokan. Nah dengan OHT ini produk OB Herbal sudah direkomendasikan oleh Kemenkes untuk masyarakat Indonesia yang akan umroh ataupun naik haji ya, karena adanya fluktuasi cuaca yang ekstrim di Timur Tengah ini menyebabkan banyak insiden dari nyeri tenggorokan. Dan OB Herbal sebagai standardized herbal medicine ini sudah banyak digunakan oleh mereka yang menjalankan ibadah umroh dan haji. Oke. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, what are the benefits of standardized herbal medicine from business perspective? Dengan sudah diperolehnya logo OHT, ini berdampak sangat besar bagi potensi pengembangan bisnis dari kedua produk yang sudah saya sampaikan tadi, yaitu antangin JRG dan OB Herbal. Ya. Dilihat di sini, bukan hanya memiliki potensi di domestic market, tetapi juga sudah mempunyai potensi di export market. Sudah more well accepted di kalangan profesional. Pada waktu registrasi relatif lebih mudah karena sudah di backup dengan data yang memadai sehingga sudah diekspor di berbagai negara ASEAN, Asia, Timur Tengah dan juga di Afrika serta sudah sampai ke Eropa yaitu Hungary dan Bulgaria. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, what are the challenges and opportunities in the development of standardized herbal medicine or phytomedicines and the commercialization? Sorry, ini not working well. Ya, tadi sudah dikatakan jamu lebih dari 16.000, fitofarmaka 21, ya, OHT 77, dan formularium fitofarmaka hanya memiliki 5. Nah ini menjadi challenge ya, bagaimana supaya angka-angka ini bisa secara diakselerasi bertambah pada beberapa tahun di depan ini. Dan ini menjadi tantangan bagi kita semua yang hadir di sini, bagaimana kita bisa memenuhi harapan pemerintah, khususnya Kemenkes dan BPOM untuk mengembangkan lebih banyak fitofarmaka dan obat herbal terstandar. Challenge-nya apa? Kalau kita mendaftarkan jamu, OHT ataupun fitofarmaka harus memenuhi persyaratan 3 ini. QES, ya, Quality, Efficacy, and Safety yang dipersyaratkan oleh Badan POM. Nah, berkaitan dengan Quality, Efficacy, Safety, obat herbal terstandar dan juga fitofarmaka, we have to comply persyaratan-persyaratan ini. Good Agricultural Practices, GAP. Good Agricultural and Collection Practices, GACP. Good Laboratory Practices dalam mengembangkan di R&D kita. And good clinical practices pada waktu melakukan uji preklinik dan uji klinik. And pada waktu memproduksinya harus comply dengan good manufacturing practices GMP ataupun CPOTB. Dan juga pada waktu didaftarkan memenuhi persyaratan good regulatory practices atau GRP. Dan pada waktu didistribusikan supaya quality, efficacy, dan safety itu bertahan pada shelf life yang disetujui oleh Badan POM, perlu juga diterapkan good distribution practices. Challenge yang berikutnya adalah ketersediaan dan supply dari bahan baku, raw materials. Karena sudah dipersyaratkan tadi raw materialsnya adalah terstandarisasi atau standardized. Sehingga perlu availability, ada sustained supply, and stable price. Ya. Itulah sebabnya sangat diperlukan biopharmaca estate untuk merealisasikan kebutuhan raw materials yang sudah terstandarisasi ini, memenuhi persyaratan farmakope herbal Indonesia untuk pengembangan OHT dan fitofarmaka. Yang kedua adalah kalau kita bicara standarisasi, perlu markernya. Dan ini sudah dicantumkan dalam farmakope herbal Indonesia. Availability-nya bagaimana? Masih banyak yang diimport. Teman kita dari farmasi ITB sudah bisa membuat marker sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri. Dan diharapkan karena marker ini sangat mahal dan shelf life-nya pendek. Sehingga dengan demikian kalau ini bisa disuplai dari lokal tentunya akan sangat bermanfaat dan bisa mengurangi biaya pengembangan OHT dan fitofarmaka. Bagaimana komersialisasinya? Tadi malam kita sudah diskusi panjang. Perlu adanya keberpihakan lebih, ekstra keberpihakan dari Kemenkes ya, dan juga Badan POM. Sehingga dengan demikian kita juga bisa meyakinkan health professional dalam merekomendasikan OHT ataupun fitofarmaka. Without this recommendation, prescription, ya, maka kita akan tidak bisa mengembangkan fitofarmaka dan OHT ini lebih cepat lagi. Karena apa? Tidak ada semacam insentif ya. Kalau industri farmasi mengembangkan new chemical entity, mereka mendapatkan proteksi 20 tahun. Tidak boleh ada industri farmasi lain yang memproduksi API yang sama, new chemical entity yang sama selama 20 tahun, sehingga dia bisa menikmati harga yang terbaik supaya investasinya bisa dikembalikan. Kalau tidak ada proteksi paten, tidak ada industri farmasi yang berminat untuk mengembangkan produk baru yang sangat dibutuhkan. Demikian juga dengan pengembangan dari fitofarmaka ataupun obat herbal terstandar. Kalau tidak ada health professionals yang merekomendasikan, maka akan percuma. Availability di rumah sakit, primary health cares, dan adanya hospital formulary. Di sini banyak rekan-rekan dari Perdafki yang berperan sebagai komite farmasi dan terapi di rumah sakit. Ini sangat diperlukan komitmen dan kontribusi dari mereka. Ada market guarantee yang diberikan oleh Kemenkes dalam hal ini. Nah, dari segi industri, dengan dikembangkannya fitofarmaka dengan mempersiapkan dari awal dari segi farmakoekonomik, maka diharapkan produk fitofarmaka dan OHT-nya itu bisa diproduksi dengan harga yang bersaing. Selain tantangan, bagaimana potensi dari OHT dan fitofarmaka ini? Dari segi peluang, ya, next. Commercialization of standardized herbal medicine and phytomedicine. Kalau sudah memiliki dan memenuhi persyaratan quality, efficacy, and safety, already clinically proven, tentunya OHT dan fitofarmaka ini akan medically accepted ya. Jadi medical acceptance dari profesional kesehatan yang disebutkan tadi itu akan bisa dibangun. Nah, kalau health professional sudah well accepted, memberikan rekomendasi ataupun resep kepada pasiennya, maka patient acceptance juga akan mengikuti. Itulah sebabnya kalau sudah clinically proven dan sudah tersedia di hospitals, primary health cares, herbal clinics, dan juga bisa masuk dalam health insurance scheme ya di BPJS, maka diharapkan ini akan menjadi daya tarik bagi industri untuk mengembangkan kedua produk ini. Ya. Saya akan masuk ke beberapa slide terakhir. Sorry, ya. Bukan hanya mempunyai potensi pasar yang besar, tetapi juga mempunyai growing rate yang besar. Ya. Jadi dengan bertambahnya jumlah fitofarmaka dan OHT, maka marketnya juga akan berkembang. Jadi ada potential and growing market untuk SHT dan phytomedicine ini. Apalagi kalau sudah masuk ke dalam formularium fitofarmaka, masuk ke Fornas BPJS, masuk di formularium obat tradisional nasional, disupport oleh Kemenkes. Inilah yang diharapkan bisa ekosistem ini dibentuk untuk pengembangan OHT dan fitofarmaka. Sebagai kesimpulan, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, challenges-nya adalah bagaimana industri dalam mengembangkan OHT dan fitofarmaka ini bisa comply, ya, memenuhi persyaratan regulatori yang diberikan oleh Badan POM. Nah, kalau sudah dikembangkan, maka kesempatan untuk hilirisasi, komersialisasi untuk fitofarmaka OHT ini bukan hanya untuk ekspor global. Sehingga natural medicine atau obat bahan alam ini yang terdiri jamu, standardized herbal medicine dan phytomedicine ini bisa dikembangkan dengan baik melalui inovasi dan kolaborasi dari pentahelix tadi. Sehingga dengan demikian resilience, kemandirian bahan baku obat berasal dari obat bahan alam itu akan terrealisasi dalam waktu tidak lama lagi di Indonesia.
Jadi nggak ada 15.000 deh. Nggak ada.
We need more phytomedicines. We need more phytomedicine dengan therapeutical class yang baru. Dan tentunya diharapkan therapeutical class yang baru, phytomedicine yang baru, ini juga disertai dengan sustained supply. Sehingga dengan demikian pada saat profesional kesehatan, healthcare facilities sudah menyediakan produk fitofarmaka dan OHT ini, maka disitulah akan terbentuk ekosistem yang akan menunjang pengembangan fitofarmaka, OHT yang baru pada tahun-tahun mendatang.
Besok tapi nggak boleh aku izin.
Phytomedicine, standardized herbal medicine ini diharapkan akan memiliki market guarantee. Di sini peran dari Kementerian Kesehatan. Availability healthcare facilities. Di sini juga peran dari Kementerian Kesehatan. Health professional dan recommendation. Ini profesi kesehatan diharapkan bisa memberikan dorongan supaya member yang ada di apakah itu di ID atau organisasi kesehatan lainnya bisa merekomendasikan penggunaan dari OHT dan fitofarmaka. Dari sisi industri untuk memenuhi quality, safety dan efficacy akan dikembangkan sesuai dan proper memenuhi good practices yang sudah dipersyaratkan tadi. Dan juga dari segi pharmacoeconomics, bukan hanya dari segi quality, safety, dan efficacy, tapi juga dari segi pharmacoeconomics, sehingga dengan demikian bisa diproduksi OHT fitofarmaka yang secara pricing itu kompetitif. Dan juga industri harus menyiapkan marketing infrastructure yang memadai. Kalau industri farmasi, mereka sudah ready. Tetapi industri obat tradisional harus menyiapkan supaya bisa bersaing nanti dengan teman-teman dari industri farmasi. Dan untuk juga global market. Terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Mudah-mudahan presentasi yang ringkas ini bisa memberikan insight baru bagaimana potret dari pengembangan obat herbal standar atau standardized herbal medicine dan phytomedicine di Deltomed dan juga di Indonesia pada umumnya. Thank you for your kind attention. Success.
Thank you very much for Mr. Victor. I think it's very interesting presentation. And I think now let's go to the third presentation with the from Dr. Guntur Berlian MSI from PT Akarimba Nusantara. He is a manager of Scientific Affairs Division, especially in Managing Research and Development Division and External Scientific Relationship from Biomedical Pharmaceutical Industry. So we would like to invite Dr. Guntur Berlian. Time is 20 minutes for you. Thank you.
Iya. Di sini yang rajin sholat itu dia lah. Iya. lantai 4 Kak ini. Nggak ada semua ini, nggak ada semua ini, nggak ada semua ini, dunia semua ini. Iya, soal kayak iya bilang. Iya.
Kok nggak bisa ya, Mas?
Iya.
Oke. Tes.
Sama ibu-ibunya aja.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Guntur Berlian. I'm a Scientific Affairs Manager of Biomedical Pharmaceuticals Group. The group itself is including Biomedical Pharmaceuticals, Akarimba Nusantara, and Herbal Nusantara. And we are a pharmaceuticals company who focus our research on developing and inventing both drug and supplements based on Channa striata. Channa striata itself is a freshwater fish species with huge, with great commercial values regarding to its uses in both dietary and also its promising pharmaceuticals properties. One of our main goal to get in this conference is to invite our fellow researchers here to collaborate, to join with us, to explore further about the pharmaceutical aspect of our new peptide fractions that was isolated from Channa striata. But I noticed that most of our audience that come here today is our local researchers. So to reach greater audience, I'll prefer to present my presentation today in Bahasa. I hope it's not a problem at all. And for those who do not speak Bahasa, you could still follow my presentation through my presentation slides. I wrote it in English, and I hope it will be helpful. Today, my presentation, ya, apa? Oh, ke sana. Yeah, today my presentation entitled Bioactive. Hari ini presentasi saya akan berjudul tentang Bioactive Peptide Fractions isolated from Channa striata. It's about a prospect for natural-based drug invention. Saya, seperti tadi yang sudah disampaikan sedikit, adalah dari Biomedical Pharmaceuticals, ini hadir untuk kegiatan Bridging Omics to Healthcare, Implementation of Genomics and Metabolomics in Biomedical Research, dengan bidang khusus obat bahan alam dari animal sources. Semacam itu. Saya bersyukur sebenarnya sedikit tadi saya sudah saya memilih untuk tidak terlalu detail tentang hal-hal yang bersifat teoritisnya. Jadi saya di sini akan menyampaikan sedikit tentang hasil research, our current research result we conduct with Sekolah Farmasi ITB. Ya, di sini dimulai dengan Channa striata atau kita kenal sebagai ikan gabus. Ya. Di beberapa tempat juga, kalau tidak salah di Medan disebut sebagai haruan, atau di beberapa tempat lain juga yang kutuk atau bogo, di mana mungkin di sini yang paling ini adalah tentang total protein. Ini datanya sekitar 80+% gitu ya, dan albumin sekitar 21,09. Ini adalah ikan gabus yang diproduksi oleh Biomedical seperti halnya tadi disampaikan di penelitian sebelumnya. salah satu hal terpenting dari pengembangan obat, suplemen dan lain-lain adalah tentang bahan baku, gitu ya, sustain bahan baku. Dan di sini kami dari Biomedical Pharmaceutical memiliki kolam semacam itu ya. Ini pengembang biakan ikan gabus sendiri, yang mana ini sudah kami kembangkan dengan cukup baik. Ya, karena ada divisi sendiri yang khusus memproduksi, yang mempelajari tentang itu. Kemudian selain total albumin dan total protein dan albumin, juga ada total fat, omega 3, 6 dan 9, kemudian vitamin and minerals, kemudian amino acids, mungkin 3 yang tertinggi adalah lysine, kemudian tentunya glutamic acids dan aspartic acids. Sebenarnya ini semuanya bisa dimanfaatkan. Tapi untuk penelitian materi yang akan saya sampaikan hari ini akan lebih berfokus pada protein. Ya, ini adalah beberapa hal yang mungkin akan banyak dimanfaatkan terkait tentang ikan gabus itu sendiri. Itu yang pertama adalah raw extract, ya, tentunya baik water and ethanol. Kemudian yang kedua adalah protein. Kalau tadi raw extract mungkin banyaknya ekstrak ikan gabus yang dijual gitu, tapi masih dijual dalam bentuk raw extract. Itu yang perlu menjadi catatan. Kemudian yang kedua adalah pemanfaatan protein. Bioprotein tadi mungkin sudah disinggung sedikit tentang bioactive fraction gitu ya. Ini bioactive protein. Ini juga sudah dikembangkan oleh salah satu perusahaan farmasi ternama di Indonesia. Itu masih sebatas bioactive protein fractions. Kemudian ada juga yang albumin. Nah, di sini hati-hati, kita akan berbicara tentang albumin, yang mana kan semua ekstra akan berbicara tentang albumin ikan gabus. Tetapi bisa saya sampaikan di sini bahwa tentang pengertian albumin ikan gabus itu sendiri ternyata belum terdefinisikan. Itu adalah highlightnya. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah fat, juga bisa dimanfaatkan tentang fish oil dan omeganya. Kemudian juga ada others, ya, bisa sebagai direct consumption seperti dibikin pempek atau kerupuk atau apapun. Dan yang terakhir adalah penggunaan peptida. Penggunaan peptida di sini ini yang akan menjadi poin besar di dalam presentasi yang akan saya sampaikan. Di sini saya akan berbicara, tadi kan saya sempat berbicara tentang ikan gabus, albumin ikan gabus. Orang dengan mudahnya ngomong tentang albumin ikan gabus, sedangkan albumin ikan gabus itu sendiri belum terdefinisikan. Gitu. Di sini kami dengan Sekolah Farmasi ITB mencoba mendefinisikan hal ini, mencoba mendefinisikan tentang albumin canas striata itu sendiri apa. Yaitu dilakukan dengan memfraksinasi canas striata itu dengan menggunakan sound proses. Nah, mungkin dari teman-teman kedokteran di sini mungkin sudah biasa dengan sound proses ini, di mana serum kemudian difraksinasi untuk mendapatkan albumin, gitu ya, albumin human albumin. Nah, dari sini kita mencoba mengadaptasi ini untuk mendapatkan fraksi albumin dari canas striata. Kemudian hasilnya kita keringkan. Kemudian di sini bisa dilihat dari fraksi parental. Ini parental fraction itu adalah raw extract dari canas striata. Sedangkan fraksi terakhir itu fraksi 5 itu merupakan albumin canas striata. Ini kita sudah berhasil mendapatnya. Kemudian kita juga melakukan pemeriksaan tentang profil dari fraksi-fraksi protein yang didapat. Kemudian didapatkanlah mungkin di lane 1 bisa dilihat itu adalah BSA, gitu ya, bovine serum albumin, yang biasa digunakan sebagai standar penghitungan albumin, termasuk standar penghitungan albumin canas striata. Dan berikutnya adalah hasil fraksi dan ekstraknya. Yang menjadi hal yang paling menarik mungkin bisa dilihat di sini adalah ternyata fragmen BSA yang berukuran 66,5 kilodalton itu ternyata tidak ditemukan di canas striata. Hal yang menarik. Kemudian ini adalah salah satu quote yang kita ambil langsung dari paper Berlian et al. Tahun 2023, yaitu albumin of Channa striata was much smaller than commonly used albumin such as BSA. It's quite contradictory with the use of BSA as the protein standard for albumin measurement by far. Even in the SNI, as a current national guideline for Channa striata extract for commercial purposes in Indonesia. Hal ini menjadi hal yang menarik, gitu ya. Interesting. Karena bagaimana mungkin standar yang dikeluarkan national guideline kita untuk ekstrak ikan gabus itu masih menggunakan BSA sebagai standar penghitungan albumin ikan gabus, sedangkan protein fragmen BSA itu sendiri tidak ditemukan di ekstrak ikan gabus. Ini sangat menarik. Nah, ini salah satu temuan yang kemudian kita coba laporkan. Kemudian berikutnya di sini juga seperti halnya ini, research perlu satu topik besar, satu topik spesifik yang kemudian kita mencoba menzoom in ke situ, yaitu kita ambil pengujian tentang albumin terkait aktivitas anti-hypertension. Di sini melalui, kita ambil saja ini, tentang angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitor, aktivitas ACI dari fraksi ini. Kemudian terlihat bahwa fraksi albumin itu memiliki aktivitas ACI. Kemudian setelah kita dapatkan albumin dari Channa striata itu sendiri, kemudian kita coba untuk melakukan proses enzymatic hydrolysis, kemudian juga kita lakukan proses pemisahan fraksinasi berdasarkan ukuran ya, dari peptida-peptida yang didapat. Kemudian kita akan mendapatkan banyak bioactive peptide fraction yang kemudian kita screen untuk melihat yang mana memiliki aktivitas antihipertensi tertinggi. Kemudian ternyata hasil kita menemukan bahwa ada salah satu fraksi peptida kita, yaitu yang disebut MMPNL03 ini, memiliki aktivitas yang sangat menjanjikan, bahkan saat dia dibandingkan dengan kontrol positif. Dan yang kontrol positif yang kita gunakan di sini adalah captopril. Seperti itu. Kemudian next. Nah, kemudian kita bekerja sama dengan HLPI KITB, kemudian ya untuk melakukan proses pengembangan Channa striata bioactive peptide fraction skala pilot, pilot scale. Di mana ini kemudian kita buat suatu bukan produk jadi ya, masih berupa bahan baku yang bisa dijual seperti itu ya. Ini adalah bahan baku peptida bioaktif ikan gabus dengan indikasi antihipertensi, dan juga hal ini juga sudah melewati uji toksisitas akut ya. Kemudian water soluble, kemudian ada penyimpanan dan lain-lain ini. Kemudian ini monografnya juga sudah kita susun berdasarkan research fund yang kita terima di tahun 2021 dan 2024. Kemudian ini sedikit saja ini tentang formulation dan advantage dari pengembangan peptida gitu ya, sebagai bentuk obat gitu ya. Itu tentunya bisa kita sesuaikan, kemudian kita masukin ke ini agar bisa dirilis dan diserap di intestine dan tanpa mengalami kerusakan di lambung. Kemudian advantage juga minimum side effect. Bukan satu dua papernya, sudah banyak yang melaporkan bahwa peptida dari bahan ikan itu tidak memiliki efek samping yang notable. Juga peptide punya spesifitas tinggi dan hanya diperlukan untuk dose yang rendah. Nah, kemudian ini adalah seperti yang saya sampaikan ini, our main goal ini tersirat di dalam slide yang ini. Yaitu kami mengundang rekan-rekan periset, fellow researcher di sini yang hadir di sini maupun ya mungkin di Zoom atau semacamnya, bahwa kami memiliki bioactive peptide fraction dalam jumlah yang banyak, bukan jumlahnya maksud saya, dan jenisnya yang banyak, yang mana jenis-jenis bioactive peptide fraction yang kami miliki ini mungkin bisa kita lakukan kolaborasi untuk melihat efek farmakologi, aktivitas farmakologi dari bioactive peptide ini. Bisa saja selama ini yang mungkin anti diabetik, kemudian kardioprotektor, anti tumor, anti fibrosis, etc. Mungkin ada di sini tadi dari UNAN, dari UI, dari UGM, dari Airlangga dan yang lain. Bila tertarik dengan ini ya, dengan kita bersama-sama berkolaborasi untuk melakukan ini dengan bekerjasama dengan kami dari PT Biomedical Pharmaceutical, maka kami akan dengan senang hati untuk melakukan ini. Ini kami terbuka untuk dilakukan di studi in vitro, juga terbuka untuk dilakukan di in vivo, untuk selanjutnya tentunya di clinical studies. Gitu yang bisa kami sampaikan dari Biomedical Pharmaceuticals Group. Kemudian, mungkin satu yang ini kan sendiri dari kami dari MMP 101011 gitu ya, itu kami bekerja sama dengan salah satu departemen di sekolah farmasi. Itu kami menemukan bahwa MMP 1011 ini memiliki aktivitas kardioprotektor. Ini adalah satu hal menarik yang ternyata berdasarkan hasil screening awal setidaknya ya, saat ini sedang masuk ke tahap yang berikutnya, ya ternyata memiliki aktivitas kardioprotektor yang lumayan yang bisa kami sebut ini ya, karena secara statistik saya belum menghitungnya secara langsung, tapi kalau bisa dilihat secara ini memiliki aktivitas yang lumayan menjanjikan. Tapi karena ini belum sedang masih dalam proses penulisan dan lain-lain, saya belum bisa menampilkannya di sini. Tapi bisa saya sampaikan bahwa ternyata salah satu dari bioactive peptide fraction yang kami miliki itu memiliki aktivitas kardioprotektor. Dan di sini untuk melihat apakah bioactive peptide fraction yang kami miliki ini juga memiliki aktivitas yang lain. Nah, ini yang kami mengundang untuk teman-teman dari researcher yang hadir di sini ataupun mungkin kolega-koleganya yang lain untuk bisa berkolaborasi bersama kami. Kemudian ini adalah sedikit production facility and fish farming, teknologi yang kami kembangkan di Biomedical Pharmaceuticals. Kemudian sekian yang bisa saya sampaikan. Dan sedikit mungkin bisa disampaikan, ini ada beberapa produk yang sedang kami kami launching dan selama ini sudah baik dan berupa obat herbal tersandar seperti yang tadi sudah dijelaskan oleh Pak Victor, juga mungkin sekarang juga beberapa OHT kami juga sedang dalam proses, setidaknya 2 yang tadi sedang proses. Begitu juga dengan peptide fraction tadi, target kami adalah, kami dalam hal ini adalah Biomedical Pharmaceuticals dan dari Pusat Penelitian Nanosains dan Nanoteknologi ITB itu menargetkan untuk yang tadi ini peptide fraction yang memiliki aktivitas antihipertensi itu bisa sampai ke OHT. Setidaknya itu dulu yang ditargetkan untuk saat ini. Dan untuk yang lain kami membuka kesempatan selebar-lebarnya untuk fellow researcher di sini untuk bisa berkolaborasi bersama kami. Terima kasih. Terakhir mungkin dari saya, kalau tadi dari Deltomed mungkin menyampaikan akan mendapatkan bingkisan gitu ya. Sepertinya dari kami, apakah ada? Ini Pak Zeb, Pak Daniel. Kalau ada silakan dibagikan aja langsung. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guntur. I think it's very interesting, how to development our natural medicinal product, especially from animal source, I think. So, in the Zoom meeting, we have one speaker. She is Dian Putri Anggraweni, SSI APT M-Farm. She is a Director of Standardization of Traditional Medicine, Health Supplement and Cosmetic from Indonesian Food and Drug Authority, so BPOM. Thank you for Ibu Dian Putri Anggraweni. Are you ready in the Zoom meeting? So she will bring the topic about the from bench to market, acceleration of natural product commercialization. So I think we will give you the time. Time is 20 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished to all the speakers today and all the participants who are attend this conference through online and offline. And also thank you for the organizer who have been organized this remarkable conference. As the previous speaker, I also will deliver my presentation in Bahasa, but my slide is on English, so I hope participant from outside Indonesia could also understand. My topic today as the last presenter is about from bench to market, how we acceleration the obat tradisional, obat bahan alam to commercialization. Maybe the slide, please. Ya, kalau tadi pembicara sebelumnya sudah bicara dari sisi akademisi, kemudian dari para pelaku usaha, mungkin saya karena dari Badan POM akan bicara bagaimana kita mengkomersialisasikan obat bahan alam dari sisi regulasi dan juga bagaimana standarisasinya. Lanjut saja. Ya, berikut outline yang akan saya sampaikan. Lanjut, yang pertama mungkin terkait dengan pendahuluan. Berikut hanya sekedar informasi kaitannya dengan visi dan misi dari Badan POM atau Indonesian FDA, di mana visi kami adalah untuk obat dan makanan yang aman, bermutu, dan juga berdaya saing, dengan misinya membangun SDM yang unggul, kemudian memfasilitasi percepatan pengembangan dunia usaha di bidang obat dan makanan, dan juga meningkatkan efektivitas pengawasan obat dan makanan serta penindakan kejahatan di bidang obat dan makanan, serta melakukan pengelolaan pemerintahan yang bersih, terpercaya, dan juga efektif. Lanjut saja. Ya, ini hanya sekedar informasi kaitannya dengan bagaimana struktur organisasi di Badan POM, di mana untuk bidang obat bahan alam berada di bawah Deputi Obat Tradisional, Suplemen Kesehatan, dan juga Kosmetik. Ya, lanjut. Nah, berikut adalah 3 pilar sistem pengawasan di Badan POM, di mana pilar tersebut adalah pemerintah, yaitu Badan POM. Kami melakukan proses pengawasan pre dan post market serta KIE kepada masyarakat. Sedangkan dari sisi pelaku usaha, kami harapkan pelaku usaha memiliki sistem yang sesuai dengan persyaratan GMP dan juga bertanggung jawab terhadap keamanan mutu dan juga efikasi dari produknya. Sedangkan dari sisi masyarakat, kami harapkan masyarakat dapat meningkatkan pemahaman dan kesadarannya terhadap mutu dan keamanan produk serta menjadi konsumen yang cerdas. 3 pilar ini semuanya bertujuan hanya kepada perlindungan yang maksimal kepada masyarakat terhadap penggunaan obat dan makanan. Lanjut. Nah, selanjutnya kita bicara kaitannya dengan bagaimana sih sebenarnya pengembangan obat bahan alam. Lanjut saja. Mungkin ini tadi juga sudah disampaikan oleh pembicara sebelumnya, bahwa definisi obat bahan alam yang dulunya nomenklaturnya adalah obat tradisional sesuai Undang-Undang Nomor 17 Tahun 2023. Ini merupakan bahan, ramuan bahan ataupun produk yang memang berasal dari sumber daya alam yang telah digunakan secara turun-temurun atau sudah dibuktikan berkhasiat, aman, dan juga bermutu. Nah, untuk kategorisasinya kita ada jamu, OHT, dan juga fitofarmaka, di mana kalau untuk jamu adalah ini berupa bahan atau ramuan yang bersumber dari pengetahuan tradisional atau warisan budaya Indonesia. Sedangkan untuk obat herbal terstandar, ini juga adalah obat bahan alam yang telah digunakan secara turun-temurun di Indonesia, namun juga sudah dibuktikan keamanan dan khasiatnya secara ilmiah dengan uji praklinik, serta bahan bakunya juga telah terstandarisasi. Salah satu contoh klaimnya misalnya adalah membantu memelihara fungsi hati, kemudian membantu meringankan nyeri pada persendian. Dan saat ini juga jumlahnya sudah sekitar 77 produk yang terdaftar di Badan POM. Kemudian kalau dari sisi definisi fitofarmaka ini adalah obat bahan alam yang memang digunakan untuk pemeliharaan kesehatan dan dibuktikan keamanan dan khasiatnya secara ilmiah dengan uji praklinik dan uji klinik. Serta bahan baku dan produk jadinya juga telah terstandarisasi dan saat ini jumlahnya adalah sekitar 21 produk yang terdaftar di Badan POM. Lanjut. Nah, ini saya hanya ingin menginformasikan bahwa kita Indonesia juga sudah patut berbangga karena jamu memang sudah diakui menjadi warisan budaya tak benda oleh UNESCO pada 6 Desember 2023 yang lalu. Ini membuktikan bahwa memang tradisi herbal Indonesia sudah diakui di mata dunia internasional. Lanjut saja. Nah, agar suatu hasil penelitian dapat dimanfaatkan oleh masyarakat luas, maka peneliti maupun pihak-pihak yang terkait harus memiliki tujuan akhir yang jelas, kemudian memahami regulasi kaitannya dengan produk yang akan diteliti dan juga memiliki perencanaan yang matang. Nah, beberapa aspek yang memang perlu dipertimbangkan antara lain ketika kita melakukan standarisasi. Standarisasi dari sisi bahan baku maupun produk jadinya, kemudian bagaimana kita memformulasikan bahan-bahan tersebut, kemudian dari sisi bentuk sediaan dan juga yang perlu diperhatikan adalah bagaimana cara melakukan uji preklinik dan uji klinik untuk membuktikan keamanan dan khasiat dari produk tersebut. Lanjut. Nah, ini dalam suatu pengembangan obat bahan alam, di sini kita lihat pengembangan suatu produk obat bahan alam yang dimulai dari penelitian, kemudian bagaimana ketersediaan bahan baku, standarisasi bahan bakunya, formulasi, uji preklinik, uji klinik, produksi, sampai produk tersebut diregistrasikan ke Badan POM dan mendapatkan nomor izin edar, serta dapat dipasarkan dan diiklankan kepada masyarakat luas. Di sini kita lihat bahwa dibutuhkan kolaborasi dari berbagai kementerian terkait, misalnya antara lain dalam hal ini Badan POM sendiri, kemudian BERIN, Kementerian Kesehatan, kemudian juga dari sisi peneliti di universitas yang melakukan penelitian dan juga pelaku usaha yang nantinya akan terlibat dalam proses pengembangan produk obat bahan alam tersebut. Lanjut. Berikut adalah pendampingan yang kami lakukan dari sisi Badan POM dalam hal uji praklinik atau uji klinik obat bahan alam yang dilakukan oleh para peneliti maupun pelaku usaha, di mana pendampingan yang kami lakukan mulai dari pendampingan pembuatan protokol uji praklinik atau klinik melalui konsultasi online dan offline, kemudian dilanjutkan dengan kami melakukan proses evaluasi protokol tersebut dengan timeline-nya ada 20 hari kerja. Kemudian kami, Badan POM, akan memberikan persetujuan pelaksanaan uji praklinik atau uji klinik tersebut. Selanjutnya ketika Bapak Ibu pelaku usaha ataupun peneliti melakukan uji praklinik atau uji klinik tersebut, kita juga akan melakukan pendampingan melalui konsultasi online dan offline, serta akan melakukan inspeksi kaitannya dengan uji klinik, apakah uji klinik tersebut sudah sesuai dengan CUKB, cara uji klinik yang baik. Lanjut. Nah, ini adalah beberapa tantangan yang biasanya dihadapi dalam melakukan uji klinik untuk obat herbal terstandar ataupun fitofarmaka. Yang pertama adalah kurangnya kesiapan dan pemahaman peneliti dan juga tempat penelitian untuk melaksanakan uji klinik yang sesuai dengan GCP atau Good Clinical Practice. Kemudian kesulitan dalam merekrut subjek yang sesuai dengan kriteria inklusi dari uji klinik tersebut. Selanjutnya juga kesulitan dalam melaksanakan uji klinik dengan desain yang ideal, yaitu randomized control trial. Kendala lainnya adalah keterbatasan dari fasilitas yang dimiliki oleh rumah sakit ataupun tempat pengujian, baik itu dari sisi laboratorium maupun dari sisi tempat perawatannya. Dan juga bagaimana untuk melakukan standarisasi dari bahan baku dan produk jadi tersebut. Kemudian pendanaan penelitian yang memang membutuhkan dana yang cukup besar, dan adanya demand ataupun permintaan fitofarmaka yang memang masih kurang di masyarakat, dan pengembangan fitofarmaka yang memang belum berbasis pada kebutuhan pelayanan kesehatan ataupun berdasarkan dengan beban penyakit yang ada di Indonesia. Kemudian selain itu juga masih kurangnya atau rendahnya minat dari industri untuk melakukan pengembangan dari fitofarmaka ini, dan biasanya data uji praklinis yang ada ini juga belum sesuai dengan uji klinik yang akan dijalankan. Dalam hal ini kami dari Badan POM akan melakukan supervisi dan koordinasi dengan berbagai pihak dalam rangka pengembangan obat bahan alam tersebut. Seperti tadi contohnya melakukan pendampingan penyusunan protokol uji klinik dan juga pendampingan ketika pelaksanaan uji klinik tersebut. Lanjut. Nah, berikut adalah beberapa regulasi kaitannya dengan obat bahan alam, di mana untuk obat bahan alam ini dapat diberikan izin edar, ada 5 kriteria yang harus dipenuhi. Yang pertama adalah dari sisi standarisasi keamanan dan mutu, yaitu menggunakan bahan yang memenuhi persyaratan keamanan dan mutu dan juga memenuhi persyaratan dari Farmakopeia Herbal Indonesia ataupun persyaratan lainnya yang diakui. Kemudian kita akan melihat dari sisi standarisasi GMP-nya, apakah memang dibuat sesuai dengan GMP ataupun CPOTB. Kemudian dari sisi standarisasi khasiat, berkhasiat yang dibuktikan secara empiris, turun-temurun, ataupun melalui pembuktian ilmiah. Dan juga yang terakhir adalah standarisasi dari sisi penandaannya, di mana penandaannya harus berisi informasi yang objektif, lengkap, dan juga tidak menyesatkan. Lanjut. Berikut adalah Per-BPOM atau regulasi yang kami keluarkan kaitannya dengan uji toksisitas praklinik secara in vivo. Ini mungkin juga tadi sudah sempat disampaikan oleh pembicara sebelumnya, bahwa kami mempunyai pedoman kaitannya dengan uji toksisitas yang saat ini kita ada 11 metode uji yang bisa dijadikan acuan. Salah satunya misalnya uji toksisitas akut oral, kemudian uji teratogenik, uji sensitisasi kulit, ataupun uji iritasi mata, dan lain-lain. Lanjut. Kemudian ini juga adalah salah satu pedoman yang kami miliki kaitannya dengan melakukan uji farmakodinamik praklinik untuk obat bahan alam, di mana saat ini kita punya 15 kelas terapi, antara lain anti hipertensi, anti inflamasi, anti obesitas, pereda demam, pereda nyeri, pelancar ASI, dan lain-lain. Nah, ini juga kelas terapi ini juga akan terus kami update sesuai dengan kebutuhan dan juga masukan dari peneliti dan para pelaku usaha. Lanjut. Selanjutnya dari sisi regulasi bagaimana cara melakukan uji klinik yang baik, kita punya Per-BPOM nomor 8 tahun 2024 tentang tata laksana persetujuan pelaksanaan uji klinik, di mana di dalam Per-BPOM ini juga mencakup kaitannya dengan bagaimana melakukan uji klinik untuk obat bahan alam. Karena kita tahu bahwa untuk uji klinik obat bahan alam ini agak berbeda dengan uji klinik untuk pengembangan obat kimia baru. Selain itu juga di dalam regulasi ini kita membuat suatu pedoman yang dilengkapi dengan skema langkah-langkah pembuktian keamanan atau khasiat dalam bentuk algoritma yang kami harapkan memang akan lebih mudah dipahami oleh para pelaku usaha maupun para peneliti. Selain itu juga dengan adanya regulasi ini kami harapkan juga dapat mendukung pengembangan obat bahan alam dalam negeri tanpa meninggalkan kaidah-kaidah ilmiah, sehingga kedepannya juga dapat diterima di dalam pelayanan kesehatan formal. Lanjut. Nah, ini adalah isi dari lampiran 2 dari regulasi tersebut dari Per-BPOM nomor 8 tahun 2024. Yang pertama adalah terdiri dari bagaimana klaim dan metode pembuktiannya, kemudian standarisasi dan karakterisasi dari produk uji, bagaimana pelaksanaan uji kliniknya, kemudian ada uji klinik khusus, misalnya uji klinik pada saat pandemi, kemudian yang terakhir adalah algoritma untuk pembuktian kaitannya dengan keamanan dan efikasi. Lanjut, ya. Mengapa standarisasi ini diperlukan? Karena standarisasi memang untuk menjamin mutu, keamanan, dan khasiat obat bahan alam. Balik lagi ini adalah untuk melindungi konsumen kita. Nah, tanpa adanya standar yang relevan dan tepat, ini akan ada berbagai resiko yang akan tidak terpenuhi. Misalnya persyaratan dalam pendaftaran dan perdagangan, kemudian hilangnya kepercayaan masyarakat terhadap produk yang diproduksi karena adanya beberapa risiko kesehatan, dan juga meningkatnya pelaporan kejadian tidak diinginkan kaitannya dengan penggunaan obat bahan alam. Nah, titik kritis jaminan dari obat bahan alam itu terdiri dari berbagai aspek. Yang pertama mulai dari pengumpulan dan pengolahan pasca panen. Kemudian adanya variasi dari bahan hayati, ini juga dapat terjadi akibat adanya perbedaan tempat tumbuh. Kemudian komponen bioaktif yang memang belum diketahui dan juga kompleksitas dari komposisi dan penggunaannya. Salah satu yang menjadi titik kritis juga adalah pengaruh dari proses ekstraksi di dalam obat bahan alam, kemudian variabilitas dari kandungan kimia, ini juga karena adanya keberadaan varietas kimia dan kultivar kimia, dan adanya metode analisis atau standar yang memang belum tersedia untuk beberapa obat bahan alam. Dan satu hal lagi adalah kemungkinan terjadinya kontaminasi, misalnya kontaminasi dari mikroba patogen ataupun toksin. Lanjut. Ya, dari sisi standarisasi memang yang harus dipenuhi adalah baik dari sisi bahan baku maupun produk jadi. Nah, untuk standarisasi bahan baku ini mengacu kepada Farmakope Herbal Indonesia, Farmakope Indonesia ataupun referensi lain yang memang relevan. Sedangkan untuk standarisasi dari produk jadi, ini kita sudah punya regulasinya yaitu Perbepom nomor 29 tahun 2023 tentang persyaratan keamanan dan mutu obat bahan alam yang bisa menjadi acuan Bapak Ibu sekalian ketika akan melakukan standarisasi untuk produk jadinya. Lanjut. Berikut adalah bagaimana sih sebenarnya proses registrasi dari obat bahan alam.
Because our guest lecturer from German, he is standby on 4 o'clock. Maybe you can continue for your presentation, but the time I think is very limitation. Thank you. Only 5 minutes left, I think. Enough?
Okay. This is the last slide. Oke, dalam proses registrasi obat bahan alam, BPOM juga akan terus melakukan perbaikan untuk penyempurnaan, di mana kami memiliki sistem registrasi obat tradisional, yaitu Asrot Online, yang dapat diakses melalui https://asrot.pom.go.id, di mana beberapa tahapan yang memang harus dilalui oleh pemohon. Yang pertama adalah melakukan registrasi untuk akun perusahaannya, kemudian melakukan praregistrasi, di mana di tahapan ini kita akan melakukan evaluasi untuk dokumen administrasi dan formulanya, dan lanjutnya adalah proses registrasi. Nah, untuk proses registrasi ini kita akan melakukan evaluasi dokumen kaitannya dengan keamanan, mutu, termasuk dari bahan baku dan produk jadinya, kemudian khasiat dan juga label. Nah, setelah proses registrasi disetujui, maka pemohon juga akan menerima label atau desain kemasan dan nomor izin edar yang akan disetujui oleh sistem tersebut. Lanjut. Nah, ini adalah akses untuk regulasi kami, bisa diakses di www.jdih.pom.go.id ataupun di subsite kami standar.otskk.pom.go.id. Ya. Next slide. Ya, ini adalah slide terakhir saya, di mana sebagai kesimpulan adalah kami dari Badan POM menjamin produksi, distribusi, dan juga penggunaan obat bahan alam yang aman, bermutu, dan berkhasiat untuk mendapatkan masyarakat yang sehat, dan juga di obat bahan alam Indonesia ini memiliki peluang yang sangat besar untuk dikembangkan menjadi obat herbal terstandar dan fitofarmaka yang nantinya dapat menambah nilai dari produk-produk tersebut. Dan untuk pengembangan obat bahan alam ini pastinya akan membutuhkan kolaborasi dan sinergi dari berbagai stakeholder, termasuk universitas ataupun peneliti-peneliti dan juga pelaku usaha. Oke. Ya. Thank you, terima kasih. Itu adalah slide terakhir saya. Semoga bisa bermanfaat untuk kita semua. Terima kasih, saya kembalikan kepada moderator.
I'm Dian from BPOM. So I think for discuss, we have a limitation only one or two question, and we invite all of speakers join with us in the podium. Yes, thank you. Okay, maybe for the first time, we invite the participant from this place. Maybe have a question for the presentation. Yes. Yeah, we would like to invite all of the speaker. And how about in the Zoom meeting? Any question in there? Maybe the computer, maybe you can check in the Zoom meeting. I think it's very clear, yes. Okay, maybe if there's no question, I think how if we close this session or maybe have a closing statement from the speaker? Yeah, maybe I invite to give the closing statement, yeah, from the speaker because no question from the participant. Okay, please from Mr. Victor.
Ya, thank you moderator. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kita sudah mendengarkan dari perspektif industri bagaimana pentingnya market guarantee dan juga keterlibatan dari health professionals dan juga teman-teman yang bekerja di fasilitas kesehatan agar ketersediaan fitofarmaka, OHT dan juga rekomendasi penggunaan dari OHT dan fitofarmaka ini akan menjadi booster ya dan juga sebagai engine acceleration agar industri bisa melakukan pengembangan yang lebih baik. Tadi sudah disampaikan juga dalam presentasi saya pentingnya ekosistem kolaborasi sehingga dengan demikian peran dari researcher yang ada di universitas dan juga financing institution, apakah itu LPDP, BRIN, ini sangat penting untuk bekerja sama supaya ongoing penelitian itu bisa dilaksanakan dengan baik dan bisa didaftarkan ke Badan POM dan nanti akhirnya akan bisa dikomersialisasi dengan baik. Ini merupakan harapan kami dari industri supaya pengembangan fitofarmaka ini bisa benar-benar diakselerasi, tidak lagi hanya 21, 22, tetapi dalam waktu beberapa tahun mendatang bisa menjadi angka 30. Dan ini kalau sudah ada market garantinya, tentunya akan mendorong industri untuk melakukan penelitian pengembangan OHT dan fitofarmaka. Terima kasih.
Ya, saya menyambung dari Pak Victor, ya tentunya sudah hampir semua yang disampaikan oleh Pak Victor barusan, cuma mungkin untuk tambahan dari kami, dari kami dari PT Biomedical Pharmaceuticals adalah sekali lagi saya highlight seperti yang disampaikan tadi bahwa kami dari PT Biomedical Pharmaceutical dengan tangan terbuka akan terbuka gitu ya untuk melakukan kolaborasi dengan teman-teman riset baik dari universitas maupun dari lembaga riset manapun yang tertarik untuk melakukan riset terkait tentang peptida dari ikan gabus ya, termasuk juga peptida albumin di dalamnya. Kami bisa dihubungi oleh baik dari kantor maupun dari tim marketing kami yang sudah tersebar di seluruh Indonesia, silahkan dihubungi. Atau bisa mau langsung menghubungi saya juga silakan. Mungkin seperti itu. That's all for me. Ibu, lagi foto ya, silakan.
Yes, thank you. Maybe from Prof. Alfi in the Zoom. Any closing statement from you, Prof. Alfi?
Oke, Bu, ya Bu moderator ya, terima kasih kesempatannya. Saya juga cuma menambahkan aja. Kita terbuka.
I think it's enough, yes.
Halo?
Ya. Oke, please Prof.
Ya, jadi saya cuma menambahkan aja kita juga terbuka ya, walaupun kita posisinya ada di Malaysia ya. Jadi apa namanya untuk kerjasama, apalagi dengan industri gitu ya, dari industri-industri herbal, untuk apalagi untuk standarisasi ya, itu kita bisa kolaborasi lebih lanjut ya, apalagi untuk kualitas daripada herbal tadi ya, baik daripada segi kimianya dan juga dari segi farmakologinya atau CT-nya ya, terbuka ya kita untuk kerjasama. Untuk sedangkan untuk biayanya bisa ya kita cari ya, gitu ya. Untuk itu biayanya bisa cari dari misalkan
Your
dari
sound is not very clear.
uh, not clear. Oke ya, kalau kayak gitu
Excuse me, Prof.
yes.
Maybe they have a
Can you?
trouble for the connection.
Alright, alright. Oke, itu saja Bu, Ibu ya. Bu, mungkin saya cuma mengatakan untuk bisa berkolaborasi aja gitu.
Yes.
Ya.
Thank you very much from Prof. Alfi. And how about Ma'am Dian? Any closing statement from you or enough?
Ya, terima kasih kalau tadi sudah
Yes, I
disampaikan
think
dari
for this session,
ya.
maybe I think the conclusion is we need to development our resources from the natural product. Yes, I think from the animal or the plants, but we know that we need support from the regulatory. Yes. So this is, I think, have Ma'am Dian from the BPOM maybe can support, and maybe from the Ministry of Health also, yes. So all the regulatory can to collaboration to support, yes, the how to development our resources, especially from the natural resources. So I think this is for this session, because we have a guest lecture from German, and Mr. Dr. Ikhwan as a moderator has a standby. So I think we close. Thank you very much, and see you again. Thank you.
Agenda selanjutnya, pemberian plakat kepada pemateri dan moderator.
Kami turut mengundang Dr. Nur Arfian dan Dr. Reni Iktishom untuk pemberian plakat kita pada sore hari ini. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada tamu undangan dan pemateri yang telah memberikan plakat. Selanjutnya sesi foto bersama. Terima kasih sekali kami ucapkan. Hadirin dimohon kembali ke tempat.
Thank you Dr. Sake as the moderator and all the speakers. Selanjutnya.
Sebelum kita lanjut, kami ada sedikit pantun. Ungu warna songket kami berdua.
Terlihat serasi dan indah.
Pengetahuan farmakologi kami bertambah.
Dari pembicara mancanegara. Setelah mendengarkan dua topik menarik dari Grand Lecture dan Simposium kita, ada lagi nih topik berikutnya yang tidak kalah menarik.
Apa itu?
Our next agenda is the third guest lecture with the topic New Neurons and the Neurobiology of Individuality.
Yang akan dimoderatori oleh Dr. Rare Medic Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan, SPKKLP, Subspecialist Family Oriented Medical Care. Please welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So we are almost reaching to the end of the session today. But beforehand, we would like to listen to Professor Gerd Kemperman, my previous supervisor at TU Dresden. So I would like to greet him first. Good morning, Prof. Kemperman. Are you hearing me?
Hello, Mohammed.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I think we have a little bit problem with our internet connection here, but I hope that your talk will be uninterrupted. So let me introduce Prof. Kemperman first. So Prof. Gerd Kemperman, so he's a medical doctor, graduated from University of Freiburg, and now he is a group leader at German Center for Neurodegenerative Disease in Dresden, and he has published tremendous amount of scientific works, including research papers, systematic reviews, and also very fabulous books about adult hippocampal neurogenesis. And nowadays, he would like to explain to us about the individuality, because it's really related to our topic in this conference about genomics, and apparently we are indeed different, even though we are twins. Yeah, so Prof. Kemperman, we are looking forward to listen to your talk. So the time is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very pleased to be here today, even if I'm under a couple of thousand kilometers in distance. It's great that I have this opportunity to share this with you. And Mohammed, thank you for the invitation and getting this on stage here. Yes, you are right. It is a topic that is related to what you're discussing, even though, or because it comes really from a different angle. And I hope that you will enjoy this trip into a different perspective on biology. Well, the topic is individuality, and we normally in biology consider, and in medicine as well, in medical studies as well, variance rather as a nuisance. If something falls out of the normal range, it poses a difficulty, and we don't particularly like that. Makes things complicated, and we try to avoid this. But of course, it matters greatly for us. We want to be considered and treated as individuals. Nobody wants to be average, and we are very much eager to maintain our autonomy through our life, and it's important what we do. And in medicine, actually, we assume that what individuals do greatly matters. Otherwise, many instructions for health behavior wouldn't make so much sense. Individuality is also obvious in many cases of disease itself. We notice that susceptibility to diseases can differ. Post-traumatic stress disorders and depression are an obvious case where there might be a trauma and some people respond to it with a severe severe range of depressive symptoms, whereas others seemingly with the same life experience are completely unaffected. And we know, of course, also in medicine that one treatment doesn't fit all as much as one size doesn't fit all. And the whole movement of personalized medicine, of precision medicine, tries to address this, that we try to be more attentive to the differences between individuals in terms of the treatment. Now, what we are interested in is taking this idea to the topic of prevention. And we are working on neurodegenerative disease, but the same general idea is applicable to other contexts as well. The idea is that over the course of life, there is a certain wear and tear, deterioration, and for the brain at one point in life, this might tip and we might sort of fall down the cliff. There's a tipping point where we might get a dementia if a certain threshold is met, but otherwise there is a reduction in our abilities, cognitive abilities towards the end of the life. But we know that people massively differ with this respect. And the difference between the sort of ideal situation where the cognition remains fairly flat and maintained throughout life, and only very late there is a steep decline if we have to experience it at all. And what is marked here in green is what is called the reserve. That is this compensatory range that is between the real thing that's going on and the potential. So it's a potential for compensation, it's a potential for resilience, and has been a very influential concept, but biologically it's not really clear what it exactly is, and it's, as we know, highly individual. We know that lifestyle, behavior has a very strong influence on this. You might know that the incidence of dementias in age cohorts is decreasing over the last decades, although the overall numbers, the prevalence is increasing. So this increase in prevalence is due to the massive growth in the number of old people in the world, but the reduction in the individual age cohorts is due to mostly environmental factors, because genetics didn't change over the last 70 years. And within that genetic factor, there is a component which we are interested in, which is a bit problematically but historically called the non-shared environment, which is simply the part of the environmental factor that roughly corresponds to our behavior, or in this context, to lifestyle. Now, how can we model this in the laboratory? It's actually to some extent very simple, and it's a very classical test, which is called enriched environment, in which you compare animals that live in a large cage, in a large enclosure with many other mice, and changing toys and things, and compare that to the more mundane standard conditions which are in the lab, which are still adhering to all the rules, and the animals are not treated badly. It's just not as exciting. And this simple difference, this general increase in activity, in interaction, and it's a big black box of changes that has massive influences on what happens in the brain. And because it's such a black box, it's actually quite useful, because we also don't know what's going on in humans, and so we have a paradigm that is so effective. And this is an experiment that together with my colleague Haider Amin, we did more recently here in Dresden. It's using this classical old paradigm of environmental enrichment, have animals in one cage that is standard housing, and in this large cage that you have seen in the video. And with Haider Amin, we are doing electrophysiological studies, and we use multi-electrode arrays. But in the CMOS variant, CMOS is the same type of sensor that you have in your digital cameras. So it's a very high resolution. And the sensor is roughly the size of the nail of my pinky. And that's about the size of a mouse hippocampus. And so you can see here how a classical slice preparation, as you would do in conventional experiments with electrophysiology, you can place on a complete hippocampus of the mouse, and you can see the different regions of the mouse hippocampus here. The DG is the dentate gyrus, which we are particularly interested on. EC is the entorhinal cortex, CA1, the other CA fields, PC is the perirhinal cortex. So you get a little bit of the cortex, you get the whole network situation. And when you do that, when you put the slice on such an array, you get a response. You get a sort of intrinsic response. This is a response that is in the absence of specific stimulation with electrodes, as you would do for an LTP study or something. It's just the sort of the intrinsic baseline activity, which is maintained during this slice preparation. And when you do that, and you can follow that over time, you see waves of activity, and this is presented here. You can see this is a mouse living in a standard cage. You see the activity spreading. This is a situation where it starts in the area CA3, and then it spreads CA1 and towards the entorhinal cortex. So again, this is a healthy mouse, middle age, living in the normal cage as we have them in the animal facilities of our research laboratories pretty much worldwide. And now you compare this to a mouse that has exactly parallel, same genetic background, same time, same environment, same lab, but a different cage, a larger cage, as you have seen. And the two videos run in parallel to make it a bit more visible. You see the electric activity, the sort of spontaneous electrical activity in a mouse hippocampus from an enriched animal. And you see here, it begins pretty similar. It starts in the same area, but then there's much more propagation back into the dentate gyrus. There's much more and lasting activity in the entorhinal cortex and perirhinal cortex. So it seems that just from this very simple and straightforward intervention, which simply consists of comparing two housing conditions, you get a huge difference at the level of what happens in the brain. You can take out the data, of course, from this network. This is just the visualization. You can compare that, and you can see that on the left, broken down to different regions of the hippocampus, massive increase in the local field potentials, that's the LFP, in enriched living mice. And if you look at the co-occurrence of this stimuli, you can draw something like a network. This is not identical to a physical network with cables connecting all these dots, but it's sort of a functional network based on this co-occurring activity, which of course must be related to some underlying anatomy, but it's just not identical. And that you see here on the left, you see the standard. On the right, you see the enriched condition. You see that the network connectivity massively increases. And again, same genetic background, only the housing conditions have been different. And we interpret this as this opportunity for interaction with the environment with other mice induces these differences. And these networks have particular properties. Like many biological networks, they are small world networks. And small world networks means that they have a property that literally makes the world smaller. We show this here with the quintessential small world network, which are airline networks. They are designed in a way that they have these hubs. Here, this is Delta Airlines in the US, and you can see that there's these hubs like Atlanta, Detroit, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Salt Lake City. And the existence of the hubs allows is that you can go from a remote airport on the East Coast with only 1 or 2 hops to a remote airport on the West Coast. And that means that the connection, the path between even distant places in the network is very short. You have very few hops. And this is this characteristic of what is called small world. The world is getting closer to each other. And genetic networks, protein-protein interaction networks, and many other networks in biology, they are small world networks. They have exactly this property. And for our pet idea of adult neurogenesis, a pet topic where we are interested in the production of new neurons in the hippocampus, and I come to that in a minute, we have shown that the underlying genetic structure and the regulation of this process is also a small world network. But that only on the side. You can characterize the network properties in a relatively standardized way. And I'm not going into the details of all these criteria, but what you can see is that the enriched condition, which is always the gray box plot on the right, you have always a higher value. The network is more complex, it's more dense, it has more of the properties. And the only case where this is different is down left, where you can see shortest path lengths, which is sort of this key idea of the small world network. Here, the network is so much more efficient that all paths are much shorter in this enriched network. Now, what Heider did was that he used these data from the real network that we measured in these mice and sort of simulated activity based on that network in the computer. And then you can play neurodegeneration. You can ask the program to one by one remove neurons from this network. And you can see these two resulting lines. There are two different ways of depicting that. So you have two lines for both conditions, but it both essentially show the same thing, is that when you remove these nodes, the standard house network is dead by about 550 removed nodes, whereas the enriched network is pretty much unaffected and completely resistant to that. Supporting the idea that when you have an enriched life, when you do more with your brain, when you're more active, when you have all these benefits, whatever they are in detail in the enriched environment, you have a network that is more robust towards neurodegeneration. And that confirms to us that this is a paradigm that is really although it's so extremely basic, very applicable to the situation, we would like to understand in principle. And we would like to understand what's going on here. And particularly, and this is the focus today, why these responses differ between individuals, even under situations like this. So the classical way of looking at enriched environments is that if you look at the phenotype P equals genotype times or plus the environmental factor. And in the enriched environment, so the original thought goes, you control the genetics because you use inbred mice and then observe what happens by comparing the two environments. That's all very well, and that's what we did here. Now, I have been working on an adult neurogenesis, this production of new neurons in the adult hippocampus for many, many years. And the first big paper that I did when I was still a postdoc with Fred Gage at the Salk Institute in La Jolla was to study whether environmental enrichment would have an effect on adult neurogenesis. And it did. And we published this at the time, and it was the first time that it was shown that there is an effect of behavior, of environment on such a plasticity phenotype of neurogenesis, changing networks, presumably changing network structure in the hippocampus in a very fundamental way, because new neurons are nodes in the network and not just the connections. So adult neurogenesis would be one, not the only one, but one under explaining principle of the phenomenon we just looked at. But if we look simply at the number of new neurons that you can see here in the third panel that new neurons quantified, they are increasing in the enriched condition in yellow here. But you also observe something else, and that became more and more interesting. You can see that the range of values is much, much larger in the enriched living mice. This is a situation where the group size is equal, so that you really can compare not just the mean, but also the variance. And you can see that the t-test here shows that this is statistically significant for the mean difference. But you can also see the f-test below, which is a test for differences in variance. And you can see that there are some animals which do not differ at all from control conditions, although they lived in the enriched environment, whereas others have, in this case, almost 4 times as many new neurons as the others. So we had the hypothesis that environmental enrichment would not just induce generally adult neurogenesis, but also increase the variance. In other words, that the hippocampus would become more different within the group and not just between the groups. And this is this idea that when we look in one enrichment cage, we both control the environment and the genotype, but what we don't control is what the animals actually do. And this is subsumed under this bit challenging term of the non-shared environment, which we simply equal here for case of ease of understanding with the behavioral component. But to really look at that in greater detail, we needed a different version of the enriched environment, which we call a Buckingham Palace style of enriched environment, because Buckingham Palace has supposedly 700 rooms, and we built an enriched environment which at least has 70 rooms. You can see that here. It's a standard TSE rack where the type 2 cages are built in, and the trick is that this standard cage system is tweaked in a way that there are connections between all the cages. So in a way, it's one big cage, and the mice can freely move between all cages and not just the one they're in. But what happens is that whenever they pass through one of these tunnels, they give a little signal to one of these ring antennas that you can see here as in black, because they have a little RFID transponder in the neck. And whenever they come by one of these antennas, they send a signal to our computer. And so we have very dense behavioral activity information with the resolution of these cages for, in this case, month, 24 hours, 7 days a week. And we can we can thereby plot the activity of individual mice over the time in the very long experiments and give very high density behavioral inputs. Hello? Okay, can I continue?
Yeah, you can continue, Gerd. It's okay.
Okay, so you can see that there is this trajectories of behavior, and they're very close to each other in the beginning, and they spread out over time. So the individual behavior, there's great variability from day to day, and so that's why we block them here. But this is just for the visibility, improve the visibility, and you can see that they spread out. Some animals have a stronger slope of habituation as compared to others. You can quantify this, and you can see that by and large, in general, the animals habituate to the situation here over almost 90 nights. Mice are night active, so we use the nights here. And intriguingly, the variance increases over time. So these behavior trajectories become more different over time. And this is the key observation that we made here. You control environment and genes, and behavior becomes more individualized over time. And this pattern of diverging behavior, that correlates quite nicely with adult neurogenesis, here shown for 3 experiments that we have done. The coefficients coefficients of correlations are different between the studies, and there's some reason for that, and it's not that this is a one-to-one correlation. It's still surprisingly high correlation, given that this is a very rough measure. The more active animals tend to have more adult neurogenesis than the less active mice. So the question is that in any way related also causally? And there's a mouse, it's a knockout mouse for cyclin D2, which does not have adult neurogenesis, but it has a developmental neurogenesis, which has to do with the redundancy of the cyclins and the neural stem cells in the adult brain. So the hippocampus looks completely normal, but the number of new neurons is extremely low. It's not completely absent, but it's extremely low in the cyclin D2 mice. And they do have some other features throughout the body, but it's very mild phenotype. We and others have characterized them extensively, and they were originally published as having no phenotype whatsoever until somebody discovered this phenotype in the adult brain. And so these mice, they behave pretty normal. We will later see that there's also some interesting feature about their behavior, but if other behaviors, but if you look here on behavior in this cage system, on the left you see a wild-type mouse has this trajectory as just described, a habituation over time, and if there is no neurogenesis, the mice remain more active, but highly variable activity. They don't show this habituation. The variability between them, which would normally go up, as you see in the third panel, is diminished. So the mice remain more similar to each other in this lack of habituation. So there is a loss of these individualized trajectories if there is no adult neurogenesis in these mice, which suggests that hippocampal plasticity somehow contributes to this. But it's of course clear that it cannot be only the hippocampus, and I'm not suggesting this is also not only the new neurons in the hippocampus. So we did a study with post-mortem MRI together with our colleague Tony Vernon at the King's College in London. And we had exactly the same experiment. This is not with the cyclin D2 mice, these are the normal mice. And we put them through this experiment exactly as described before, but then afterwards their brains were scanned with small animal MRI, and we looked at voxel-based morphometry. Are there group effects? Can you see differences between animals living in an enriched environment as compared to control? And you can see here, yes, that's the case. And not surprisingly, there is an effect on gray matter volume in the hippocampus, highlighted with these arrows here. So that's nice to see. That's a good confirmation of what you would expect from the few other studies that there are, and also from the human data, you know, the famous taxi driver study and so on. Now, but is there a correlation at an individual level? Now you can do that, try to correlate the trajectories with this, and you see that there is something, but it's not clear what it means. It's pretty much all over the place, and it's very challenging to calculate this. It doesn't make too much sense. You don't get much more information out of this than that you can say, yeah, there is something. But that's not satisfying enough, especially if you try to publish it. So what we came up with as a solution here is to use a digital atlas, and these digital atlases are you can use to project or register, as it's called, the MRI data into, and then you can ask for every region of this atlas what in this case, volume is. This now is a group comparison here, and you can see already the standard and the enriched, and you see the 138 brain regions. We are not looking at the different specific regions here at all. You only look at this pattern. You see a positive correlation within these groups is more red, and a negative correlation is more blue. And you can see that without any further analysis, and now we can see that there is a huge difference in this, what you could call correlatedness, between standard and enriched. Enriched brains are more correlated in these gray matter changes. Now you might say, well, so what does correlatedness mean, if it means anything? Well, it does. It seems to mean quite a lot, because when you look at structural MRI studies in humans and the field of connectomics, the idea of that the connection between brain regions actually reflects who we are and what we can do, and how our brain works and also differs from others, then this is based on an analysis of human MRI images and a principle which is called structural covariance. And although structural covariance and what we are doing here is not 100% the same, it's very, very close. We also look at a correlation pattern as these people do. And you can see here that if we do that, we have these huge differences here. And this suggests that environmental enrichment induces connectomic changes throughout the brain. So it's not just the hippocampus. But now let's take this to the question of the individuality. Now, as you have seen, we cannot do it for individual mice. And this analysis here we cannot do for individual mice because you need something to correlate. But you can stratify the animals in the cage and compare the enriched everybody living in the enriched environment, with animals that sort of remain at the top. They are very stable in their trajectories. They are very active. And a colleague of mine lab has now called them the more adventurous mice, and has opposed them to those that are more adaptive. They have a downward trajectory. They're getting faster habituated. Note that this is a different pattern. It seems similar, but it's different from what we see in the enriched environment of the cyclin D2 knockout mice, where although also there was a seeming pattern of more stability, but there was less individuality in that. So we hypothesis there that this is actually a very different type of stability that they have. It's one that is more insecure. But this seems to be a plasticity that is related to, as you have seen in other cases in neurogenesis, and to the overall curiosity being active in in the environment. And so you can see now that there are huge differences within the cage in the connectivity. And there are these mice with the downward trajectory that have this presumably less, they take less out of the experience of the enriched environment. They are not different, or you could say even a bit worse off than the standard mice. So this tells us that there are effects, and the question is on the whole brain, and the obvious question is, does that any way relate to disease context? And you can do the same thing now back to just the behavioral trajectories. Also, for example, in a knockout model of Alzheimer's disease, the NLF knock-in is good for us because the expression of the affected gene is not dependent on some artificial promoter, but it's an intrinsic promoter, and that's of course interesting when you study behavioral effects. And you can see something similar as in the cyclin D2 mice. The behavioral variance is decreased in the NLF. This is an Alzheimer model, and the mice retain a more active, so they are active, but in a more rigid, less individualized way. You can quantify this also. You see the effect size is not huge, but it's clearly there. But what is really intriguing about this is that these behavioral changes, they become apparent very, very early. So this 120 nights, starting about 4 weeks, 5 weeks of age in the mice. And this is way, way before these mice ever develop any symptoms or overt pathology of Alzheimer's. And that means that there is pre-symptomatically already an effect on behavior, which is quite subtle, but distinctive. And if we make a hand-waving comparison to the situation of the cyclin D2 mouse, it might have something to do with reduced plasticity in the hippocampus. Now, speaking about the hippocampus, it's interesting to look at, of course, what hippocampus is particularly good at, which is that it contributes to learning and memory. And Varsha Bad and Jonas Renner in my lab have done an experiment which is now using a different paradigm of environmental enrichment, as we will show. It has not been developed for this kind of analysis. It's called the IntelliCage, and it has been developed to automatically behaviorally test animals, and was thought to do that overnight, and then the next day you push a button and get the paper out. But no, not quite, but it was thought to be a long, short-term experiment. And what Varsha and Jonas did, they turned this into a long-term experiment, and they gave the mice in this cage tasks that ran for sequence of tasks that ran for weeks. The idea is quite simple. You have 4 corners, 16 mice living in this large cage, and there are these corners, and in these corners, similar as with the other cage, an RFID signal from the mouse triggers a task. The LEDs, there is other things that you can do for the interaction. Some nose poke is usually the thing that you would like to see. And if the mice perform in a particular way, for example, they visit all 4 corners, then they get a reward and in the last one. And you can make this more complicated in the sense that they have to have a pattern with diagonal visits. You can have a circular and then you turn it around. All kinds of versions of this can be installed. The mice usually learn this relatively quickly, and after some time you can then give them a new test. Here's how that looks. You can see here the mice in the cage, and on the right you see a mouse disappearing in one of these corners, so she's coming out again. Otherwise it's an enriched environment, and there's all kinds of life going on, including this completely self-paced learning. So whenever they feel like it, they can do their task. This in total acts as an enriched environment. You see adult neurogenesis going up, so it's has an enrichment effect. And also in this situation, the numbers are not as clean because the cage is so much smaller and the behavioral range is so much smaller, but you can still see the same thing. there is an early emergence of individuality, there is an habituation, and there is an increase in variance just in the other, as in the other cages. And now you have this sequence of tests over time, of tasks over time. I'm not going into the detail exactly what's going on here, but you can see that the learning rate across this, so it's all the same test for all the animals, becomes more different. And this is also true for the learning asymptote, which is the learning success at the end. At the end. And so you have an increased difference between the animals in learning performance over time. And now there was a very different, interesting observation here. If you break this down to the tests in their sequence, you can see that there is this spreading of the trajectories for the individual tasks. You can always see that they spread, but then there is this reverse diagonal one task where it seems there is no difference at all, and it seems that there are no difference between the animals anymore, and they become even more reduced in in the number of the correct visits. Seems that they didn't like the test, or they thought it was too difficult. We don't know, but what we know is that the individuality in the performance completely collapses here. But in the following task, this goes back to normal. Or to what we had before, a spread in individuality. Same thing here. Another diagonal task, you have this collapsing again. But if you look at the overall performance, you have increase over time in the variance on where they start in the task, which is here intercept, a variance in the slope, which is the spreading out, and a variance on the endpoint, which is the end performance. So an increasing variance over time, which, however, in detail remains dependent on the task itself. So the task, the environment, does matter, and it matters also for how the performance is. And that makes sense in school, right? If everybody is completely overwhelmed and challenged by a task, the class will be more similar in not being able to perform, whereas a well-dosed challenge that is manageable reveals the true range of performances in the group. And again, although very roughly, it's a very small n, you see a correlation with neurogenesis in this. You can also do the electrophysiology. This is not animated now, but you can compare the top and the bottom performer with the standard, and even with the naked eye, you see there's much more baseline activity in the top performer versus the bottom performer. And the network analysis, again, only look at there is visual differences between this. It just means you can see the and the axis here, the different regions and their connectivity based on these calculations, hugely different and much more connected in the top performer versus the bottom performer. You can also see this here, and the network data pretty much as we have seen before, now in a sort of individualized way. At the very end, I would like to show you that we can also look at the behavior of the mice in the cage a bit deeper. And this is ongoing work by a student in the group Birte Duluda. And this is a study now again with the D2 mice, which don't have adult neurogenesis, and they're always in red here. But in blue, you see the wild types. You can see when you look how the animals are generally behaving in the sense of how much are they joining in one cage, then there's
Gab, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, your time is 1 more minute.
Okay, then we make this shorter here, and I'm not explaining exactly what you see here, but overall social behavior is not different. But if you look at chasing behavior, animal following the other, you can see that there are differences between the groups. And these you can calculate differences in the dominance, because this is a behavior that reflects dominance. And the interesting thing is that you can that observe here that there's an increase in the dominance in the mice that don't have neurogenesis, and they become also more similar in the sense so they don't become as variable. And over time, the change in rank is less in the mice that have no neurons as opposed to the situation where they have. And that is interesting because in the range when there is neurogenesis present, there is a correlation between rank and neurogenesis. But if you don't have adult neurogenesis, it seems that mice are even put on the top, found on the top, but due to their more aggressive behavior. So it's a complicated interaction. So with new neurons, you have a flexibility in hierarchy in the individual responses. And without the new neurons, you have a rigidity in hierarchy and more aggressive defense of a social position. Yeah? But there is a social effect of social behavior, which, as you could see in this diagram, is individualized again. But it's less individualized in the mice that don't have new neurons. Has it anything to do with real life? Well, yeah, there's concept in sociology, and this is a pattern really from sociology. And if you read the title, you see that this is not from our field. Does social rigidity predict cognitive rigidity? So it's something that we look at. And there's this great sentence in that said, this indicates that social rigidity was associated with cognitive rigidity, even in the absence of political content, sociological study. Similar findings were observed among those with higher degrees of bullshit receptivity and overcalling. So what's that? That sounds like a fun term, but it goes back to the idea of Harry Frankfurt, a philosopher from the US, who says that somebody who is bullshitting is a person who doesn't care whether it's true or not. It's a person that, as it's called here, overcall. And you know, quite currently we have political situations where this might happen. So perhaps it has something to do with adult neurogenesis, exposure to enriched environments. We don't know. So let me summarize for you. There are is individuality emerging even if the environment and the genes are constant. This non-shared environment is something that shapes the brain, its experience and learning. It is relevant, and it induces changes in the brain network. It induces robustness. The individual regulation of neurogenesis can be linked to the individual behavioral trajectories, and even on the level of learning, these trajectories emerge if the genes and environment are identical. The external environment remains important. If the task changes, this can be different. The challenge itself remains important. And the new neurons, they also flatten the social hierarchy, so the behaviors, there's different behaviors affected, including social behavior. And as a wild speculative hypothesis, the new neurons might decrease bullshit receptivity. With that, I would like to stop. Thank you for listening today. Thank you, Mohammed, for invitation. This was our lab retreat. It's not the lab at the time. People in the lab that did the work I highlighted during the talk, mostly Basha Bad, Birte Duluda, Jadna Bugado Lopez, who left the lab year before last, and the colleagues with whom we collaborated on this in the middle. I also thank the mice who volunteered for this study. And again, I thank you for inviting me and listening today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Gert. Please, give a big applause to Prof. Gert Kefferman. So, Gert is really, I mean, like for us, really like a new insight that we always think that we are, that driving us, the phenotype is only the genetic itself, the genetic difference. But apparently, even though we are in this with the same genetic background, the same, let's say, environment exposed, still the individuality is remains. So then, because this is a session, so I think I would like to give a conclusion about the talk of Professor Gert Kemperman, that actually he is
my mentor, and I was really amazed about the idea of adult hippocampal neurogenesis, that even during in the adulthood, the new neurons still remains occur, and that can replace not only for replacement of the damaged one, but also because we keep learning all over the time, and we really need this new neuron, because there is the key points that Prof. Kemperman has mentioned. It's about the complexity, the neural complexity, and this can be established by enrichment. So that's why it's very important for us to always have an enrichment during the day. And then the really, to me, really nice quote is that the more complex the neuronal network, then it will be the most robust to damage. So then I think, I hope, Gert, that I mentioned this correctly, that if we have start from the very beginning, we do the enrichment, and then we have a really strong and more complex network in our brain, then during the old age, then we have more robust for the damage. And there is also one thing that I coined from the talk of Prof. Kemperman is about the connectomic. So we now not only knowing about the genomic, transcriptomic, proteomic, metabolomic, but now we have to also prepare ourselves to study about this connectomic for the brain connection. Gert, once again, I really appreciate your time that you give the new insight for us here in Medan, in North Sumatra. I hope I can see you in a couple of weeks. Then, yeah, we can discuss further for the further collaboration between DZNA and also Indonesia. Yeah, thank you very much, and again, please give a big applause to Prof. Gert Kemperman.
Thank you very much.
Before we close this session, I think I would like to show Gert that we would like to give one of appreciation. Probably, Dr. Saka, could you please to bring that the placard that I can show from here for Professor Gert Kemperman? Yeah, that one, exactly that one. Yeah. So Gert, so Gert, I hope you can see this from your side over there. Hello, Gert. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here, and I see that you have something in your hand.
Yeah. Okay, so please, could you please do. So this one, we would like to give you the appreciation to giving a talk and support us today in our first Medan International Conference on Biomedical Science. So we really appreciate from all the community of biomedical science in Indonesia, and we are looking forward in the future we can collaborate with the colleagues there from the Institute, the ZNA, and also probably CRTD. Thank you very much, Gert, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor, and next time I come, and not just by video. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Agenda selanjutnya adalah pemberian plakat kepada moderator.
We would like to invite Profesor Dr. Mustafa We would like to, we would like to invite Professor Irsan to give the plaque to our moderator. Terima kasih kepada Dr. Iwan selaku moderator dan Prof. Ihsan. Kami persilakan untuk kembali.
Thank you to Dr. Ikhwan and Prof. Ihsan. You may now be seated. Terima kasih kepada Dr. Ikhwan selaku moderator dan Profesor Dr. Gerd Kamperman atas ilmunya yang luar biasa.
Thank you Dr. Iwan as the moderator and Professor Dr. Gerd Kemperman for the insightful lectures.
Agenda selanjutnya adalah agenda yang dinanti-nanti nih Rel.
Bener banget Tuhan, kira-kira apa tuh?
Bener banget, siapa ya kira-kira orang yang beruntung bakal mendapatkan hadiah pada kuis kali ini yang bakal dipandu oleh Dr. Sake.
Kepada Dr. Sake kami persilahkan.
Ya baik, terima kasih. Ini MC-nya luar biasa. Mari kita berikan aplaus dulu ya untuk adik-adik kita mahasiswa kedokteran FKUSU semester 3. Beliau berdua masih semester 3, dedikasinya luar biasa. Terima kasih. Baik, hadirin sekalian yang masih bersedia tetap setia di ruangan ini, tentu sebagai apresiasi kami insya Allah masih akan memberikan sedikit merchandise ya. Ini ada hadiahnya, keren-keren banget. Dan sebagai rasa berkeadilan, kita tidak lagi pakai spin karena mungkin pesertanya sudah tidak di sini lagi. Jadi untuk efektivitas tadi saya sudah membagi kertas. Mungkin ada yang belum dapat ya? Enggak usah. Terima kasih. Baik, jadi tadi sudah ada 40 nomor yang sudah kita buat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, untuk mempercepat waktu saya langsung ambil saja ya. Atau masih mau lagi? Oke ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kita undang 3 yang beruntung pada sore hari ini. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Saya nggak lihat. Oke, number 11. 11. Oke, we would like to invite number 11 to come to the in front of the podium. And the second, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Siapa yang tahajud tadi malam? Oke, number 4. Who is the winner? Is the number 4. Oke, Prof, please welcome. Oke. And the third is to the fasting. Oke. The last is number 30. 30. Oke, thank you. 30. 30, not 13. 30. Oke, please welcome to the in front of the podium. So, we would like to invite Dr. Riri, spesialis anak, konsultan, ibu panitia yang paling luar biasa. Ya, Dok, silakan Dok. Okay, and the last, but not the least ya. Okay, we have the other present. This is special for the PT sorry. I read once more. Oke. Seperti yang disampaikan Pak Victor tadi, jadi dari PT Deltomed itu ada memberikan 5 buah bingkisan, ya, nih ada 4 pertanyaan. Siapa yang bisa menjawab langsung maju ke depan saja ya. Oke, soal nomor 1. Sebutkan obat herbal untuk masuk angin Deltomed yang sudah disetujui oleh BPOM sebagai obat herbal terstandar. Langsung ke depan ya. Oke, jawabannya?
Antangin.
Yeay, jawabannya 100. Oke, kita kumpulin aja dulu ya dok ya. Silakan di depan dulu dok. Berikutnya, sebutkan obat batuk Deltomed yang sudah disetujui oleh BPOM sebagai obat herbal terstandar. Jawabannya?
UB Herbal.
Yeay, jawabannya 100. Terpinter ya. Oke, nah the third question is Deltomed Laboratories tergolong sebagai A. IoT atau industri obat tradisional. B. UKOT atau usaha kecil obat tradisional. Atau UMOT, usaha mikro obat tradisional. Jawabannya? Oke, langsung ke depan. Pokoknya siapa yang cepat larinya, dia pemenangnya. Oke, apa jawabannya?
IoT.
IoT, benar sekali. Oke, yang keempat. Deltomed Laboratorius, lokasi pabriknya ada di 1. Solo, 2. Semarang, 3. Wonogiri. Ayo, siapa yang bisa jawab cepat ke depan? Hah? Gak ada yang bisa jawab. Ayo Farhan, ayo ke sini Aurel, cepat, kamu bisa. Ayo cepat. Cepat. Ayo. Nah, membuktikan anak mahasiswa FK semester 3 lebih lama ya daya ingatnya. Oke, nggak apa-apa. Nanti yang ketiga, yang kelima aja ya. Nanti kita pertanyaan mudah pasti bisa jawab. Nggak apa-apa, apa jawabannya? Nggak apa-apa, apa jawabannya?
Wonogiri.
Yeay, betul. Tenang Mbak, Mbak di sini aja udah pasti pemenang. Mbak di depan nanti udah pasti pemenang. Jawabannya gampang. Soal terakhir. Nah, ini saya tadi dikasih hak veto suruh buat pertanyaan. Nggak ada di sini, nggak dikasih tadi sama PT Deltomed. Pertanyaan gampang. Siapakah nama moderator pada sesi farmakologi update? Ayo, farmakologi update. Siapa nama moderatornya? Ayo. Ih, nggak ada yang tahu Kak Riri. Aduh, kurang terkenal ya kayaknya ya. Ayo, ada yang tahu? Tadi ada sesi ya yang isi acaranya termasuk narasumbernya Pak Victor. Siapakah moderatornya? Ya Allah, Prof Mustafa, gak ada yang tahu, Prof. Gimana, Prof? Kita bubarkan aja acaranya ya, Prof. Oke, gak ada yang mau jawab? Iya, ayo cepet. Iya, cepet dok. Ayo dok, cepet dok. Aduh, lemes saya. Ini si panitia tadi CV saya gak ditayangin. Siapa namanya? Boleh kuat-kuat, Bu?
Dr. Juli Martin. Sake Juli Martin.
Oke, terima kasih Ibu. Akhirnya nama saya disebutkan juga. Baik, ini adalah 5 pemenang. Kami mohon dari siapa yang akan memberikannya? Mungkin dari Bang Iwan, siapa kita mintakan ini untuk menyerahkan? Boleh dok, sama mungkin dokter Dokter Theo dari Palembang, izin dok bersama dokter Nur dari Malaysia. Ya, untuk bagi ini, ya. Dokter Siti dari Andalas, Universitas Andalas. Ya. Aduh, alhamdulillah. Farhan sabar ya dek, nanti bagi 2 sama Aurel. Ya, bagi ke, ya. Dok, ayo dok, bagi dok. Ini banyak nih, dok. Oke, ya. Silakan dok. Jadi manggil saya jangan dokter Sek ya. Jangan Sek. Saya Sake. Jangan Sake juga, jangan Kentara kali Bataknya kan gitu ya. Sake. Terima kasih. Iya. Oke, mungkin didampingi foto bersama sama dokter Theo. Ya silakan dok, silakan. Ya. Insya Allah hari ini ya akan digelar di banyak televisi ya, baik itu televisi